ish weather too. Everything's gonna be freaking out because it's just great. Awesome. I hit go as we're getting to
esports.
As we're getting to fucking Twitch. So no, everyone watch me set up my Twitch. This will be great. I hopefully you have a good time. It's engagement, exactly. This is definitely
Behind the scenes.
I'm pretty engaged at the moment. Especially since every one of my windows is flickering because they're all covered by something else. How many flickering windows would you guys like? Because we sure have a lot. Okay, this can go here. Oh boy. I have to make that a little smaller. Oh no, now they're all too small. Excellent. Hey, you guys want to see my stream key? This is my credit card information. Debate. Round 3 of a whole lot. Oh, the Papa has one? Yeah, we're not playing debate. Debate it. First playthrough, LGBTQ. Yes. Okay. Now we're getting better. Raspberry Wolf.
Hello, Raspberry.
Let me get my windows in order here. Hi. Ooh. Alright. Frickin', I can like barely hear you. That's what's weirding me out a little bit. Yeah, I don't know why. System.
You can pop up on Discord size too.
I think it's much more on me. Hold up, talk again? Yeah, I think you're just getting feedback through my... I think it's cool enough I can not have the air conditioning running the whole time, and we should be not dead. Checking all this poppin'. Yeah. OBS almost works on Mac. It almost does.
Pink and purple pigs.
Oh, okay. What am I even doing? Audio, that's... Nah, I just gotta mess with audio a little bit. Let's make, let's do this. Loop back. Just go ahead and, put your thing into... Oh, not that. Just have to choose an output for Discord over here. Fuck it. Let us make a new audio channel. Cause why not? Oh wait, don't I have a thing for Discord audio over here? Discord cams. I don't use that anymore. Remove that. I just keep making new layers. I never get rid of the other ones. I just have like frickin' 90 million things to go sort through them and turn some of them off. Okay.
I'll be back.
Oh yeah, we're live. Don't worry. Oh yes. We are entirely live. You can we're doing it right now. This is Discord audio. Discord audio. It's okay. It's okay. You can just be freaking built-in game capture now. What's the correct one? Oh, Discord. Oh, Discord. There's duh. Okay. Try talking now.
Give me a second.
Oh, you may be away from your thing.
Give me a second.
It's okay. It's working. We're good. We're completely good.
Ready.
Everything's great. Trying to get ready. That's what we're all doing here. All right. Anybody who's seeing this stream at the moment, you need to get in the chat and help me figure out what the hell my like initial drinking rules are going to be. Because that's really all I'm missing at the moment.
Hold on, let me get a non-right-wing beer, which actually is one, but let's just say it's not one.
I think you were like, let's get a non-crappy, non-something beer. I'm drinking Bud Light lemon tea.
All right, I'm back.
It's not even Bud. I'm drinking the Bud Light makes a lemon tea variety now, and that's what I'm drinking.
All right, now
so
can
no
you hear
one
me
should
okay?
feel embarrassed. No. I can currently hear you. Yes.
All right, all right. Yeah. No, I was saying a non-right wing beer, but it is. But
Oh, a non-right wing one.
yeah, they always seem to be when you do your research. Kind of sucks.
Well, yeah, because like I mean, most major companies are controlled by right wing people.
Like Oberwise, they always run for office here.
Hey,
in
somebody
Illinois.
just
The ice cream guys.
Squeegee Evie, thank you so much for subscribing. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. How's it going?
Oh, it's gonna play all my songs and stuff. That's all hooked up. So like mid debate, you can play audio cues if you give me money or subscribe. All right, Raspberry Wolf says drink when ABC cuts to Biden's opinion for no reason other than to give him more screen time. Okay,
for Biden emotes.
cut to Biden for no real reason. That's our first one.
You know, it's funny. I wonder if making goofy facials is like a debate strategy, because then you get on the internet and it seems to work. So yeah, we'll see.
Look, there's something to be said about debating weirdly on purpose.
It's all entertainment, man. That's what I'm trying to tell people. The reason people care so much about Marvel is because that's where the eyeballs are. Some people are just realizing this, you know?
The reason people care about Marvel is because a lot of people like Marvel.
Well, I know, but yeah. We found the
kinda
thing that
blows.
the whole family can go and we can make money off of. That's what it is. All the nerds grew up and now they're having kids, and kids like Marvel too. So we all go see the Marvel movie. Makes sense.
This is a. I'm messing around with my setup right now because that's what this time is, guys. This is also known as garbage time.
Oh, they
This
do
is
it.
me.
Oh, wait, they got the hype man out.
Oh yeah, we're hype. Believe me, we have 45 minutes. We're hype manning. Someone's hyping.
I just
I do not have audio of the actual debate on yet. We're just kind of here fucking talking at the moment.
No, it's okay. I just love that the DNC has a hype man.
Oh yeah, they always do. That's. I mean, they got to get these people ready to clap for no reason. Well, not well. Got to get these people ready to clap for a little too long, so we can have a better time justifying the 3-hour runtime of the debate. Everyone can watch me tweet. This is gonna be great.
You know.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
And
Do that tweet. We're gonna do
retweet with comment.
Get,
We're life. We're live.
yeah.
Come help me
Oh, so this
figure out.
So this is a true story. My parents gave me my pillow, baby, and I used it forever because they gave it to me or whatever. And I finally got rid of the damn thing, and I finally saw on Fox News like him, like the My
Poker
Pillow
Wolf has a
guy
rule.
is just fucking crazy and saying how God elected Trump and stuff like. Oh, okay, that's why I have a My Pillow for Christmas. All right.
Money, baby.
More rules.
Oh no, people are adding rules already. Poker Wolf says, drink every time Bernie waves arms around. Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, see, Bernie
I'm
emotes.
just putting Bernie arms / hands.
Bernie
To be fair
did the May from Night in the Woods emote where he puts his arms out.
What? Yeah, I'm not even supposed to be here.
Oh, I need to make that.
Or I'm not here, whatever it is.
You know,
Every
make
time Warren shuts down Biden, okay. I'm just gonna put Biden slam. If anybody who goes at well, I can't say anybody because everyone's gonna be doing that.
Coming at the king, you best not miss. Or just be Water Toast Joe.
Biden is slammed.
Is he
Question
still in the
mark?
lead? Is he still in the lead?
Like numbers wise, yeah, but we're so far out, it still doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. I forget Giuliani was the leader this far out.
Yeah, Giuliani was in there. Frickin' what's his name? The dude from Texas. He was a leader for a bit.
Ted Cruz.
No, the guy from Texas
The
who was
crazier
basically
one.
George W. He was George W. Bush 2.
Somehow dumber, Rick Perry.
Rick Perry, that's him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rick Perry was the front runner for like a good couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Oh,
Okay, we're doing it, everybody.
we doing it.
We are definitely doing a stream at the moment. Oh, I should turn off my my video game delay of 800 milliseconds. Oh, this will be great. Quick, right now, my actions and mouth doesn't link up. They're off by 0.8 seconds.
This is why it should be a cartoon.
Close.
Be a shitty
There we go.
cartoon like me, Pepper. Come on.
I should be a cartoon, but I'm too.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm too lazy.
I barely got
to
this thing
figure out
together.
how to do that.
I mean, geez. I drew this shitty thing and I paid someone to rig it for me.
I mean, I can do half of that. I can pay someone to rig.
Yeah, you can do the half of that. I might be able to hook you up with something, but
Hey.
you probably know people who can do better art.
When I finally get my goddamn green screen and proper camera going, I will do this, and you will be, if you have the time, you will be the one who will draw me and to be face rigged.
Yeah. We got our green screen set up really good now. We got the hue lights and everything. It's
Yeah,
pretty
you said you
cool.
got better lights. Look at this crap.
Yeah.
This is great.
It's really cool. We did the whole Russell cast with the background. I had a Chicago in the background.
Oh, that's
Shit,
good.
stuff. Anyway, enough about that shit. Here comes Mongo.
Enough of that shit. Here comes Mongo.
Mongo. Do you watch Russell? What the fuck is it? Botchamania?
Botchamania.
Botchamania.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, the other voice that you're hearing is my friend Wolf J. Wolf J is a true wrestling fan, like who's
All right. I
he
will
actually
say.
knows things, like you do.
Yeah, we can talk about stuff. I watched the New Japan J Cup just recently. I got to see that shit. That was good.
I don't think I've
But,
showed Pepper any New Japan other than Kenny.
We have not been
Kenny-
watching Pro Japan recently very much now.
Watch Will Ospreay. He's like one of the best in the world, if not.
Oh yeah, I like
The
Will
best in the
Ospreay. I'm like,
world.
I know of him.
Any flippy boy he loves.
I like the
Oh, he's a-
acrobatics.
Yeah,
Mr.
him and
Jingles,
Ricochet's
hello.
get it. Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jingles.
But
Oh.
wrestling is like politics, by the way. I don't know if I'll ever make the video, but it is.
Wrestling is like politics.
It's just because it's becoming its more honest self because they all have entrance musics now. There's kayfabe and there's not. Even Hillary said that, right? There's like a face you have behind the scenes, and then you have your policy in front of the camera.
Eric Bischoff also had a TED talk about like how politics just try to use emotion like wrestlers do to get you to not think but just to feel.
Of course, that totally makes sense. Yeah.
I mean,
Anyway.
you can transfer that to really, I guess, any kind of performance, but wrestling is, I don't want to say a pure performance, but it kind of is. Like once you walk, from the time you walk out to the time you then leave, you are 100% in performance. Like breaking character is not really even an option. Like you just got.
It is weird. It's like high. It is medieval times on a high scale.
Yeah, you can't just have
Because
somebody.
it
No
is-
one in a match is gonna go, "Ow, Jesus, give me a second." Like you're not allowed to do that, which kind of sucks because I do that constantly.
Yeah, and it did come from like the carnivals by carnies. That's what's so weird about it. It's a multi-billion-dollar carny show. That's wrestling.
Oh, Allie, I am sorry that you were going to miss today, the 4-hour fucking bonanza. We will be going in a couple hours. This does not end until 11 o'clock Eastern time. So in roughly 3.5 hours, we will finally have been finishing. I should start drinking alcohol. I have the Bud Light, not Bud Light Lemon, Bud Light Lemon tea with fucking
Ooh.
tea in it. Oh,
Bud Light, give some money.
would it
come on.
Would it help you at all if I turned on my Discord camera, or do you want to just like look at the Twitch stream?
Who, me?
Is that fucking Mike Tyson? I know it's not.
No, it's not Mike Tyson.
Who is this?
He
Boy,
actually does look like Mike
He looks
Tyson.
like a
in
young
way. I
Mike
never-
Tyson. He looks a little
It's
like.
Strayhand, man.
Oh,
That's
that's the Michael Strahan.
Strahan.
I'm an idiot. I know that guy.
No, it's okay.
He's an athlete. I
was
remember
a-
that much.
Yeah, but he's got the same famous buck tooth in the middle and stuff.
Yeah, that's it. It's
Let's
the
put it
tooth
this
gap.
way: he looks like the Mike Tyson's Punch-Out version of Mike Tyson.
Yeah, like the nicer. He looked like if Mike Tyson didn't get punched in the face professionally his entire life.
Oh no!
A less beat up Mike Tyson.
He was actually in one of the Lego movies, I believe.
Michael Strahan or Michael Tyson?
Yeah, Ninjago. Strahan.
Ninja. Ooh.
Ninja
Dude,
Lego.
Lego
watch
Ninjago is a
Ninjago.
surprisingly funny movie. But
Yeah,
don't.
well, I finally
knock it.
watched like the original Lego Movie and Lego Movie 2, and I'm like, yep, I understand why everyone says these are amazing movies. Oh,
Right?
Austin T is like you're voting for John McAfee, right? Is that the antivirus guy?
Oh, hold on. Am I backwards? I'm backwards. Hold on. I'm gonna
Oh, you
fix
are
that.
backwards.
I can do that on my end.
I didn't.
Hold on.
realize. I
No,
didn't-
no. I
I
can
just
do
thought
that.
it was like a fallen soldier respect thing or whatever. Was it when you put the flag
I don't know.
backwards?
What?
Oh, yeah. Hold
Memorial.
on. Let me know
Sometimes
if this
I don't
works.
remember all the rules.
I might be able to do it on my end. We'll see if it works.
It's correct now.
Oh shit! I flipped it. I flipped the script.
Holy shit! This Bud Light lemon tea tastes like lemon tea. I don't know what I was expecting. This is like a sleepy time beer. We're gonna have to crank a bunch of these so we don't get too sleepy.
Sleepy time beer. Bedtime beer.
It's like a chamomile beer they gave me. This is delightful.
Michael Strahan's like a dragon. He's like big and powerful, like but you just want to hug him. So
He was also a boxer, wasn't he?
no, he was a famous NFL player.
NFL, duh. Jeez, I'm like he was some kind of
Yee.
combat-oriented sport. It didn't make sense how smooth his head was. I'm like, you can't get punched that much and not have a fucked up head. Like that just happens. Your ears, at least, are gonna be fucking
Cauliflower
heinous.
ear.
Like,
It's all it takes is one punch.
yeah, it just like separates your ear, right? It just
It makes like a cyst and you can pop it, but you know.
Ugh. Well, it's full of blood though, not infection. It's like if your eye gets all swollen, you could let it go away, or you could cut it like you're in fucking Rocky, and just drain all the blood out of your head. That's an option.
Well, if you look at people like Brock Lesnar, he still has a cauliflower
Yeah,
ear.
he just has it. You just leave. You just left it. I mean, if you're still
Yeah,
like fighting, there's really no reason. And if you're not trying to look beautiful, like Brock Lesnar's never going to be like handsome conventionally. So he's probably like, fuck it. There's no point in me fixing this ear.
Oh boy.
Brock Lesnar does look like the human version of like an ogre.
I'm sick of Brock Lesnar. He is.
He's gonna play Shrek in a live action version.
Oh my god.
Apparently, John McAfee is indeed running for president as he did in 2016, and he's a libertarian this year.
This doesn't shock me.
I've been told he's a meme, an absolute meme of a person. I mean, Austin, that's kind of interesting.
Hey, if you want to get a good laugh, look up the libertarian driver's license debate. It's like a 1-minute clip, and it's just like everyone saying, "Do you believe in driver's licenses? Hell no."
Oh yeah, that guy. Let's do that. I'm gonna play that clip. You won't
It's
be able
great.
to hear it.
It's
You won't be able to hear
fantastic.
it though. And that's the one time where what's his name? The dude who has his shitty. He's okay. He's not the worst, but his son is terrible. What's the guy?
Oh, Rand Paul? Or are you talking about
Ron Paul.
You're-
Well, Ron
yeah.
Paul did kind of have like a weird newsletter from a while ago. Oh yeah, Gary Johnson. He's the one. Gary Johnson was booed because he supports. Because you have the guy with long hair going like, "What's next? A license to use my own toaster?" And everyone's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Okay, don't talk for a second.
What's next? Require.
Here it
Should
is.
someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no.
What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster.
Oh my god.
Gary Johnson.
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people.
That dude is like
before they
American
drive.
Psycho.
Oh, Gary. I'd like to see some competency requirements. Boo.
I'm like, wait, there's people out there who don't like driver's license.
Oh no, hardcore like purist libertarians
Yeah.
do not believe in driver's licenses. They don't think the government should do anything but keep people from killing you. Anything else? No. Like anything. Road signs,
Well,
traffic light standardization, nah.
All that stuff kind of helps with that.
I know, right? Well, look, you're thinking one step proactively, which is too many steps for hardcore libertarians.
Yeah, the whole
They don't think
I'm only
doctors should have
thinking
to have
about
licenses
myself
to
thing
practice
doesn't work
medicine.
out. Yeah. Oh,
Like, oh, if you're a bad doctor, people will just stop going to you.
unlike Ben Shapiro's wife, who I will make operate on me every day.
Wait, Ben Shapiro's wife? What are we talking about?
You don't know about that? Every
happened
time he's
with
like,
Ben
"Will you
Shapiro's
make
wife?"
my wife work on you?" Because he has a doctor wife, so he's like,
All right, he's like, force
constantly.
my wife.
yeah.
It's like, guys, why are you being so goddamn dramatic? What, are you gonna force this firefighter to put out a fire? It's like, well, not force, but if he doesn't do it, we'll get somebody else who wants to.
Yes.
Someone wants to do these jobs. Or if not, someone will do it if it needs done, and they just have, a sense of fucking humanity.
Nah. Sorry, I'm just changing my thing because I'm like,
No
my
problem.
website is not good right now. I need to fucking update it. It's a piece of shit.
What's next? A license to make toast in my own toaster? And does like a head flip because he has long hair. And everyone
He looks like American Psycho.
Yeah, well, yep.
Right?
Okay.
The 80s are back, man.
Any more
I'm
rules
telling
to
you.
start out, everybody, or are we taking these 3 into it? You can add rules whenever you freaking want, and we will listen to them. We have a 12-pack of Bud Light lemon tea, and I bought a couple of the 25-ounce big can things also.
Tall boys.
So it should be nice. It should be a good time.
Don't you know the dangers of tall boys?
The danger of me. Oh yeah,
Sorry,
for
I
those
just-
uninitiated, I know people are arriving not after I've announced everyone. Xander is above. Over here is Wolf J, or just J for short. If you say J in the chat, I don't know what you're talking about. I've decided that's his name. I think I'm the only person who calls him that, just J, but that's it. It helps my memory. If everyone assigns himself a letter, I can more easily.
X.
It's really just like the more different your name is, the better chance I have. Because if your name's like Chris, I know like 30 people named Chris at least. But if your name's like Dark Sky Wolf, I'll be like, oh, all right, that's Dark Sky. I don't know anyone else named Dark Sky. Or if your name is just like Jay, I'll remember that.
J. Well, the thing is, if it's simple, you get a lot of same names. Like I know at least 2 other Xanders, and it's like a thing. Do you know any other Peppers?
There was one other Pepper, Coyote, in fact, but their
No
character, they sold
kidding.
their character. Yeah, it was a girl, and she was green, Coyote. And our only our interaction of, oh, we have the same name, was like, oh, cool, you also have a Coyote, and yay, and then we're like, neat, and then that was it. Like that was the end of it.
Aw,
I've seen people
I thought-
freak out for like, you can't have the same name and characters. Like imagine
There's
if
a
you,
sword fight and a decapitation.
yeah, like, imagine you met somebody whose name was like Robert, and your name is Robert, and you're like, you can't. Like, you get on the internet and do a freaking beware post. This guy stole my OC name.
the follow.
I can't read
Thank
Gray
you for
Sunday.
following Gray Sunday. Gray Sunday, look at that. Words I can freaking read. Most people tend to have names on Twitch that are either unpronounceable or just give me a hard time at the very least.
Nice.
What's going on, Gray? Thanks for being here. Iggy is also here for Thursday night's debate, and you have the foot by your
Aw,
name, which
hell
means you're
yeah.
cool.
Hey, your Scott Pilgrim thing reminded me. If you like beat 'em ups that are awesome, check out River City Girls. Have you heard of that shit?
Is it like River City Ransom, but not?
Yeah,
But it's
but with
all
girls, and it's really good.
I mean, that sounds fun. Is it local
No, it's
two-player?
super good.
It
Yeah,
has
it's
to
a
be, right?
2-player local multiplayer.
Is it up to,
unfortunately.
does it go up to 4?
I wish it went to 4.
Nah.
It should go to 4. Yeah, I know, right?
Maybe I'll get more to play that with me. That would be fun.
Yeah, it's on all the things. Check it out. It's pretty good. I love
Ozzy
it.
in the chat was like, I found another fur named Ozzy, and they were rude about it. I'm like, Ozzy isn't even, like, that's a name that a very famous person has already. Which, you can't be like, my name is Trent, and no one else is allowed to be named Trent anymore. I'm a cat named Trent, and I swear to God.
Trent Razorbore. Reznor.
Ugh.
Trent, what the fuck?
Oh,
All right,
Gray
here we
Sunday
go.
says this is their first stream they'll have seen of mine, ours, and oh boy. Have fun. It's not usually this contentious, so if you think it gets a little rowdy in the chat today, not usually like this.
Oh,
We'll see. This one has an official YouTube stream, so I don't know how many randos we're gonna get.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, you know.
I like the
it's a
randos
thing.
though. The randos are
Yeah.
fun.
Well, I try not to
Sometimes.
address them too much because obviously you want to hear about what these guys are talking about, but well, especially during the debate. Like I might jump in with a one thing, but I'm not gonna like totally like step all over Kamala's lines.
There's only two of us, so it's a little bit easier to
True.
throw your opinions out there.
Although I do want Angry Boozy here to tell us how they are legally wrong all the time.
Okay, last housekeeping thing.
Hmm?
How you guys doing? We're gonna do some talking, and I'm gonna turn the audio of
And
this
for
on
the lives,
to see if
for
we're
their
at some kind
lives.
of balance.
Democrats are fighting.
Can you hear
to
the
change
audio?
all of that.
Can you hear
We
them when I
believe
shut up? Can you
that
hear me
in
when I
this
do
great
talk? Xander
country,
talk.
We are here to help
Heyo,
our
what's up?
neighbors. We
Can you hear Xander
welcome,
when Xander talks?
we
Are we at about
embrace,
the same
and
level?
we overcome.
And if not, who's too loud so I can turn
When
it down?
God
Who's loud? Who's
puts
not?
in this world,
Oh
she
boy, I'm gonna do more talking
us a
so they can
charge.
tell how my talking voice is going for you.
That's helpful. That's enjoyable.
Yeah,
You
enjoy
can
my
hear
talking
me
voice.
and the
voice.
video
My-
just a bit.
That
Their
when you
volume's a little
leave
higher.
this
Their meaning
world-
Xander's.
leave it better than what it was when you
Oh,
came
it could
to
be.
it.
Very easy
Well,
for me
we
to
aim
change.
to do that.
Talk one more, Xander.
Texas
I'm talking
Democrats,
again, and there's a
Texas
guy who looks like Wilford
is the
Brimley, but
biggest
he's dead, so
battleground
that's
state
weird.
in the country.
Like a slightly younger
We
Brimley.
are ready for
I
2020.
am the walrus.
Let's
Oh,
we
the
will
debate
have
could
no
be
Texas
lower.
care.
House. Let's
Cuckoo
send
could
more
chew to the
Democrats
pulse.
Congress. Let's take out John
God damn it.
Cornyn.
All right, we've taken down debate volume, taken down Xander's a tiny bit.
Turn Texas blue.
How about this?
This is our
We're turning
moment.
Texas blue.
This is our opportunity.
This is our
We're turning-
opportunity.
Families are depending
Oh,
upon
we're turning
us,
Texas
and
blue.
we
Is that
will
what's happening?
succeed. Buenas
Fuck
noches,
yeah. Brokeback
Texas
Mountain, here we
Democrats.
go.
They said debate
Good night.
sounds great now, way better. Awesome. I love getting positive
And let me
feedback.
bring up
We're making all
Let
the
me bring up-
cowboys gay.
Okay, audio's back off. But
Hmm.
Moore is here. Hi, Moore. Are you gonna
Hi,
sit and
Moore.
watch politics with us?
Absolutely
No.
Oh, it's like Alkali. He's like allergic to politics.
You don't
not.
do it.
I'm not allergic. My opinions are my opinions, and I don't have to share them.
Cat,
No, it's cool.
you don't think about it very much. That's why
I
you're
do
like
too.
sitting
It's
here.
just- this is the reason why I don't share, because you people do this.
You.
I'm not,
What do you mean,
So,
you
like-
people?
I'm not doing that.
Here's the problem. I think about it way too much, and now I'm like comfortable around it. And then when people get heated, I feel guilty. And then
Oh
like,
yeah, you're like, oh.
I didn't
no.
want to get to this point. I didn't want to like personally piss you off. I wasn't talking to you. Settle down, Dad.
Yeah, like once you've done enough political discussions, you sometimes eventually develop the ability to do it without becoming mad, but it takes a long
Yeah.
time.
I'm gonna get.
Yeah.
Food? We
Yeah.
got a frozen pizza for us, but we would also enjoy food. I just ate very recently, so I don't need anything right now. Mm.
I'll be right
Hello,
back.
Gary Cano.
Sup, Gary?
Oh, nice. There's 2 beers down there.
You're
Easy for
dangerous in
Yang.
Indiana.
Easy for Yang
on.
boys. Kindest man on Twitch is here. Fantastic. It's wonderful to see you.
Oh, good.
Oh, fuck. Do I have any mods? Oh, we know Poker Wolf,
Oh
right?
boy.
Poker, do you want to be a mod today?
Yeah, Poker Wolf is
Do
solid.
you want to do that?
He's trustworthy, I
You
think.
wanna help out? How do you do it? You type in like mod and then name.
What is the mods? What's that? That's a British thing, right? Like the whole mod thing.
Nah, that didn't work. Whole mod thing?
Yeah, it's a thing. Mod, like mod pizza. There's mod pizza over here. I don't know if you have mod pizza.
Oh, is
Like
that
the
like a
people with
brand?
striped suits. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Look up the mod wolves. It was a bit by the Boosh, the whatever Boosh, the Eels guys. Anyway.
How about this one? Yeah, it worked. We did it.
Thank God that kindness.
Kindest man ever says, "Do not mod Poker. He made me suck his dick to get out of band jail on a different channel." Well, looks like that's gonna happen again. Kindest man on Twitch. You will soon be the blowjobbiest man on Twitch. Oh, Poker! All you have to do, like, we don't have the. I don't like stating the rules flat out because then people tend to break them. But like, we're allowed to have conversation. We are absolutely allowed to have like, swearing is fine. It's just when people start attacking each other that we might need to calm down. Be judicious with like the short timeouts, more so than like permanent bans. if you don't, me and Xander are we're like solidly left. So if you have non-left opinions, don't feel like you can't share them. We may disagree with you, but we're not going to be like, fuck you, we're banned from the chat for saying things I didn't like. Like, that's not what it's about.
My parents watch Fox News. I have rightish friends. It's fine.
I mean, if you're being
say
gross,
right, yeah.
keep it on topic, keep it about policy. Don't spam the chat. Spam the chat's the easiest way to get out of here. That's really, that's like the most obnoxious thing. Oh my god, if Yang comes out here with a gold chain, I will piss. Kindest man on Twitch,
yeah.
if you want to put 100 bits in, you can make it a rule that we have to chug our beer if Yang is wearing a gold chain.
Yang should come out with like a poster board with like X's on all the people who dropped out so far. It's like, I did that.
The saltiest candidate possible.
Yang gang.
Ozzy says if Yang comes out with a gold chain, I will come. And I'm like, I might too. That would be very funny.
Hold on. Do you mind if I make illegal sounding sound effects? Or no?
I don't care.
Oh, okay, cool. Because, like, yeah.
It's not even me. I'm here. You can see both my hands. You know, well, and this one has a beer in it. Didn't de Blasio drop out? Did de Blasio drop out? Well, I mean, at this point, he's not in the debate, I don't think.
Sorry. I gotta get ready for the debate.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's good. That's good debate prep right there.
It's good debate prep. Sorry.
Good debate prep.
It's good debate prep. You got to keep your mind clear. It's like the Rogan effect. No, I'm sorry. It's how Rogan prepares for debate.
Hello, Joe Star number 4. It's how Rogan prepares for that's probably why he's so fucking weird.
Oh,
Joe
man.
Rogan's like a guy who's super charismatic and doesn't look into anything. He's like the most surface level dude on the planet.
I was going crazy. I was listening to a conversation by him and Bill Burr, and I loved a lot of stuff Bill Burr has done. I saw his most recent special. He said a bunch of fucked up shit.
Oh, Bill Burr had a fucked up special, like in a bad way.
Oh boy, baby.
Boy, in a bad way or in a comedy way?
Oh yeah, no, you got to see it.
Oh no, I don't want to not like Bill Burr.
Well, go watch it. I want to report.
I'm already annoyed at Chappelle right now.
So no, he was totally you got to watch it for that reason. It's like he was shitting on feminism and basically like saying if you're, be a man, don't be a pussy, all this kind of shit. And it was like it was really interesting. Anyway, you got to watch it for yourself to judge it but there was a conversation between Rogan and Burr, and it was so surface level. Like they would just skim the surface of everything and just kept moving from topic to topic. They never asked why for any of the questions they brought up. That's the best way I can describe it. Like
we're doing a very roundabout way of saying the word reactionary.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what it is. You don't look into things. You just react and do the first thing off the top of your head. That's, at least in my mind, the definition of being reactionary.
Yeah, it's just,
It's weird watching comedians I used to like because they would push against power structures and like they would really say shit you probably shouldn't, like your corporations wouldn't want you to say, or the mass media wouldn't want you to talk about, blah blah, or the police, and now they're becoming grumpy old angry men who are just repeating the same conservative talking points that like Piers Morgan is.
Well, I think it's interesting because it does reflect their world. They're being honest with us about how they feel, and that's their friends. You when you listen to a Rogan podcast, he is in such a fucking weird millionaire buddy bubble. Where he's like, what? I watched him in an interview, like, what? People are lonely? People don't have friends?
People can't pay for healthcare?
It blew his mind that there was a bunch of people that we have a loneliness epidemic. He's like, what? People don't have male friends? Like all this kind of fucking weird shit. You can't relate to people at a certain level. It's a thing.
That's a bummer, but not shocking. Ozzy says that my face cam may be out of sync. Is that everyone? Is that just him? I'm interested to know. We have 20 minutes to continue analyzing Joe Rogan.
So Joe, like, he's obviously one of the most popular podcasts on there.
He's the most popular podcast in
obviously, I
the
don't.
fucking world, I think.
Yeah, obviously, I don't agree with everything it fucking says.
Hmm.
That goes to say. Oh my god, there aren't many. Well,
Should be
I
fixed,
can't say
guys.
there aren't many. It's all about who's got the attention and the eyeballs of that shit.
Yeah. It's hard to keep track of like who the biggest podcast is in the world because podcasts are one of the only things still left in media that isn't fully centralized yet. It will be soon though, because Spotify, which I mean, personally, I think it's really convenient and I like using Spotify. Spotify is still a big corporation and therefore probably bad. Well, okay. By design bad.
By the way, Dragon Show's on Spotify now too. Yay!
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
excellent. that
I'll
means
just
like
let
heck,
him
that
know.
means I probably will be able to listen to it like much more often now.
Yeah,
That's the good part.
I don't know why I took
Spotify.
so long to do that, but you know how it goes.
It's fine. Ooh, I could increase the transparency of the drinking game layer. Oh fuck! I'm sorry for the pop in, by the way. It happens every time I start every time anything goes over the window. Face cam is good. How is my advanced audio properties? Squonk. Oh, I'm pretty sure we have one of Fox's relatives in the chat. Someone I'm going to be seeing at ScotiaCon. That'll be very nice.
ScotiaCon.
Never mind. Me too. Same here. All right. Is my stuff? Let me do a clap.
This is the
Is
clap.
that, is that good again? Can I? Is that?
Are you using Streamlabs OBS?
I'm using OBS regular because I'm on a Mac.
Regular.
And they do not make Streamlabs OBS for the Mac. However,
course
regular OBS just finally added like Elgato. You can freaking attach your card directly now.
Every time Warren and Sanders say the word corporations, this just
Nice.
became a power hour. Greater than X3.
Every time.
Wait, what's this?
Okay, he added a rule for me, and the robot voice fucking read it at me.
Oh, by the way,
Frick, can you guys paste that in the chat? I completely lost. I did not see. Oh, I think I can do this. Where's my event list? I think it's called in here.
Warren is apparently ahead of Bernie in certain polls, but we'll see. As far as like the beginning states and shit, so that's interesting.
Oh, Shiny, paste your text in the chat so I can actually read it. It was like every time Warren something, I could slightly hear what happened. I have too much junk going on. Oh,
Say
every
the
time
word
Warren Sanders says the words corporations. Oh boy, that's gonna be a
What
big
about
one.
millionaires and billionaires?
Oh, shut up! We're doing the national anthem. Is it good? Let's find out.
It's the national anthem. They did it at AEW too.
All right, she's not bad by any means, but it's just one person singing. I stopped and listened to it the last time because there was a full-on choir going. Corporations.
I wonder if they were like, we gotta make the anthem really hard to sing so that it encourages really good singers to get famous from this.
It is a slightly difficult anthem.
Yeah, it is. Because like Whitney Houston killed that shit.
That's my favorite version, the 1991 Super Bowl.
It's everyone's favorite version.
Should be.
She killed it.
She also, this is kind of a music nerd thing, but did you notice that version is in 4/4 instead of in 3/4?
No,
It's
I had no
usually,
idea.
Oh, when can you see 2, 3, the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And here's this, oh, say 2, can 4, see 2, 3, by the dawn. And it's like, the orchestral arrangement is half the reason I like it. Her performance is the other half. The orchestral arrangement is freaking dazzling. All the chord changes they did under her that aren't quite conventional, and the fact that she doesn't fuck around much at all. She has like 2 flippities she does, and it's Whitney Houston. So for her, that's like negative 1,000 flips.
She does 2 flippities. I like that. That's a technical term in musics.
For me, yeah, I get ornaments.
Absolutely.
She does very sparse ornamentation.
You're like Beth Clack. We're like, I do sometimes a doobly doos and the and the stramly strum.
The kindest man on Twitch gave me 1 bit and said that voice.
For me, what the hell was that band that I called the Jinga Janga band?
The
Because
Jingle
every
Jangle
fucking
band?
song, it's the Jinga Janga band. Because every song of them was just Jinga Janga Jinga Janga Jinga Janga Jinga Janga.
Holy shit, they did not leave Yang out of the montage of candidate faces. Did you see there were 2 different screenshots where Andrew Yang was the only name that was just like left off. And we're like, wait, what?
Oh no!
And I'm like, oh, Yang fans, you're starting to experience what
Yang's
it's like
gonna
to follow Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, he's gonna hit someone with a chair.
He's too polite. He just sits there very nicely. Someone in the chat said, like, I think Yang is probably like a nice guy, but I don't know about him as a candidate, and that's kind of my opinion as well. He seems like a nice dude.
Well,
He's very rich, so I instinctively don't trust him. But
like,
trust
I like
these
him
people.
over any of the corporate candidates, honestly, because at least he'll try to do something with healthcare, rather than Joe or honestly Kamala. I don't know how far she wants to go with healthcare. And she's a cop. Honestly, that really hurts.
Thank you for the follow.
her past is not great.
Her and Biden both have extremely attackable pasts that only the left will care about. And that's who the Democrats kind of need to win this election. I mean, there isn't this giant imaginary center where, oh, we suddenly found an extra 7 million voters. Hey, like there are some people who are quote unquote actually in the center and actual moderates, but most people fucking pick the thing, and they're either Republicans who will continue to vote for Republicans no matter what happens, or you're socialists, or people traveling towards it. People who like who are big fans of the Medicare for All, big fans of the make college affordable, leftist ideas, things that people on the left like. So if you put out Harris, all this stuff about all these heinous, unfair judicial system cases that any case she ever touched that had anything wrong with it, you're gonna hear about a lot. And you're going to hear about everything Biden's done with his gigantic Senate career. All the times he was hanging out with segregationists and like high-fiving super racist dudes and actual Klan members. That's all going to come back. That's all coming back with that.
High-fiving Klan members.
Yeah, he fucking doesn't care. He said he's proud of his like bipartisanship and how much compromise he got done. But the compromise he's doing is with horrible people. We don't need that right now. We don't need a guy who's going to compromise with the far right at the moment. That's what we already have.
Is that Stephanopoulos?
If you put up Sanders and Warren, people are like, oh, they're socialists. And everyone on the left will be like, yeah, that's kind of why we like them. It's sort of, they're not even that left. They're like slightly left. The tiniest bit left.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I ran it for a bit.
We're not even talking about destroying capitalism. Not that we want to do that. Not that we don't want to do that, right? Not gonna fucking happen, especially in the next 4 years, for fuck's sake. Bernie is the most left candidate, and he is not gonna make us socialists at all. Like, at most, we will have socialized healthcare, and the rest will be still capitalism. I guarantee you.
You'll still be able to start a business. In fact, it'll be much easier. A lot of the things, all the good parts, quote unquote, good parts of capitalism will actually be attainable for more people. So, like, I feel like I can attack all of these issues from both a capitalist perspective and but we should do it just because it's the right thing to do and we can.
Yeah, well,
that's
that
the
doesn't
real
get votes.
reason. Yeah, it doesn't get votes.
Reason doesn't get votes. It's feels, man.
Okay, let's read some of these big paragraphs people have been typing us.
Oh, is that the motherfucker who said like, "Oh, Trump, you do the real socialism"? Is that him?
Trump, you do the real socialism.
Do you remember that?
Oh my god.
Was it De Blasio? He was like, "You're the real socialist, Trump." Like, fuck you.
I don't think it was De Blasio because I don't feel a hatred in my heart for De Blasio. I actually kind of liked him at the debates.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'll have to go back and review the tape.
It's probably Hickenlooper, so one of the Jebs.
No. Someone else can help me out here, but man.
Heck, it might have been De Blasio. That'd be sad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine.
He doesn't have a freaking chance anyway. Who cares?
Did Castro say that? That's what Gray thinks.
It could have been Castro, actually, yeah.
Do we think O'Rourke will swear? Well, if anyone wants to slam dunk 100 bits in there, we can make that one of our drinking rules, if you'd like.
Yeah, that's his thing. He's like the Stone Cold of politics, man. Oh, man, he swore on the TV. Dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. Here comes Beto.
You're-
And
Thanks
then
for-
like fucking Trump's gonna be like, I'm gonna call you Beta, and I'm gonna like, oh shit, Beta O'Rourke, and it's gonna be over.
Raspberry
You
also
know
thinks it was
it.
Castro. That sucks.
Beta.
Okay, Poker says we're gonna drink if anyone swears. Okay, cursing that is above hell and damn. Hell and damn, I will not drink because Bernie's gonna say damn, and that doesn't count. Swears.
I want to see Jesse Lee Peterson as some debate moderator. I don't know if you know who that is. Holy shit.
Swears
All right,
beyond
anyway.
hell and damn.
Bernie Sanders, do you love black people?
Fuck yes. And you're like, oh, geez. Wow. Bernie.
Damn, Bernie. Fuck yes. Oh no, he beat
Okay.
he beat Beto to his own thing. He did the swear jar thing.
Oh, if you guys are worried, I am turning the audio on. We're not just like watching this with like zero audio. I don't care about the intros. I don't even really care about the opening statements. We know who these fuckers are. We're gonna get to see them in a second. We're gonna have 3 solid hours of not talking. This is our little portion of BS.
Yeah.
The audio will be going down as soon as that
Oh,
countdown
man.
hits 0, unless it's a commercial, in which case the audio will be going right back off. Oh, I can add captions though. Duh.
I forgot about Corey.
Corey,
Oh, fiery eyes Corey.
George Stephanopoulos.
Wait. Was that like the swimsuit portion?
I wish they all have
Just
to like turn.
bring them out.
They get to hold up number signs. Like, I give you a 6.
Swing around. Holy shit. This is the talent portion. Elizabeth Warren's going to be doing the tambourine.
Liz Warren playing tambourine. That's fine with me. We need some more musicality.
Yeah, I can see
They
that.
should go out there and be like, all right, everyone, we've put a bunch of musical instruments on the stage. You have 20 minutes to form a band. That would be excellent.
Oh, why not? Yeah, the presidency is just a shitty reality show. We got a reality show president. Makes sense. Oh, fuck everything. Hey, it's that guy from Chicago. I think I saw him in my building before I was laid off from the building that costs so much, and that's why he was there.
Is that the building?
That is a real no. It was in Chicago. The WMS building, when they first built it, was the most expensive, most energy efficient building, and it was like, and he came there because he was our mayor. And he's like, oh, this is fucking great. And then like 6 months later, there was a huge layoff because there was a downturn. I was like, oh shit, wish you didn't pay all that money on this fucking building. That's another story. Well, yeah, that is the whole story. Never mind. Career stories with Xander. Don't go in the game industry, kids. It's a bad idea. Oh,
Sorry,
man.
someone in the chat asked me how they can give me money, and obviously I have many, many answers for that. Oh,
Woo,
look, guys,
baby.
we have to elect better officials so I can stop asking you guys for so much money.
There we go.
Yes, Caustic, it is frickin' way earlier. This shit starts in 7 minutes, and it goes for 3 hours.
Come on, Pepper, make my art for free. What the fuck?
Okay, someone said Andrew Yang will hold a raffle for $120,000. Then they'll pick 10 families to give them each $1,000 a month. Caustic,
this is the
I'm on
Yang
Twitch.
Lotto.
I'm on Twitter talking about when I'm coming on all the fucking time. You gonna be around till 9? Well, they said Bernie's bedtime is 12.
Ha!
I mean, the bait ends at 11 Eastern, so that's good.
Oh fuck. Would that be embarrassing if they had like former people who were running for president on the panel? Like, wow, you're not up there anymore.
Oh, apparently in opening statements, that raffle thing I was talking about, they were talking about in the chat, apparently is a real thing, and he's supposed to do it in his opening statement. I mean, that's a fantastic publicity stunt.
Wait, who's gonna do what in their opening
Andrew
statement?
Yang has $120,000 and he's gonna give it to 10 families, like $1,000 a month each. I guess like as a mini experiment of look.
In his opening statement?
Apparently, I mean that'd be insane if it happens.
I dude, it's brilliant because it's fucking stupid,
It
and I'll
kinda-
get people to.
It'll definitely
I'm
freaking
saying
catch
this.
headlines.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy. I mean,
Fuck.
yes, it is. It is obviously too small of a sample size. Alkali. Yes, I agree. But oh yeah, Alkali's here. By the way.
Oh, hi, Alkali.
I'm assuming, unless someone else is Alkali Bismuth on here.
Nah, there can only be one Alkali who I can tell because it's all caps.
Politico just broke the story. What the fuck? Okay, here we go. Sorry, guys, gotta Google some
Oh
shit.
my god. He's like, I'm about to make you a Yangonaire.
Andrew, 43 minutes. Yang and air. God damn it.
That's right.
Andrew Yang to announce giveaway during debate. He will announce that his campaign will randomly select 10 families and give them a total of 120 grand over the next year as part of a pilot program for his universal basic. I mean, that's the kind of pilot program that he himself could fund easily. And I'm assuming
Thanks,
he is.
Caustic Botanist. Please add to the list anytime somebody accuses Joe Biden of being Andy fucking Warhol.
Andy fucking.
Dude, if he had the glasses, he could pull it off, maybe.
Oh.
Still waiting for Twitchy Joe doing Twitch streams. Still waiting to reach out to the kids.
Alkali, are you you're watching us with your fucking coworkers? Well, we are going to swear and
Fuck
drink a
yeah.
lot, so I guess it works out.
Alkali's my boyfriend's a cartoon dragon.
Yeah, it's fine. My boyfriend
That's how that goes.
My boyfriend is not a cartoon, and that's sad.
No.
Hey, do you remember which cartoon I'm gonna date? I mean, date.
Was it Fruit Brute?
Yes. Sorry, that took me off guard. I'm like, fuck, you did remember. It is Fruit Brute.
Of course.
Or for
shit.
a more contemporary one, Chip the Cookie Crisp Wolf.
I have to adjust this thing because I look constantly high. Not that that's not the case, but you know, it kind of works.
Look, I've had a whole beer and I'm already feeling pretty good.
I need more Sam Adams, who's a terrible fuck.
Well, I don't know much about Sam Adams the person.
No, I don't know about Sam Adams, but the guy who runs the company is just a douchebag. I think.
Him too. Christ.
Yeah, I think he donates to right wingies. Kurt Schilling's a real motherfucker. That guy's a piece of work. You know about Kurt Schilling?
Remind
He's the
me?
guy who started a game company. He borrowed $75 million from the state, and he only gave back $3 million.
Oh boy.
And he is a Trump Republican because that's how that works. Hey, give my shitty company a bunch of money, but don't give it to a state. Holy shit! Fuck.
All right.
Anyway,
the new rule is anytime Joe Biden is accused of being Andy fucking Warhol. Excellent. Every time Andrew Yang destroys his competition. We have a lot more rules this week, guys.
how do we know? Is there gonna be like a fucking horn?
Okay, so Andrew Yang's his threshold for destroying someone is extremely low because no one knows who he is. So if he even gets half a good point in there, we'll drink for him.
The internet knows who he is. He's the Rogan candidate, man. It was a really good podcast, and now he's here.
Anytime he has a good
He's here
point.
because of a podcast. This is the world we live in.
He's here because of a podcast.
Yes, I swear to God.
I mean, hey, maybe he is.
He is. He's here because of a good podcast. Swear to fuck. Oh, and then the Solid Snake motherfucker went on, the Republican.
The Solid Snake motherfucker? Who's that?
Yeah, the Solid
the
Snake.
eye patch guy,
Republican
yeah.
Yeah, eye patch guy.
He has an eye
He
patch
went on.
and he got hurt, and
And
that's
even-
sad. I don't want to make fun of an
And
injury.
even, well, yeah, but whatever. But even the
he is
Republican
kind of an
people were
asshole,
like,
yeah.
wow, this guy's like just run of the mill, just every fucking talking point. Like, people don't take money in politics. So it was just like the most bullshit.
People don't do.
And that's like an awesome Foley system I have. I just I make sound effects in my studio in the garage. Anyway,
Yeah, your eyelids are a little, but I'm trying to think of how you look on a day-to-day basis, and your eyes are usually not the most open anyway. So maybe this is realistic.
yeah, I know. Because I have contacts and I'm also high.
You got to start putting on the frickin' what's it called? Clockwork Orange eye spreader things.
Oh, there you go. That'll work.
Ozzy wants us to know that
No.
he just ate the most juicy fucking plum on planet Earth. That's good to hear. Oh, apparently Joestar.
The juiciest plum. That sounds like an English bad person says in a American action movie. I just ate the juiciest plum in the fucking world.
Hi, Dr. Q's.
So that's
Okay.
a thing.
Ozzy.
Are we-
Not Ozzy. Frickin' where am I? I lost my thing. I had a thing I was gonna say.
And now
Joe-
for the CNN national anthem.
Oh yeah, CNN. Joestar said that the eye patch dude is the rep for their district. Exciting.
That's funny.
Oh no.
Well, I'm gonna let you know he botched his big chance of being cool because like people didn't like his appearance on Rogan, so we're like eh. So like unlike Peterson who knocked it out of the park, and now he's like a fucking billionaire from his Patreon because of lonely boys don't want to look to a self-help system. They want to look to something they saw on Joe Rogan. Anyway, let's watch this
They do
debate.
go for a self-help program. That's Peterson. A fucking.
No, I know he turned it into that, but that's a whole other thing.
I keep forgetting Jordan Peterson exists, and then every time I'm reminded, I become sad.
I know.
Because it's never for a good reason we're reminded Jordan Peterson exists.
Oh come on! You had a debate with one of his fans. That's why that happened.
Jordan Peterson. He's gonna go fight his 20-year-old fans in debates. It's like Ben Shapiro. I'm going to debate these 17-year-olds and fuck them up. It's like, yeah, you probably will, Ben Shapiro. I would fuck up a lot of 17-year-olds in a debate, too.
Turn up the volume.
Okay, we're going. The time is now. We're starting.
I don't know if they're telling you to turn up the volume
They're gonna
on
lay out
like
their vision for the
the
country,
feed
their
or what.
records,
They're telling
their
us what they're gonna
differences with
talk about.
President Trump and each other. And we're going to do our best to bring you a
Sid.
Oh,
lively,
how well synced are we?
and civil debate. I'm joined here tonight by my ABC colleague, World News Tonight anchor David Muir, our
Muir.
national correspondent Lindsay Davis, and Jorge Ramos from our partner network,
Jorge
Univision.
Ramos.
Jorge?
George, thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to welcome Latinos across the
We
country.
finally
and
let
to
one
ask
guy
about
from Univision out of his
Latinx
box.
issues in these challenging times. En este país también se habla español. Este debate se realiza en un momento
You
muy
can't
difícil para los
cheer
latinos en
for a
Texas y
guy
en todo
saying
Estados
he
Unidos,
speaks
pero es
Spanish.
importante que ellos
That's
sepan, que
weird.
sepamos que este también
That's a
es
weird
nuestro
thing to
país.
do.
Let me just give you a little translation here. I'm telling Latinos that despite the fact that we are facing difficult times, this is our country too. Lindsay.
We are
Aw, see,
delighted
that's kinda
to
neat.
be on the beautiful campus of Texas Southern
This
University.
lady's white suit
one
is
of the
fucking
largest
striking.
historically black colleges and universities in the country. And here in the Health and Physical Education
All right, we
building
gotta
tonight,
sell this shit
we are
before we
joined
get on
by
with
a
the debate,
live
apparently.
audience
I don't
of
understand the partially
3,500
see-through
people,
undershirt,
most
though.
invited by the Democratic National Committee.
Ah,
and
she
of
gotta
course,
sell
some
them
of the
titties.
brightest minds of the
Okay.
student body. here
I'm
at
sorry.
Well, that's the thing. I'm like,
TSU.
wouldn't you be able to see your bra? Like, actually, like, but I can't. So I'm like, is she just not wearing? Or does she
I don't
perfectly
know.
color match her bra?
All the campaigns
to
in
her?
advance. Candidates will have
I
1
don't
minute,
know.
15 seconds to answer a direct question and 45 seconds for a rebuttal or
Thank
response as
you
directed by one of the moderators.
for the follow.
Candidates will each see green and yellow lights. There you see them right there, indicating how much time they have remaining. And when time is up, the light will turn red. Candidates who interrupt will be subject to having their time reduced later on.
The YouTube
Oh yeah,
videos
the
are-
subtitles. The subtitles you're
American
seeing are
experiment.
auto-generated by
Thank
YouTube,
you
so they will not be
for the follow.
Voting
accurate.
places based on their current standings in nationally recognized polls with the leading candidates in the center.
Okay,
All
just in
candidates have been
case, I'm
told
about to
they
do
can
a
have
reload
1
of this
minute to make an
page just to
opening
make sure nothing's
statement,
broken.
and we're going to begin in
Xander, you
reverse
should do the
polling
same
order
thing if you
with
can.
Secretary Julian
5,
Castro.
Yeah,
4,
sure.
3, 2, 1. Refresh the page.
Done.
Chat's disabled. You fucking cowards.
You know, on
I'm
January
waiting for him to do the
20th,
Tigers
2021,
theme song or some
at
shit.
12:01 p.m.
Uh-oh.
We're going to have a Democratic president, a Democratic House, and a Democratic
We're
Senate.
gonna do it because I said so. Because
There
this is
will
a
be
secret.
life
That's how that works.
after Donald Trump. But the truth is that our problems didn't start just with Donald Trump, and we won't solve them by embracing
It started
old
with
ideas.
capitalism.
Thank you.
We need a bold vision. Universal pre-K and universal health care, unleashing millions of new jobs in the clean energy economy, a tax system.
It's funny.
that rewards
Universal
people who
pre-K,
have to
people
work
used to
for a
think was like an
living.
extremely the perfect,
But
great
first we
idea.
have to
Look at all these
win.
stats. But
And
as
that
the
means
studies have gone
exciting
on,
a young, diverse coalition
now they're like,
of Americans who are ready for a bold future.
Oh yeah.
It's not as important as we thought it was. At
It's
one
what
point.
Carter did. It's what Clinton did. It's what Barack Obama did. And it's what I can do in this race. Get back Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
I agree,
Florida,
Gray. He
Georgia,
does sound a lot like
Arizona,
Obama.
And finally, turn Texas blue.
Oh yeah,
and
he
say
just listed a
goodbye
bunch of
to
states.
Donald
Where would
Trump.
one of those?
Like if you just close your eyes and listen, you're like, is that a slightly higher
Senator
pitched
Klobuchar.
Obama? Just the tiniest bit higher pitched.
Southern.
Oh, is Klobuchar
believe
still
that what
around?
unites
Yeah,
us
she's still
up
here.
here,
She's
the 10 of
polling
us,
at
is much
0.8%.
stronger than what divides
Oh
us.
shit.
And I think that's true of
Here
our
comes the
country
stapler.
too. Now, I may not be the loudest person up here, but I think we've already got that.
Amy, you're
in
not
the
too
White
far
House.
from the loudest, in fact.
Houston, we have a problem.
Oh,
This-
fuck you, Amy.
We have a guy there that is literally running our country
Fuck
like a game
you,
show.
Amy.
He would
Houston, we
rather
have a
lie
problem.
than
She
lead.
runs over, high fives her
I think we
mom.
need
Like,
something
funny,
different.
right?
I am someone that tells the truth. I don't make promises that I
Joke
can't
slays
keep.
with boomers.
I have people's back, and I believe that to win, you bring people with you, and that is how you govern
The
as
chat
well.
said, fuck you, too.
Klobuchar. What?
You're going to hear a lot of ideas up here. Some will be great, but if you see that some of them seem a little off track, I've got a better way.
Follow me.
If you feel stuck in the middle of the
On Twitter.
extremes in our politics and you're tired of the noise and the nonsense, you've got a home with me. Because I don't want to be the president for half of America. I want to be the president for all of America.
Amy Klobuchar declares her centrism in the first 2 minutes.
I will make the economy grow.
Beto, say fuck.
An honor to be on this debate stage.
Beto,
It
say
is
fuck.
wonderful to be back in Texas,
Say fuck,
in
Beto.
Houston, back here at
It's good to
TSU.
fucking be here.
On August 3rd, in El Paso, Texas, two things became crystal clear for me. and I
Bad
think
boy
produced a
Beto.
turning point for this country. The first is just how dangerous Donald Trump is, the cost
Oh, boy.
and the consequence of his presidency.
Let's talk about
A racism
Donald Trump.
and violence that had
Not
long been
about
a part
what
of
we're gonna
America
do.
was welcomed out into the open and
Hey,
directed
let's
to
talk
my
about
hometown
policy.
of El Paso,
was a great
Texas,
time to be on my
where 22
phone.
people were killed, dozens more grievously injured by a man carrying a weapon.
Oh, I'm
he should
waiting
never
for
have
the
been able to
Yang
buy in the first place,
winners.
inspired to
Yeah,
kill
I can't
well,
wait
he's
for
gonna
the
announce
Yang
the-
winners.
He doesn't announce the winners.
The
He's just
second
announcing that he's even
is how
doing the thing.
insufficient our politics
Oh,
is
okay.
to meet the threat that we have right now. The bitterness, the pettiness, the smallness of the moment, the incentives to attack one another and try to make differences without distinctions, mountains out of molehills. We have to be bigger. We have to see clearly. We have to speak honestly.
fuck shit
and we
up.
have to act decisively. That's what I want to do for you as President of the United States. Thank you.
Senator Cory Booker.
It was over 20 years ago that I was a law student and moved to inner city Newark, New Jersey, to serve as a
Personal
tenants' rights
story
lawyer
time.
to try to address the challenges in
Personal
my
story
community.
time already?
And I was sobered by them, the gun violence, the substandard housing, but it was my greatest mentor, a woman named Miss
Here's a
Virginia
drawing of
Jones,
my
who
life.
challenged me. She said,
Here's
boy,
a drawing I did.
if all you see in this neighborhood is potholes, that's all there's ever going to be. But
My
if you're
Life
stubborn
Illustrated
and
on
defiant
YouTube.
and going to put forth a vision that can unify people, then we can make transformative change. She was a church woman that said, without vision, the people will perish. Well, that's exactly what we did. We created extraordinary unity in our community, and we did things that other people
Did I mention he played Pac-Man and talked about politics?
That's the
on
story of
Kotaku?
America. At our best, we unify. We find common cause.
I still
and
can't get
common
over
purpose.
that.
The differences amongst us Democrats on the stage are not as great as the urgency for
It's
us
the
to
most
unite as a
ridiculous shit.
party, not just to beat Donald Trump, but to unite America in common cause and common purpose. That's why I'm running for president, and that's how I will
Cory
lead
Booker may
this
have the
nation.
most impressive bottom teeth I've ever seen on a person.
Entrepreneur
There's
Andrew
a
Yang.
lot of
Oh,
bottom
shit.
teeth going on. Here come
In
Yang.
America today,
Here
everything
he
revolves
comes.
around the almighty dollar. Our schools, our hospitals, our media,
Oh, no
even
gold
our
chain.
government.
Fuck.
It's why we don't trust our institutions anymore. We have to get our country working for us again instead of the other way around. We have to see ourselves as the owners and shareholders of this
Let's
democracy
use all those business
rather
terms.
than inputs into a giant machine. When you donate money to a presidential campaign, what happens? The politician spends the money on TV ads and consultants, and you hope it works out. It's time to trust ourselves more than our politicians. That's why I'm going to do something unprecedented tonight. My campaign will now give a freedom dividend of $1,000 a month for an entire year to 10 American families, someone watching this at home right now.
You're cool.
If you believe that you can solve your own problems better than any politician, go to yang2020.com and tell us how $1,000 a month will help you do just that. This is how we will get our country working for us again, the American people.
What just happened?
Drop the mic, Yang.
Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Klobuchar did half a fake clap and laughed at the camera.
That was weird.
Wow.
Pete, come on, Pete.
Yes, he's doing a raffle.
Fuck.
It's original, I'll give you that. The American people are divided and doubtful.
Pete's
at
like,
the very
anyway,
moment
let
we
me-
need to rise.
let me lull you
some
back
of
to
the
sleep,
greatest
Ken.
Pete's
challenges
like,
we've ever seen.
look at this amulet as it
As
swings
mayor
back
of an
and forth.
industrial
You're
city
feeling
on
very
the
sleepy.
brink, as a veteran of the war in Afghanistan, I know what's at stake in our national leadership. We keep sending politicians to Washington, asking them to fight
All right,
for
I
us.
guess
but
I
then
better-
when they get there, they seem more interested in the part
Better
about
fucking
fighting
sign up for
than
this
the part
goddamn
about us.
raffle here. Here we go.
Good politics
Yep.
is supposed to
Alright.
be not about the day-to-day fights of the politicians, but about the
Are you gonna sign up for the
day-to-day
raffle?
lives
I'm
of
saying.
Americans.
Fuck
We just
yeah.
marked the anniversary
I started,
of
then I
9/11.
stopped.
All day today, I've been thinking about September 12th.
Do it later, man.
The way it
Crow
felt
party, hello,
when
hello.
For a moment, we came
Everyone say
together
hi to
as
crow
a
party.
country.
If you have a foot
Imagine
next
if
to
we
your
were
name,
able to sustain
she
that
drew it.
unity. Imagine
Oh,
what would
nice.
be possible right now with ideas that are bold enough to meet the challenges of our time, but big enough as well that they could unify the American people. That's what presidential leadership can do.
Why does the
That's
first
what the
gay
presidency
candidate
is
have to
for,
look like
and that is why I'm
the
asking for your
candidate
vote.
in Futurama for the presidency? The standard,
Senator Kamala
just
Standard man.
generic
Thank you. It's great to be
candidate.
back at TSU.
All right, what's
So I
Kamala
plan
got
on
to say?
spending tonight talking with you about my plans to address the problems that keep you up at night. But first, I have a few words for Donald Trump, who we all know is watching. So,
Oh,
President
shit.
Trump,
I mean,
you've spent the last 2.5 years full-time trying to sow hate and division
Here she
among
comes.
us. And that is why we've got nothing done. You have used hate, intimidation, fear, and over 12,000 lies as a way to distract from your failed policies and your broken promises. The only reason you've
Verified
not
on
been
PolitiFact.
indicted is because
Verified
there
on
was a
Twitter.com.
memo in the Department of Justice that says a sitting president cannot be charged with a crime. But here's what you don't get.
Hey, somebody just.
What you
Here
don't
come the
get is that
Kamala.
the American people
Subscribe.
are so much better than us. And we know that the vast majority of us have
Oh,
so
shit.
much more in common
Dr.
than what
Q,
separates
no!
us, regardless of our race,
What did they do?
Somebody
or
just.
the party
Dr.
religion,
Q
or
just
the
gifted
street
10
vote.
submissions,
And I'm focusing on our common issues.
and the audio is going to drown out Kamala
And
Harris
that way,
for the
unifying our
for her
country,
entire
winning
voice.
this election, and turning the page for America.
Because it's going to play my subscribe jingle 10 times in a row.
Watching Fox News.
Oh man.
Can I? Whoa! Do I even have the power to stop it? I'm going to try it. Hey, somebody just.
Senator Bernie Sanders.
I did.
Long rips for Bernie.
Dr. Q, I appreciate that many things, but
Senator
I want to hear Bernie talk.
Let me be blunt and tell you what you don't hear much about in Congress or
Finger
in the
wave.
media. And that is, it goes without saying that we must and will defeat Trump, the most dangerous president in the history of this country.
Well, Bernie's voice is blowing out. This is going to be
But we
shitty.
must do more.
Oh, man,
we
it is a
must
little gravelly.
do more. We have got to recognize that this country is moving into an oligarchic form of society where a handful of billionaires control the economic and political life of this
There you
country.
go.
And as president, I am prepared to take them on. Yes, we will raise the minimum wage to a
Policy.
living wage. Yes, we will finally make sure that every American has health
There we
care
go.
as a
Policy.
human right, not a privilege. And yes, we will address the catastrophic crisis of
There we go.
climate change and transform our energy system away from fossil fuel.
I think that was pretty solid.
That'd be good. Hey, he didn't just tell a sad story or say, The president
so
is
I was
bad.
born and raised in Oklahoma, but I'm sure glad
I
to
would
be
have
in
liked the
Bernie
Bernie lottery, but you know.
Hey, Bernie lottery would be ideal.
Military bases here in Texas. That was their ticket to the middle class. Me, I got my big opportunity about a half mile down the road from here at the University of Houston, back when it cost $50 a semester. For a price that I could pay for on a part-time waitressing job, I got to finish my 4-year degree and I became a special needs teacher. And after law school, my first big job was back here in Houston. By then, I had 2 little kids. And when childcare nearly brought me down, my Aunt Bee moved in and saved us all. The paths to America's middle class have gotten a lot smaller and a lot narrower. Today, service members are preyed upon by predatory lenders. Students are crushed by debt, and families cannot afford childcare. I know what's broken, I know how to fix it, and I'm going to lead the fight to get it done.
Vice President Joe Biden.
You
know, when President Kennedy announced the moonshot,
Joe.
he used the phrase that sticks with me my whole life. He said, we're doing it because we refuse to postpone. Well, I refuse to postpone one more minute, spending
Joe, you've had
billions
40
of
years.
dollars
You
on
ready to start
curing
doing shit?
cancer, Alzheimer's, and other diseases.
I was talking
which
about
if we
cancer, which is
invest in them,
sad because it's
we
affected his
can
family, but
find
doesn't make me
cures.
want to vote for him
I
anymore.
refuse to postpone giving every single child in America, no matter their zip
Obama
code,
gave him the job to cure
pre-K,
cancer.
all
What
the
the
way
fuck,
through
Joe?
high school and beyond. I refuse to postpone any
One thing I
longer
will postpone, though, is
taking on
Medicare for all.
Climate change
There you
and
go.
leading the world in taking on climate change. Look, this is the United States
Okay,
of
Joe.
America. There's never been a single solitary time when we've set our mind to something we've been unable to do it. We're walking around with our heads down.
Look
like,
at my
woe is
giant
me.
forehead. My
We're
brain's
the best
huge.
equipped nation in the world to take this on. It's no longer time to postpone. We should get moving. There's enormous, enormous opportunities once we get rid of Donald Trump.
Hey, he ended his speech with Donald Trump. Of course he
According to
did.
Joe Biden, the only thing keeping us from accomplishing all of our wildest dreams is the fact that Trump is the president. Even though with Obama and a supermajority, we got fuck all done with your help, Joe Biden.
But out on the campaign trail, you have outlined big differences over how far to go and how fast to go. And Vice President Biden, the differences between you and the senators on either side of you tonight strike at the heart of this primary debate. Both Senators Warren and Sanders want to replace Obamacare with Medicare for all. You want to build on Obamacare, not scrap
They
it.
surrounded Biden with
propose
Warren and
spending far more
Sanders.
than you to combat climate change and tackle student loan debt. And they would raise more in taxes than you to pay for their programs.
That's amazing.
Are Senators Warren and Sanders pushing too far beyond where Democrats want to go and where the country needs to go?
Do you see the framing
That
of
would be
this
for the
fucking
voters to
question?
decide that question.
Why?
Let me tell you what
Warren
I
and
think.
Sanders want to
I
take all
think
of our
we should
money.
have
What
a
do you think
debate on
about that?
healthcare. I think I know that the senator says she's for Bernie. Well, I'm for Barack. I think the Obamacare worked.
I think the
way enough
Obamacare
to
worked
add to it,
until they
replace
dismantled
everything
it, and it
that's
was
been cut,
really easy to
add a
do
public
that.
option,
So
guarantee that everyone will be able to have affordable insurance, number one. Number two, I think we should be in a position of taking a look at what costs are. My plan for health care costs a lot of money. It costs $740 billion. It doesn't cost $30 trillion.
Oh, boy.
3.4 trillion a year, it turns out, is twice what the entire
we can't do it.
federal budget
Biden,
is.
the
That's
party of
before it exists now,
just
without
keep
interest
sitting
on
there
the
and
debt.
dying with your
How are we
whatever
gonna pay
disease.
for
We
it?
don't care.
I want to hear tonight
costs
how that's
too
happened.
much.
So as far
Biden wants to stop all cancer unless you're too poor to pay for the treatment, in which case, sorry.
pays for it. And
plus
the
those
senator has,
numbers
in
are
fact,
probably
come forward
bullshit
and said,
because we'll
oh,
also
he's
be
gonna
saving
pay
a lot
for
of.
it, but it gets him about halfway there. There's a lot of other things that need to be done. I have a bold plan to deal with making sure we triple the money for at-risk schools that are Title I schools from 15 to $45 billion a year. But I go down the line, and each of the
Come
things
on,
we're
guys,
talking
my
about,
plan's
I
good.
lay out how I can pay for it, how I can get
I'm
it
leading
done,
the poll
and why it's
somehow.
better.
Senator Warren, let me take that to you, particularly on what Senator Biden was saying there about health care. He's actually praised Bernie Sanders for being candid about his health care plan. That Senator Sanders has been candid about the fact that middle-class taxes are going to go up and most of private insurance is going to be eliminated. Will you make that same admission?
So let's be clear about health care, and let's actually start where Vice President did. We all owe a huge debt to President Obama. who fundamentally transformed healthcare in America and committed this country to healthcare for every human being. And now the question is, how best can we improve on it? And I believe the best way we can do that is we make sure that everybody gets covered by healthcare at the lowest possible
Drink
cost.
when any
How
candidate
do we pay
attacks
for
Trump
it?
directly,
We pay for
not
it.
policy.
Those at the very top, the richest individuals and the biggest corporations, are going to pay more. And middle-class families are going to pay less. That's how this is going to work.
Direct question. You said
It's a
middle-class
fucking
families are
percentage.
going to pay less, but will middle-class taxes go up to pay for the program? I know you believe that the
Oh my
deductibles and
God!
premiums
But
will
taxes
down.
will go up, right?
Will
Say
middle-class
taxes will go up. Say taxes will go up.
Will
Say
pet insurance go up?
What the families have to deal with is cost, total cost. That's what they have to deal with. And understand, families are paying for their health care today. Families pay every time an insurance company says, sorry, you can't see that specialist. Every time an insurance company says, sorry, that doctor is out of network. Sorry, we are not covering that prescription. Families are paying every time they don't get a prescription filled because they can't pay for it. They don't have a lump checked out because they can't afford the copay.
Friggin', I have diabetic friends. That shit is
what's
fucked
going to
right
happen
now.
in families' pockets, what's going to happen in their budgets. And the answer is on Medicare for All. Costs are going to go up for wealthier individuals, and costs are going to go up for giant corporations. But for hardworking families across this country, costs are going to go down, and that's how it should work under Medicare for All in our
You know,
healthcare
just like
system.
all the other fucking countries do.
So Warren, you didn't answer the question. Will taxes go up or not?
Joe said that Medicare for all would cost over $30 trillion. That's right, Joe. Status quo over 10 years will be $50 trillion. Every study done shows that Medicare for all is the most cost-effective approach to providing health care to every man,
Gotcha,
woman, and child
motherfucker.
in this country. I, who wrote the damn bill, if I may say so.
He said damn, there he is. Called it.
Bringing back the catchphrase, Bernie.
To eliminate all
My name is Bernie
Dropping the
Sanders. Damn.
expenses, all deductibles, all co-payments.
And that's the bottom line.
Nobody in America will pay more than $200 a year for prescription drugs because we're going to stand up to the greed and corruption and price fixing of the pharmaceutical industry. We need a healthcare system that guarantees healthcare to all people, as every other major country does, not a system which provides $100 billion a year in profit for the drug companies and the insurance companies. And to tell you how absurd the system is, tonight on ABC, the healthcare industry will be advertising, telling you how bad Medicare for all is because they want to protect their profits. That is absurd.
Call out them commercials, Bernie.
You get a response, then we're going to broaden out the discussion.
Okay, number one, my health care plan does significantly cut the cost of the largest out-of-pocket
Okay,
payment
we'll
you'll
drink
pay
for
is
the dam just to
$1,000.
be nice.
You'll be able to get into anyone
It's
who
gonna be
can't
like
afford
your
it,
health
gets
care plan
automatically
is
enrolled
so
in
fat.
in the Medicare type option we have, et cetera. But guess what? Of the 160 million people who like their health care now, they can keep it. If they don't like it, they can leave. Number one. Number
Biden,
two,
that's the thing
fact of
Obama
the
said
matter
that
is we're in a
people keep
situation
calling
where
him
if
on
you
not
notice,
being
he answered the
true
question.
about.
This
So why
is
would you
about
repeat
candor,
that?
Honesty, big ideas. Well, let's have a big idea. The tax of 2% that the senator's talking about, that raises about $3 billion.
Nice.
Guess what? That leaves you about $28 billion short. The senator said before it's going to cost you in your pay. There will be a deductible in your paycheck. You're going to, the middle class person, someone making 60 grand with 3 kids, they're going to end up paying $5,000 more. They're going to end up paying 4% more on their income
$5,000
tax.
total.
That's reality. Now, it's not a bad
Per
idea
year.
if you like it.
That's
I
way
don't like
cheaper
it.
than fucking insurance.
Okay, now I want everybody to keep to the time, but you did invoke both senators. I have to get responses from them, then we will broaden out.
Good.
Senator Warren, you go first.
So let's be clear.
I wish I could
I've
get
actually
smart
never
people
met
glasses when I
anybody
got
who likes their
older.
health insurance company.
My eyes are so fucked up. I have
I've
to wear
met people
contacts, so I
who
can't
like
get
their
those
doctors.
George
I've met people
Stephanopoulos.
who like their nurses. I've met people who like their pharmacists. Met people who like their physical therapists. What they want is access to health care. And we just need to be clear about what
don't
Medicare
like
for
the word
All is
access
all
to.
about. Instead of paying premiums into insurance companies and then having insurance companies build their profits by saying no to coverage, we're going to do this by saying everyone is covered by Medicare for All. Every health care provider is covered. And the only question here in terms of difference is where to send the bill.
Senator Sanders.
Let us be clear, Joe. In the United
Let's
States,
be
of
clear,
America,
Joe.
we pay twice as much per capita on health care as the Canadians or any other major country on earth.
Hashtag
I'm counting that
let's
as
be
Bernie
clear,
hands.
Joe.
Drink.
Yeah, but Americans don't want to pay twice as much as other countries. And they guarantee health care to all people. Under my Medicare for All proposal, when you don't pay out of pocket and you don't pay premiums, maybe you have run into people who love their premiums.
Premiums.
What
Biden
people
slam,
want
drink.
is cost-effective
Biden
healthcare.
slam.
Medicare for All will save the average American substantial sums of money on his or her health care bill.
Senator Klobuchar,
Even the
you
chat's
said
like
in your
Biden
opening
slam?
statement you want to represent the people stuck in
Biden
the middle
slam.
of the extremes. Who
And
represents
welcome
the
to the
extreme
jam.
on this stage?
Bernie has a
think
really
you
shitty
know
voice right
that
now, so
I
he's
don't
close to the
agree
mic.
with
Yeah.
some of these proposals up here, George. So
Yeah.
I'm talking
Which
about
ones?
if I could respond to some of the proposals
I
from
wanna
my
talk too.
friends. First of all, Senator Sanders and I have worked valiantly to bring down the cost of pharmaceuticals.
Don't try to
that was a
fucking tag
Klobuchar
yourself onto
Sanders
Sanders,
amendment
Amy.
to allow for drugs to come in from less expensive countries like Canada. We have worked to bring down the cost by fighting to allow 43 million seniors, that's a bill I lead, to negotiate for better prices under Medicare. I figure that's a lot of seniors and they should be allowed to get a better price. But when it comes to our health care and when it comes to our premiums, I go with the doctor's creed, which is do no harm. And while Bernie wrote the bill, I read the bill. And on page 8 of the bill, it says that we will no longer have private insurance as we know
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah,
and
good.
That means that 149
Who likes their private
million
insurance company?
Americans will no longer be able to have their current insurance. That's in 4 years. I don't
was a
think
burn
that's
at
a bold
the-
idea. I think it's a bad idea. And what I favor is something that what Barack Obama wanted to do from the very beginning, and that is a public option, a non-profit
The chat's like, who is
choice
this lady?
that would bring down the cost of insurance, cover 12 million more people.
It's this old
and
lady who
bring down
throws
the prices
staplers.
for
Look it up.
13 million more people. That
Oh, Obama
is a
shout out.
bold
Drink, I forgot.
idea.
Senator Warren. Page 8 of the bill.
Thank you for keeping
she
us
says
honest, chat.
149 people will lose their health insurance.
I'm sorry.
She said page 8 of the bill, 149 people will lose their health insurance.
149 people?
149 million.
Million.
What?
So let's be clear about this. People will have access to all of their doctors, all of their nurses.
By giving
their
everyone
community
Medicare, we will now
hospitals,
somehow be
their
taking away
rural
health
hospitals.
insurance.
Doctors won't have to hire people to fill out crazy forms. They won't have to spend time on the phone arguing with insurance companies. People who have sick family members won't have to get into these battles. What this is about is making sure that we have the most efficient way possible to pay for health care for everyone in this country. Insurance companies last year sucked $23 billion in profits
Thank
out of
you
the system.
for
How
the
did they
follow.
make that money? Every one of those $23 billion was made by an insurance company saying no to your health care plan.
Mayor Buttigieg.
The problem,
how they make their
Senator
fucking money.
Sanders, with
Buttigieg,
that damn
why?
bill that he wrote, and that Senator Warren backs, is that it doesn't trust the
Thank
American
you
people.
for
Insurance
I
companies
trust
make their
them
money by
to
denying
choose what makes the most
service.
sense for you, not my way or the highway. Now, look, I think we do have to go far beyond tinkering with the ACA. I propose Medicare for all who want it. We take
Medicare
a
for
version of
most.
Medicare,
Thank you
we make it available
Nah.
to the American people. And if we're right, as progressives, that public alternative
Mine is
is
You are
called
not a
Medicare.
then the
progressive.
American people will figure that out for themselves.
His is gonna be called
I trust the
Medicare for
American people
y'all.
to make the right
Medicare
choice
for
them.
y'all.
Why don't you?
It's like gonna be
Seconds,
kind of
45
like it,
seconds.
but not really.
George, you talked about, was it 150 million people on private insurance? 50 million of those people lose their private insurance every year
Buttigieg.
when they quit their jobs or when they go unemployed or their employer changes their insurance policy.
I've had a different policy
Medicare
every
for
year of the
All
last
is
4 years of my employment.
Health care covers all basic
It's
needs,
shittier and shittier.
including home health care. It allows you to go to any doctor you want, which many private insurance company programs do not.
Yeah, so what's the fucking problem?
Comprehensive health care.
You just want private insurance because you like it?
Or hospital. No more than $200 a year for prescription drugs. Taking on the drug companies and the insurance companies. Moving to Medicare for all is
Golden pants. You don't want to know what
Senator Harris, you
American
started out
I know.
politics are
I'm like, is this what American politics? I'm like, yes.
Why?
I want to give credit first to Barack Obama
American
for
politics
really.
is a fucking
Bernie's hands are
show
going. Thank
now.
you, Zombie,
Not
for
be
reminding
here
us.
if he hadn't the courage, the talent, or the will to see us this far. I want to give credit to Bernie. Take credit, Bernie.
Thanks, Kamala.
Laser class to Bernie.
You brought us this far in Medicare for All. I support Medicare for All. I always have, but I wanted to make the plan better, which I did.
Always
which
have.
is about offering people choice, not taking that from
Oh,
them.
shout out to Obama.
So under
Drink.
my Medicare for All plan, people have the choice of a private plan or a public plan because that's what people want. And I agree we shouldn't take
I don't
choice
think
from
that's what people want.
But here's the thing.
I think that's what we've told them they want.
Everybody on this stage, I do
Hi,
believe,
Frubat. I know you from
is
Twitter.
well-intentioned and wants that all Americans have coverage and recognizes that right
Oh,
now
my God.
30 million Americans don't have coverage. But at least 5
No one
people
wants a
have
private
talked
plan. It's just
repeatedly
all
on
we've
this
ever
subject,
had ever. And we have Stockholm
not once have we
syndrome
talked
with
about
it.
Donald Trump. So let's talk about the fact that Donald Trump came into office and spent almost the entire first year of his term trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. We all fought against it, and then the late, great John McCain, at that moment at about 2 o'clock in the morning, killed his attempt to take health care.
Yeah, point to John McCain. Point to the sky. Point to John.
Today, and what is happening? Donald
Sorry.
Trump's
Mostly
Department
fuck
of
John
Justice
McCain. Not fully, but
is
mostly.
trying
Yeah,
to
I
get
know.
rid
He's a
of
weird
The
dude.
Affordable Care Act.
He had great
Donald
words
Trump's
to say.
Administration is
I loved
trying
his
to
He's like a
speeches.
lot of people I
get rid of
know.
the
They're
ban
trying to be a good
that we
person.
placed on
And I
denying
see the
people who
effort
have
there.
pre-existing conditions coverage. Donald Trump
I
is trying to
seriously
say that
mean
our
that.
kids up to the age of 26 can no longer be on our plans. And frankly, I think this discussion has given the American public a headache. What they want to know is that they're going to have health care and cost will not be a barrier to getting it. But let's focus on the end goal. If we don't get Donald Trump out of office, he's going to get rid of all of it.
George,
question,
15
Congress-
seconds. 15 seconds.
Let me get to Congressman O'Rourke and then bring you. Go ahead, Mr. Vice
15
President.
seconds. Everybody says you want an option. The option
Look at Obama.
is Medicare for all, Medicare for choice.
it's Obama.
If you want Medicare, if you lose the job from your insurance company, from your employer, you automatically can buy
Cool.
into this. You don't have no pre-existing condition can stop you from buying in. You get covered, period. And if you notice, nobody's yet said how much it's going to cost.
Cost the
I hear
taxpayer.
this large savings. The president my friend.
Most people are gonna
Vermont
save
thinks
money,
that
Joe.
The employer is going to give you back if you negotiate
Fucking
this
idiot.
union all these years, got a cut in wages because you got insurance. They're going to give back that money to the employee?
Matter of fact, they will.
Well, let me tell you
As
something.
a matter of fact, they will.
For a socialist, you got a lot more confidence in corporate America than I do.
Senator
Oh, he called him a
Sanders.
socialist and everyone went
Go
quiet.
ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, this is tense.
You
Oh,
got to
shit.
defend the fact that today, not only do we have 87 million people uninsured and underinsured, you got to defend the fact that 500,000 Americans are going bankrupt. You know why
Fucking
they're going
bills.
bankrupt? Because they suffered a terrible disease, cancer or heart disease. Under my legislation, people will not go into financial ruin because they suffered with a diagnosis of cancer. And our
Yeah,
program
Joe Biden,
is
isn't
the
that fucking
only one
important to you?
that does
Oh,
that.
I know
shit.
a lot about cancer. Let me tell you something.
Damn.
Yeah, Joe Biden, if you
Let
weren't
me tell
rich,
you
you'd be
something.
fucked right now.
Every single person.
What about
You got
poor people
government
with
health care.
cancer, Joe?
Biden, you had government health care. That's why your family's alive. You had government health care.
Go bankrupt because
Good
of that.
fucking point.
They will not go bankrupt because of that. They can join immediately. And we're talking 4, 6, 8, 10 years, depending.
Biden hates government health care unless it's his family that needs to use it.
For all. Come on. I've been there. You've been there. You know what
Health
it's
care
like.
is only there for
People
the
need
rich
help
people.
Now, hope now, and do something now.
Congressman O'Rourke.
Yeah.
Biden slam drink. I'm finishing this beer.
Thank you. Listen, I'm
just wanna
grateful that
say
we all
fuck.
agree about the urgency of this challenge and the fact that Donald Trump is undermining the limited protections that we have right now. But I also think we're being offered a false choice between those who propose an all-or-nothing gambit, forcing tens of millions off of insurance that they like, that works for them, to force them onto Medicare, and others who want to, as the vice president does, incrementally improve what we have, which will still leave many, maybe millions, uninsured and uncared for in a state like Texas, where the largest provider of mental health care services is the county jail system. We've got to do better. In my proposal, Medicare for America says everyone who's uninsured will be enrolled in Medicare. Everyone who's insufficiently insured cannot afford
Someone
it
should call theirs Medicare for y'all at this point.
And those like members of
Medicare
unions
for
who
y'all.
fought for the healthcare plans that work for them and their families are able to keep them. That is the best possible path forward.
This is healthcare is the top issue for everyone in the country. I want to make sure everyone gets 1 minute to respond.
What?
So Senator
Caustic
Castro,
bottomness is nothing.
Andrew Yang, and then Senator Booker, you all get a minute.
Thank you. And, I also want to recognize the work that Bernie has done on this. And, of course, we owe a debt of gratitude to President Barack Obama. Of course, I also work for President Obama, Vice President Biden, and I know that the problem with your plan is that it leaves 10 million people uncovered. Now, on the last debate stage in Detroit, you said that wasn't true. When Senator Harris brought that up, there was a fact check of that, and they said that was true. I grew up with a grandmother.
Obama shout out, drink. I don't have a beer. Give me a
Her
second.
condition get worse and worse, but that whole time she had Medicare. I want every single American family to have a strong Medicare plan available. If they choose to hold on to strong, solid private health insurance, I believe they should be able to do that. But the difference between what I support and what you support, Vice President Biden, is that you require them to opt in.
It's another slam on
I would
Biden.
not require them to opt in. They would automatically be enrolled. They wouldn't have to buy in. That's a big difference because Barack Obama's vision was not to leave 10 million people uncovered. He wanted every single person in this country covered. My plan would do that. Your plan would not.
They do not have to buy in. They do not have to buy in.
You just said that. You just said that 2 minutes ago.
You gotta buy in to Biden.
You said they would
You
have
gotta
to
buy in to Biden.
Are you forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
Whoa.
Forgetting what you said just 2 minutes ago?
Whoa.
I mean, I can't believe that you said 2 minutes ago that they had
fuck
to
just
buy in,
happened?
and now you're saying they don't have to buy. You're forgetting that.
I said anyone
I mean,
like your
look,
grandmother who has no money.
We need a healthcare system.
You're automatically
What do you think Bernie just told him?
Enrolls people regardless of whether they choose to opt in or not. If you lose your job, for instance, his healthcare plan would not automatically enroll you. You would have to opt in. My healthcare plan would.
Did Yang
That's
destroy
the
the competition?
difference.
Oh, did I miss the
I'm
coolest
fulfilling
thing?
the legacy
You missed a
of
cool
Barack
thing,
Obama.
Pepper.
Do you guys mind if I rewind?
Andrew Yang.
Go
Shit
ahead.
is going crazy.
This is why
Well, go ahead, sure, rewind. Then catch up back to me.
reminds everybody of what they cannot stand about Washington.
You gonna do it?
Scoring points against each other, poking at each other, and
I will
telling each
rewind to the
other
first
that
commercial break.
You're my plan, your plan. Look, we
Okay,
all
fine.
That's
have
called a
different
Democratic
visions for
primary
what
election.
Is there gonna be one?
That's called an election.
Oh my God, everyone's getting wild right now. Castro's calling everyone out.
Yeah.
A house divided cannot stand.
Look, Amy, get the fuck out of here. Some of you all suck and need to get off the
We know
stage.
we're on the
And
same team.
I'm kind of
We all have a
ready to
better
get down
vision
to
for
brass
healthcare than our
tacks.
current president.
Dr.
And I
Q's
believe
gonna
we're
clip.
talking about this the wrong way. As someone who has run a business, I know that our current
It's
healthcare
fucked
system
up.
makes it harder to hire people, makes it harder to give them benefits and treat them as full-time employees. You instead pretend they're contractors. It's harder to change jobs. It's certainly harder to start a business. The pitch we have to make to the American people is we will get the healthcare weight off of your backs and then unleash the hopes and dreams of the
Everything's a
American
hand
people.
movement.
Senator
Now,
Booker.
I am Asian, so I know a lot of doctors. And they tell me that they spend a lot of time on paperwork, avoiding being sued, and navigating the insurance bureaucracy.
Now, I
we have
am
to
Asian.
change the incentives so instead of revenue and
was
activity,
so ridiculous.
people are focused on our health in the healthcare system.
Oh,
And
I
the
get it,
Cleveland
man. It's
Clinic,
funny.
where they're paid not based upon how many procedures they prescribe. Shocker, they prescribe fewer procedures, and patient health stays the same or improves. That is the pitch to the American people.
Oh my God.
Damn, dude, Yang just said two kind of smart things.
Look, there are a lot of people watching at home right now listening to us that are afraid because they are in crisis. They don't have health insurance. Their health insurance doesn't go far enough.
Big problem with the
They can't
Yang
afford their
dividend is it
prescription
basically
drugs.
exasperates
Look,
capitalism.
I'm clear in what I
and it
believe.
doesn't
I
really
believe
solve
in
any
Medicare for
problems.
all. I believe it's the best way to rationalize the system. But dear God, I
That's
know
the
that
short
every one of my
version.
colleagues on this stage is in favor of universal health coverage and comes at this with the best of intentions. And I'll tell you, there is an urgency right now in this nation. Everybody feels it. And as a person who has an ideal, I know we cannot sacrifice progress on the
Poor
altar
Golden
of
Pants is like,
purity.
wait, what are they
Because
debating?
people in my community,
And I'm like,
they need
oh, it
help
doesn't
right
matter.
now. They have high blood pressure right now. They have unaffordable
depends
insulin
how you look and how
right
you see it.
now. And this must be a moment where we as Democrats can begin to show that we can not only stake and stand our ground, but find common ground, because we've got one shot to make Donald Trump a one-term president. And we cannot lose it by the way we talk about each other
Whatever.
or demonize and degrade each other. We can
Look,
walk
Corey,
and
some
chew
people on the
gum at
stage
same
deserve
time.
to be
If I am
degraded,
the leader, I
unfortunately.
would work
Yeah,
towards
fuck
the
you,
ideal of
Corey.
health insurance,
Well,
health
not
coverage being
completely
a right for
fuck you,
all
Corey,
Americans,
but-
but every single day
trying to be too
work
nice.
with
Just
other
the-
Democrats to make
yeah.
progress happen in our nation for the people that are struggling and suffering today.
We tried that one. They go low, we go high. Didn't work out.
Since we're here at an HBCU, I'd like to start with young black voters. Several recent polls indicate their #1 concern is racism. This campus, this state, and this nation are
Cool.
still raw from that racially motivated attack on Latinos in El Paso. Now, we know that the racial divide started long before President Trump and President Obama, but each of you on this stage has said that President Trump has made that divide worse. Congressman O'Rourke, coming to you first, why are you the most qualified candidate to address this divide?
You know, I called this out in no uncertain terms on August 3rd and every day since then, and I was talking about it long before then as well. Racism in America is endemic. It is foundational. We can mark the creation of this country not at the 4th of July, 1776, but August 20th, 1619, when the first kidnapped African was brought to this country against his will and in bondage and as a slave, built the greatness and the success and the wealth that neither he nor his descendants would ever be able to fully participate in and enjoy. We have to be able to answer this challenge, and it is found in our education system, where in Texas, a 5-year-old child in kindergarten is 5 times as likely to be disciplined or suspended or expelled based on the color of their skin. In our healthcare system, where there is a maternal mortality crisis 3 times as deadly for women of color, or the fact that there's 10 times the wealth in white America than there is in black America. I'm gonna follow Sheila Jackson Lee's lead and sign into law a reparations bill that will allow us to
Hey, he
address
brought
this
it up
after
first.
All right, let's go for that. We don't even need a reparations bill. We just got to do the one that they voted for, like at the end of the Civil War.
Supremacist
Just
in
do
the
it.
White House, and he
Just do that
poses
one.
a mortal threat to people of color all across this country.
due to inflation by now.
45 seconds to respond.
You know, and, I want to commend Beto for how well he has spoken to the passion and the frustration and the sadness after what happened in his hometown of El Paso. He's done a great job with that.
Sorry about that shooting, yo.
A few weeks ago, a shooter drove 10 miles inspired by this 10 hours inspired by this president.
10 miles inspired by this president.
To kill people who look like me and people who look like my family. White supremacy is a growing threat to this country, and we have to root it out. I'm proud that I put forward a plan to disarm hate. I'm also proud that I was the first to put forward a police reform plan, because we're not going to have any more Laquan McDonald's or Eric Garners or Michael Browns or Pamela Turners or Walter Scott's or Sandra Bland here from the Houston area. We need to root out racism, and I believe that we can do that, because that doesn't represent the vast majority of Americans who do have a good heart. They also need a leader to match that, and I will be a president that matches that.
Okay.
Senator Booker, you have said, quote, the real question isn't who is or isn't a racist, it's who's going to do something about it. Senator, what do you plan to do about it?
Well, first and foremost, I want to hit that point, because we know Donald Trump's a racist, but there is no red bag of courage for calling him that. When racism exists,
Red bag of courage.
the question isn't who isn't a
we talk
racist,
about,
it's who is and isn't doing
Everyone's
something
off center
about
because
racism.
that freaking
And this
Biden
is
moment,
not
aren't
just
they?
an issue that started yesterday.
We're talking
It's not
about
just an
racism.
issue
Can we talk about
that
the
we have a
camps?
president that can't contemn white
Trump
supremacy.
personal check drink? I'll
We
buy
have
it.
systemic racism that is eroding our nation, from healthcare to the criminal justice system. And it's nice to go all the way back to slavery, but dear God, we have a criminal justice system that is so racially biased. We have more African Americans under criminal supervision today than all the slaves in 1850. We have
Technically
to come
true,
at
yeah,
this issue
cumulatively, yeah.
attacking systemic
I get what
racism,
you're saying,
having
Booker.
the courage to call it out, and having a plan to do something about it. If I am president of the United States, we will create an office in the White House to deal with the problem of white supremacy and hate crimes. And we will make sure that systemic racism is dealt with in substantive plans.
I think I saw this guy 13 years ago in a documentary. I'm like, this motherfucker's gonna run for
even
president.
one that we don't talk about enough, which is the racism that we see in environmental injustice in communities of color all
Base
around this
doctor,
country.
man, I hate crime.
Mayor Buttigieg, you've been struggling with issues around race in your own community. You've also said that anyone who votes to re-elect President Trump is at best looking the other way on racism. Does that sort of talk alienate voters and potentially deepen divisions in our country?
I believe
He's
what's
shook up right now.
deepened
That's what he says.
divisions in the country is the conduct of this president, and we have a chance to change all of that. Look, systemic racism preceded this president, and even when we defeat him, it will be with us. That's why we need a systemic approach to dismantle it. It's not enough to just take a racist policy, replace it with a neutral one, and expect things will just get better on their own. Harms compound. In the same way that a dollar saved compound,
Talk about those
so
things,
does a
Pete.
dollar
Borderline
stolen.
Trump
And we
attack,
know
half
that
drink.
the generational theft of the descendants
Stop
of
boring
slaves
me,
is part
Pete.
of why everything from housing to education to health to employment basically puts us in two different countries. I have proposed the most comprehensive vision to tackle systemic racism in every one of these areas, marshaling as many resources as went into the Marshall Plan that rebuilt Europe, but this time a Douglas Plan that we invest right here at home, to make sure that we're not only dealing with things like the over-incarceration of black Americans, but also black solutions, entrepreneurship, raising to 25% the target.
Yeah,
for
we've
the
tried the
federal
whole like
government
black
to do business with minority-owned
entrepreneurship thing, like
businesses,
in the 60s,
investing in
70s,
HBCUs
80s.
that are training
We're
and
living in the
educating
result
the
of
next
it.
generation of entrepreneurs.
sounds
We
weird.
can and must do that, but that means transcending this framework.
We think
that
black
pits us
people should
against
also
each
have the
other, that
chance
pits a
to
single black mother of three
have a
against
what is it, like a
displaced auto worker.
5%
Because
chance of
where I come
your
from,
business being
a lot of
successful
times
after
that
3
displaced
years.
auto
or-
worker is a single black mother of three. We've got to say that and bring people together.
Also a concern for people of color is criminal justice reform. Senator Harris, you released your plan for that just this week, and it does contradict some of your prior positions. Among them, you used to oppose the legalization of marijuana, now you don't. You used to oppose outside investigations of police shootings, now you don't. You've said
Yeah,
that
when
you
you were a
changed
cop, you
on
didn't
these
want
and
him doing
other
that, did
things
you?
because you were, quote, swimming against the current, and thankfully the currents have changed. But when you had the power, why didn't you try to affect change then?
Big clap. Big clap, Houston.
There have been,
Big
there have
clap.
been, I'm
Kamala,
glad you asked me
do
this
you
question,
love weed
and
people?
There have been many distortions of my record. Let me be very clear. I made a
Kamala,
decision
will you
to become
420
a
blaze it?
prosecutor for two reasons. One, I've always wanted to protect people and keep them safe.
Will you take
Unless they
bong
smoke
rips
weed,
up
then they have to go to jail
Benson?
I was
forever.
born
In this basement.
knowing about how this criminal justice system in America has worked in a way that has been informed by racial bias. And I could tell you extensively about the experiences I and my family members have personally had. But I made a decision that if I was going to have the ability to reform the system, I would try to do it from the inside. And so I took on the position that allowed me, without asking permission, to create one of the first in the nation initiatives that was a model and became a national model around people who were arrested for drugs and getting them jobs. I created one of the first in the nation requirements that a state law enforcement agency would have to wear cameras and keep them on full time. I created one of the first in the nation trainings for police officer on the issue of racial bias and the need to reform the system. Was I able to get enough done? Absolutely not. But my plan has been described by activists as being a bold and comprehensive plan that is about ending mass incarceration, about taking the profit out of the criminal justice system. I plan on shutting down for-profit prisons on day one. It will be about what we need to do to hold law enforcement, including prosecutors, accountable. And finally, my plan is about making sure that in America's criminal justice system, we de-incarcerate women and children, that we end solitary confinement, and that we work on keeping families intact. And as President of the United
Kamala,
States,
just jump out and say in
knowing
private
the system
prisons.
from the inside,
Then I'd be so behind
I
you.
will have the
at
ability
least in that
to be an
respect.
effective leader and get this job complete.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Senator Klobuchar, during your 8 years as a
Can we?
prosecutor
We're not
in
gonna say anything about the
Minnesota,
weed
there were
thing. We're not gonna
dozens
go
of
like,
incidents
oh
where
yeah,
black
well,
men were killed
you know,
by
a really
police.
easy step,
Critics
Kamala,
say
towards
that
ending like
too
racially
often you
biased
sided with
policing
police in
is
these
getting
cases.
rid of the easiest way to put
ACLU's
black
legal
people in jail, which
director
is
in
fucking
Minnesota
weed
has said that you
crimes.
showed no interest in racial justice.
Yes, Alkali.
Do you
My
wish
avatar
now
has
that
been
you had
smoked.
done more?
That's not my record. We are here at a historically black college. And I think of an alum of that college, Barbara Jordan, and something that she once said. She
I did
said,
it for you,
what the
Dr.
people
Q.
want is simple. They want a country as good as its promise. And that same can be said of the criminal justice system. So when I was there, the way we handled these police shootings, I actually took a stand to make sure outside investigators handled them. I took on our major police chief in Minneapolis. But in the prosecutor's office, they were handled with the grand jury. That's how they were all handled across our state. I now believe it is better for accountability if the prosecutor handles them and makes those decisions herself. That aside, I am proud of the work our staff did, 400 people in our office. The cases that came to us, the African-American community that came to us, they said there was no justice for their little kids. There was a kid named Byron Phillips that was shot
Sad
on his
personal
front
story.
porch.
Here we go.
No one had bothered to figure out who
Drink.
did it. When I came into that office, we worked with the community groups, we put up billboards, we found the shooter, and we put him in jail. We did the same for the killer of a little girl named Taisha Edwards, who was doing her homework at her kitchen table and was shot through the window. What changes did we make? Go after white-collar crimes in a big way. Diversify the office in a big way. Work with the Innocence Project to make sure we do much better with eyewitness ID. And as a senator and as your president, I will make sure that we don't just do the First Step Act when it comes to criminal sentencing, that we move to the Second Step Act, which means the 90% of people that are incarcerated in local and state jails, let's reduce those sentences for nonviolent offenders and let's get them jobs.
But
and let them
Klobuchar, you
vote
can't
when they
reduce the
get out of
sentences because the
prison.
private companies that own those prisons will like pull leverage over your states to make sure they can't actually reduce prison population, or they'll threaten to like leave and there'll be no one running the jail.
Offenders from prison. Senator Booker says that your plan is not
Biden time.
ambitious enough.
Oh,
Your
Biden is
response.
shocked.
First of all, let me say that when I came back from law school, I had a job with a big-time law firm. I left and became a public defender because my state was under siege. When Dr. King was assassinated, we were occupied by the National Guard.
MLK reference. I'm drinking for it
I've been
because fuck
involved from the
Biden.
beginning. As a young congressman, as a young councilman, I introduced
MLK,
legislation
a
to try to keep them
socialist.
putting a sewer plant in a poor neighborhood. I made sure that we dealt with redlining. Banks should have to lend where they operate, et cetera. The fact of the matter is that what's happened is that we're in a situation now where there are so many people who are in jail and shouldn't be in jail. The whole means by which this should change.
Please,
is the
redline.
whole
He's on
model has to
Adderall.
change. We should be talking about rehabilitation. Nobody should be in jail for a nonviolent crime. As when we were in the White House, we released 36,000 people from the federal prison system. Nobody
Federal
should
prison
be in
system.
jail for a drug problem. They should be going directly to a rehabilitation. We build more rehabilitation centers, not prisons.
Private rehabilitation centers are the real solution. Don't put them in a prison. Put them in another building where they aren't allowed to leave.
We look at this. When we put people in prison, we have to
Do they
equip
even
them
have
when they get
commercials
out.
on this fucking
Nobody
thing?
who got in prison for marijuana, for example, immediately upon being released, they shouldn't be in there for that should be a misdemeanor. They should be
Misdemeanor.
out and their record should be expunged.
Misdemeanor.
Every single
That's
right
a
should be
misdemeanor.
returned. When you finish your term in prison, you should be able not only vote,
Fuck
but have
you,
access
Joe.
to Pell Grants.
You
have
put them
access
there
to
with
be
your
able to get housing,
goddamn
have
crime.
access to
Oh yeah,
be
he
able
was
to
the
move
war on
along
drugs
the way.
guy. He helped with that.
I've laid out a detailed plan along those lines.
Fucking
And the
run.
fact is we've learned so much more.
Thank you, Mr. Vice
Thank you.
President. Senator
He's done.
Booker,
He just cuts
45
himself off.
seconds to respond.
Biden just stops.
Our criminal justice system is so
I miss Marianne
savagely
Williamson
broken.
just
There's no
to drop
difference
some
in
woke,
America between blacks,
just
whites,
weird
and
woke
Latinos
shit and
for
just like
using
crystal
drugs or dealing
ball
drugs.
thing.
But if you're African
Yeah,
American,
Williamson's fun.
you're almost 4 times more likely to be arrested and incarcerated, destroying your lives.
Biden's like a
And so
wind-up
much of
toy.
this
You get him
comes down to
going, and then he
privilege.
just turns off
We have a criminal
suddenly.
justice system that Brian Stevenson says treats you better if you're rich and guilty than if you're
sleepy.
poor and innocent. And so I have challenged this whole field. We can specifically and demonstratively now show that there are 17,000 people unjustly incarcerated in America, and all of us should come forward and say, when we are president of the United States, when I am president of the United States, we will release them. And let me be specific. I joined together and led in the United States Senate the only major bipartisan bill passed under this president for criminal justice reform that has already led to thousands of people coming out of jail. If 87 members of the United States Senate says that these sentences are way too long, and we changed it, but we didn't make it retroactive, we could literally point to the people that are in jail unjustly right now. Everyone on this stage should say that we are going to give clemency to these 17,000 people. And I challenge you, don't just say big statements, back it up with details of the people in prison right now looking for one of the most sacrosanct ideals of this nation, which is liberty and freedom. We need to reform this system, and we must do it now. Every day we wait is too long.
I feel that Biden talks until they like, thank you, Senator. He goes, thank God, saved by the bell. I can close my mouth and stop talking.
Where we stand. We are here in Texas tonight, where 29 people have lost their lives in
this
just
suave
the last
man?
month alone. El Paso, which we've discussed, in Odessa, and I know there are survivors from El Paso right here in the hall tonight. Vice President Biden, I do want to direct this to you because we all remember Sandy Hook. 26 people died in that school.
Sorry, guys, it's hard to make
20 of them
jokes over the
children.
shooting
Those first
coverage.
graders would be in 8th grade today. At the time, there was a groundswell in this country to get something done. President Obama asked you to lead the push for gun control.
There you go.
You have often pointed to your ability to reach across the aisle to get things done. But 4 months after
ability to
Sandy Hook,
collaborate with
a measure to require
segregationists.
expanded background checks died on the Senate floor. If you couldn't get it done after Sandy Hook, why should voters give you another chance?
Because it got done before. I'm the only one up here who's ever beat the NRA.
I beat 'em.
Only one
Yeah,
ever beat
they're
the
not
NRA
a problem
nationally.
anymore.
Corey's got his hand up
Left
already.
the Brady bill in the
Excuse
focus
me.
and became law. And so
You did
that's
a
number
bad
one.
job
Number
of beating
two,
them, Joe.
After Sandy Hook, a number of things happened. It went from a cause to a movement. Look what's happened now. Mothers, the organization, Mothers Against Violence, gun violence. We've seen what's happened again. Now we have all these young people marching on Washington, making sure that things are going to change. There has been a sea change. Those proposals I put forward for the president had over 50% of members of the NRA supporting them, and overwhelmingly the rest of the people supporting them. Now the numbers are much higher because they realize what I've been saying and we've all been saying is correct. Over 90% of the American people think we have to get assault weapons off the street, period. And we have to get buybacks and get them out of their basements. So the point is, things have changed, and things have changed a lot. And now what's happening is, and by the way, the way Beto handled, excuse me for saying Beto, what Congressman...
That's all right. That does good.
What the fuck?
It is good. It's my fucking
The way
name.
he handled what happened in his hometown is meaningful. To look in the eyes of those people, to see those kids, to understand those parents, you understand the heartache.
But this is
we
the
are
problem.
ready to do
We're gonna
this.
do
Mr.
this.
Vice President, thank you. You did bring up assault weapons here. You did bring up assault weapons here, and many of you on this stage have talked about executive orders. Senator Harris, you have said that you would take executive action on guns within your first 100 days, including banning imports of AR-15 assault weapons.
That's right.
President Obama, after Sandy Hook, more than 23 executive actions, and yet here we all are today. In recent days, former Vice President Biden has said about executive orders, some really talented people are seeking the nomination. They said, I'm going to issue an executive order. Biden saying there's no constitutional authority to issue that executive order when they say I'm going to eliminate assault weapons, saying you can't do it by executive order any more than Trump can do things when he says he can do it by executive order. Does the vice president have a point there?
Some things you can, many things you can't.
Let's let the senator answer.
Well, I mean, I would just say, hey, Joe, instead of saying no, we can't, let's say yes, we can.
Let's be constitutional. We got a
And
constitution.
yes, we can, because I'll tell you something. The way that I think about this is I've seen more autopsy photographs than I care to tell you. I have attended more police officer funerals than I care to tell you. I have hugged more mothers of homicide victims than I care to tell you. And
Obama shout out,
the
drink.
idea that we would wait for this Congress, which has just done nothing to act, is just, it is overlooking the fact that every day in America, our babies are going to school to have drills, elementary, middle, and high school students, where they are learning about how they have to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner if there is a mass shooter roaming the hallways of their school. I was talking about this at one of my town halls, and this child, it was 8 years old probably, came up to me. It was like it was a secret between the two of us, and he tugged on my jacket and he said, I had to have one of those drills. It is traumatizing our children. El Paso and Beto, God love you for standing so courageously in the midst of that tragedy. You know, people asked me in El Paso, they said, you know, because I have a long-standing record on this issue, they said, well, do you think Trump is responsible for what happened? And I said, well, look, I mean, obviously he didn't pull the trigger, but he's certainly been tweeting out the ammunition.
Damn.
Thank you. Vice President Biden, do you still stand
Sorry.
by what you said?
There's like 2 people in our chat who are like, socialism is bad, and then 50 people in our chat who are like, here's all the reasons socialism is good. They're like, how come nobody bought electric cars in the 90s? It's like, well, people did buy them, but oil companies lobbied to make sure, like,
Check with constitutional scholars.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. Congressman O'Rourke, I want to come to you.
Hi, Doctor.
We're supposed to drink. Oh, they're fighting.
Work down the row here, but I do want to come to Congressman O'Rourke because I know this is personal to you. El Paso is your hometown. Some on this stage have suggested a voluntary buyback for guns in this country. You've gone further. You said, quote, Americans who own AR-15s and AK-47s will have to sell them to the government, all of them. You know the critics call this confiscation. Are you proposing taking away their guns, and how would this work?
I am, if it's a weapon that was designed to kill people on a battlefield.
Isn't that all of them?
Oh, they're starting to talk about guns. This is always upsetting because none of them. You can tell half of them have never operated a weapon in their life, which
everything inside
whatever.
it's
Just a little
cringy.
designed to do that, so that you would
Like,
bleed to
what
death on a
thing can
battlefield,
kill
not be able to
people?
get up and kill one of our
And how
soldiers.
much can they
when we
kill
see
people?
that being used against children. And in Odessa, I met the mother of a 15-year-old girl who was shot by an AR-15, and that mother watched her bleed to death over the course of an hour because
why my
so many
grandpa
other
used to
people
stroke
were
golf
shot
carts.
by that
All I want is
AR-15
licenses.
in Odessa
Licenses
in
are
Midland. There weren't
good.
enough ambulances to get to them in time. Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. We're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore.
Congressman, thank you.
And I want to say this. I'm listening to the people of this country. The day after I proposed doing that, I went to a gun show in Conway, Arkansas, to meet with those who are selling AR-15s and AK-47s and those who are buying those weapons. And you might be surprised, there was some common ground there. Folks who said, I would willingly give that up, cut it to pieces. I don't need this weapon to hunt, to defend myself. It is a weapon of war. So let's do the right thing, but let's bring everyone in America into the conversation, Republicans, Democrats, gun owners, and non-gun owners alike.
Make a point. Congressman, thank you. I want to bring in Senator Klobuchar on this because you've often talked about your uncle and the proud hunters back home in Minnesota. So I wanted to get your response to Congressman O'Rourke tonight. Where do you stand on mandatory gun
Take your
buybacks?
guns, people. It's
I
never
so
gonna
appreciate
fucking
what
happen.
the congressman's been doing, and I want to
Fucking
remind people
blacks.
here that what unites us is so much bigger than what divides us. Everyone up here favors an assault weapon ban. Everyone up here favors magazine limitations, which, by the way, would have made a huge difference if that was in place in El Paso, in that store where all those ordinary people showed such extraordinary courage.
But I
and
can't
certainly in
keep
Dayton, Ohio,
shooting
where in
my
30
dummy in the
seconds,
backyard.
one man guns down innocent people. The cops got there in
Sorry.
1 minute, and it still wasn't enough to save those people. That's what unites us. You know what else unites us? And I'll tell you this. What unites us is that right now, on Mitch McConnell's desk are 3 bills. Universal background checks, closing the Charleston loophole, and passing my bill to make sure that domestic abusers don't get AK-47.
Senator
So we
Klobuchar.
want to get something done. And I personally think we should start with a voluntary buyback program. That's what I think, David. But I want to finish this because if you want
let's talk
action
about giving
now,
internet to
if you
people,
want action
Wi-Fi and
now,
shit.
we got to send a message to Mitch McConnell. We can't wait until one of us gets in the White House. We have to pass those bills right now to get this done.
Senator
because we
Klobuchar.
cannot spare another innocent life.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to turn to Senator Booker because you have said just this week about guns and about the candidates on this stage that the differences do matter. Those were your words. You have
like
argued
Handsome
if you need a
Jack.
license to drive a car in this country, you should have a license to buy a gun. Gun owners would not only have to pass a background check, they would have to obtain a federal license to buy a gun. This would require, as you know,
That's fine.
Congress to pass legislation.
Let's get a license.
If
I need a
Democrats
license to
can't
drive my
get universal
fucking
background
car.
checks, how would you get this done? And can you name
And I can
one
only kill a couple of people at a
Republican
time with
colleague of yours in the
that.
Senate right now who
Yeah.
would be on board with this idea?
So background checks and gun licensing, these are agreed to by overwhelmingly the majority of Americans. 83% of Americans agree with licensing. This is the issue. Look, I grew up in the suburbs. It was about 20 years ago that I came out of my home when I moved to inner city Newark, New Jersey, and witnessed the aftermath of a shooting. It's one of the reasons why shooting after shooting after shooting in neighborhoods like mine for decades, this has been a crisis for me. It's why I was the first person to come out for gun licensing. And I'm happy that people like Beto O'Rourke are showing such courage now.
By the
and
way,
coming
even
forward
someone
and also now
under
supporting
Nixon
licensing.
said
But this is
they
what I'm
mentioned
sorry
under
about.
the
I'm sorry that it had to take
well-regulated
issues
militia.
coming to my
Everyone
neighborhood or
forgets that part.
personally affecting Beto to
Well,
suddenly make us demand
whatever.
change. This is a crisis of empathy in our nation. We are never going to solve this crisis if we have to wait for it to personally affect us or our neighborhood or our community before we demand action. You want to know how we get this done? We get this done by
He
having
looks
a
so
more
angry.
courageous empathy where
Yeah,
people
let's say
don't wait
this guy
for
always
this
has like
hell
the
to
most
visit
extreme
upon their
emotion on his
communities.
face.
They stand up and understand the truth of what King said, that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I will lead change on this issue because I have seen what the carnage creates in communities like mine, because we forget national shootings, these mass shootings are tragedies, but
Okay, so the reason I'm not talking a lot during this, not because I don't have opinions on guns, but the president has very little authority to enact any kind of change over gun policy, so we're essentially just jerking off now until someone gets like, I am the most mad about dead children. No, I am the most mad. Like, even if you get elected president, you have very little ability to enact gun regulation. So this is kind of a
Obama
bullshit,
was really mad
useless
about the
question.
shootings that happened. We all saw them happen. He was really mad. Nothing fucking changed.
If it was this idea that we can't get it done because of the situation in the Senate, I'm looking to lead a movement. The number one reason why governments are formed is to protect the citizenry. Think about this. We have had more people die due to gun violence in my lifetime than every single war in this country combined from the Revolutionary War till now. This is not a side issue to me. It is a central issue to me. That is the kind of fight, because the majority of homicide victims, we have a mass shooting every single day in communities like mine. We must awaken a more courageous empathy in this country so that we stand together and fight together and overwhelm those Republicans who are not even representing their constituency. Because the majority of Americans, the majority of gun owners agree with me, not the corporate gun lobby. It is time for a movement on this issue, and I will lead it.
Senator Booker, thank you. Senator Warren, I want to come to you next, because you have actually said in recent days that there are things you can get done with Republicans in the Senate. What can you get done on gun control?
So let's start by framing the problem the right way. We have a gun violence problem in this country. The mass shootings are terrible, but they get all the headlines. Children die every day on streets, in neighborhoods, on
Warren's
playgrounds.
laying some truth
People
down.
die from violence, from suicide and domestic abuse. We have
Wow,
a gun
Warren's about to win the gun
violence problem
people.
in this country.
Fuck
And
yeah.
we agree on many steps we could take to fix it. My view on this is it's not gonna be one and done on this. We're gonna do it, and we're gonna have to do it again, and we're gonna have to come back some more until we cut the number of gun deaths in this country significantly. But here's the deal. The question we need to ask is, when we've got this much support across the country, 90% of Americans want to see us do, I like registration, want to see us do background checks, want to get assault weapons off the streets.
In the UK, you can have a gun, but it has to be at least like 40 inches long or something. It's got to like has to be a big ass rifle.
And simple.
Like a fucking bayonet.
It needs to be like it's like single shot long rifles is what you got. Like one at a time, bolt action hunting shit.
Roll back the filibuster. We're not going to get anything done on guns. I was in the United States Senate when 54 senators said, let's do background checks, let's get rid of assault weapons. And with 54 senators, it failed because of the filibuster. Until we attack the systemic problems, we can't get gun reform.
Yeah, Warren's doing great right now.
We've got to go straight against the
Oh,
industry,
man.
and
She's
we've
gonna
got
get
to
another
change
boost.
Congress so it doesn't just work for the wealthy and well-connected.
Or you can just let people start suing gun
works
companies
for
when
the
people get killed.
Senator Warren, thank you.
Holy
bring
shit,
up
that'll
eliminating the filibuster, which means you would need simply a simple majority in a
Did that
Republican
fail or
Senate
go
to get
through?
something
Didn't
done.
that-
I
wasn't
want
that
to
there
turn
a decision
to
on that?
Senator Sanders on this because you've said before of this, if Donald Trump supports ending the filibuster, which he's talked about himself, you should be nervous. Would you support ending the filibuster?
No, but what I would support absolutely is passing major
But
legislation.
I would like the
gun
filibuster.
legislation that people
Hey-o.
here are talking about. Medicare for all, climate change legislation that saves the planet. I will not wait for 60 votes to make that happen. And you could do it in a variety of ways.
You like
could
my
do that
stupid
through
gay
budget
politics joke?
reconciliation law. You have a vice president who will, in fact, tell the Senate what is appropriate and what is not, what is in order and what is not. But I want to get back to a point that Elizabeth made, and that, in fact, in terms of gun issues, and picking up on Corey and Beto and everybody else, what we are looking at is a corrupt political system. And that means whether it is the drug companies or the insurance companies or the fossil fuel industry determining what's happening in Washington, or in this case, you got an NRA, which has intimidated the President of the United States and the Republican leadership. I am proud that year after year I had an F rating from the NRA. And as president, I will not be intimidated by the NRA.
Senator Sanders, thank you.
May I respond?
Everybody wants to talk. I want to get off the guns issue because, like I'm saying, it's fucking kind of pointless.
What's been happening here in Texas.
NRA
Only
hates
a few
me
weeks ago,
too.
the deadliest massacre of Latinos
Hey,
in
yeah,
modern
can we
US
talk about the
history
cages?
happened in this state, in El Paso. So the fear among Latinos, and you know this, is very real. So let me start with an issue that is causing a lot of division in this country, immigration. Vice President Biden, as a presidential candidate in 2008, you supported the border wall, saying, unlike most Democrats, I voted for 700 miles of fence. This is what you said.
Oh,
Then you served as
Joe.
vice president in an administration that deported
Fence
3
Joe.
million people. The
Fence
most ever
sitter
in
Joe.
US history.
Built the
Yep,
fence
you
set.
deported more than
Did you
anybody,
do
Joe.
anything
Talk about it.
to
Holy
prevent
shit,
those
I'm so glad this
deportations?
moderator's
You've
here.
been asked this question before.
Never thought
and
I'd say
refused to
that.
Answer, so let me try once again. Are you prepared to say tonight that you and President
French or
Obama
French-Canadian?
made a mistake about deportations? Why should Latinos trust you?
What Latinos should
Oh,
look
let's say
at
the
is
accent sounds
comparing
French,
this president to the president we have is outrageous. Number one, we didn't lock people up
Obama
in
reference,
cages.
drink.
We didn't separate families.
Yeah.
We didn't do all of those things. Number one. Number two, by the time this is the president who came along with the DACA program.
Speaking
No
of
one had ever
number
done that
two,
before.
let's talk
This
about
is the president
Donald
sent
Trump.
legislation to the desk saying he wants to find a pathway for the 11 million undocumented in the United States of America. This is the president who's done a great deal. So I'm proud to have served with him. What I would do as president is several more things because things have changed. I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. I would change the order that the president just changed, saying women who were being beaten and abused could no longer claim that as a reason for asylum. And by the way, retrospectively, you know, the 25th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act is up. The Republican Congress has not reauthorized it. Let's put pressure on them to pass the Violence Against Women Act now. But then we'll go back.
You didn't answer the question.
Well,
the question
I did
did you
answer the
make
question.
did you make a mistake with those deportations?
the president did the best thing that was able to be done at the time.
How about you?
I'm the vice president of the United States.
Bitch! How
I'm
about
the
you?
vice president,
Would you
motherfucker.
want to respond to Vice President Biden?
What the fuck does that
Let
mean?
me put this in context, because your party controlled the White House and Congress in 2009 and
Story
didn't pass
Joe.
immigration reform. And this broke a promise made by President Barack Obama to Latinos. So why should voters trust Democrats now? I mean, now it is even more difficult, as you know, because you need Republican votes in the Senate. So are you willing, for instance, to give up DACA?
I'm sad he
or
gave
give
up on
a
Joe
path
that
to
quickly.
citizenship, or even agree to build a wall in order to legalize 10.5 million undocumented immigrants?
Jorge, thank you very much for that question. And you look, I agree that Barack Obama was very different from Donald Trump.
Barack
Donald
Obama.
Trump has a dark heart when it comes to
I'm gonna get
immigrants.
another beer, which
He
means
built
something
his whole
amazing is
political
gonna happen.
career so far on scapegoating and fear-mongering and otherizing migrants, and that's very different for Barack Obama. But my problem with Vice President Biden, and Corey pointed this out last time, is every time something good about Barack Obama comes up, he says, oh, I was there, I was there, I was there. That's me too. And then every time somebody questions part of the administration that we were both part of, he says, well, that was the president. I mean, he wants to take credit for Obama's work, but not have to answer to any questions.
Oh, damn.
Vice President Biden, you have 45 seconds.
Let me just say,
It's like Joe Head waves his past or some shit.
I was the first candidate in early April to put forward an immigration plan. You know why? Because I'm not afraid of Donald Trump on this issue. I'm not going to backpedal. I'm not going to pretend like I don't have my own vision for immigration. So we're not going to give up DACA. We're not going to give up protections for anybody. I believe that on January 20th, 2021, we're going to have a Democratic president. We're going to throw out Mitch McConnell and John Cornyn and have a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House. And we're going to pass immigration reform within the first 100 days.
Vice President, 45 seconds.
I did not say I don't stand. I stand with Barack Obama all 8 years. Good, bad, and indifferent. That's where I
Obama.
stand.
I
did not
was
say-
there.
I did not
That's
stand
me, I'm
with
Joe.
Okay, Senator
I
Warren,
like
hundreds
Obama.
of children have been separated from their parents at the border, and recently in Mississippi, we saw the largest immigration rate in a decade. You want to replace ICE, the agency in charge of rounding up undocumented immigrants. So how would you deal with the millions of immigrants who arrive legally but overstay their visas? And how would you stop hundreds of thousands of Central Americans who want to migrate to the U.S.?
Well,
You missed some
I
dunks.
start with a statement of principles,
3 dunks.
and that is, in this country, immigration does not make us weaker. Immigration makes
There's a
us
dunk and a double
stronger.
dunk.
A lot of
I wanna see
Obama
us
bullshit.
expand legal
Okay, the chat says I have 3
immigration
drinks I have to take because
and
apparently
create
everything good
a
happened.
pathway to citizenship.
A lot of
for
blow
our
Obama.
dreams, but also for their grandparents,
Blowing Obama.
and for their cousins, for people who overstayed student visas, and for people who came here to work in the fields.
Some blow
I want to
Obama.
have a system that is a path to citizenship
10 drinks,
that is
shut up.
fair and achievable. Down at the border,
While you
we've
were
got to
gone,
rework
1
this
through 12 all
entirely.
happened.
A system right now that cannot tell the difference in the threat posed by a terrorist, a criminal, and a 12-year-old girl is not a system that is keeping us
That's a good way to put
safer,
it,
and
actually.
is
I like
not
that, Warren.
serving our
Some good framing
values.
right there.
You good at that shit.
We need, I want to add one more part on this because I think we have to look at all the pieces. Why do we have a crisis at the border?
Good job, Caustic.
In no
Thank you for
small
banning.
part because we have withdrawn help from
We gotta
people
keep
in
making
Central
accounts, we just
America
gotta
who are suffering. We need to restore that
Takes some good
help.
3 or 4
We
minutes
need
to
to
make
help
each one. Just make
establish
new
and
email addresses.
reestablish the rule of law so
What's
that
he
people
trying to do,
don't
this
feel
troll?
like they have to flee for their lives. We have a crisis that Donald
He's like,
Trump
ban
has
white women. I'm
created
like, okay,
and
I've
hopes
had
to
enough.
profit from politically.
Did
We
it
have
really
to have
say
the
that?
courage
He's like,
to stand up
we need
and
to
fight
ban
back.
white girls. I'm like, what?
It is
What
true
the
that in
hell?
the last few years we have seen
Because he
very
wasn't getting
severe
enough attention by being like,
anti-immigrant
vote
measures,
Trump.
from
We're like,
putting kids in
okay.
cages to
Maybe
limiting
Valley
asylum
Girls.
for people fleeing gangs and domestic violence.
Ban
But it
white
is also
women.
true
No girls
that
should be
about
banned.
1 million immigrants
Just for
enter
being
the U.S.
girls.
legally.
Oh,
every
Yang's
year.
talking. Sorry.
So are you willing to raise the number of legal immigrants
I think Warren's
from
doing
1
well,
million
by
to
the
2
way.
million per year? And should there be a merit
We should
system,
raise the limit
as
to
President Trump wants?
infinity.
So, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, did you ask me or?
Mr. Yang.
I already said it.
Do I get to talk?
My father grew up on a peanut farm in Asia with no floor, and now his son is running for president.
What are you, fucking
That is the
Carter?
immigration story that we have to be able
Yeah,
to share.
peanut farm?
Yeah.
Oh, he's your enemy, Pepper.
If you look at our history, almost half of Fortune 500 companies were founded by their immigrants or children of immigrants, and rates of business formation are much higher in immigrant communities. We have to say to the American people, immigrants are positive for our economic and social dynamism, and I would return the level of legal immigration to the point it was under the Obama-Biden administration.
Obama, drink.
I think we have to compete for talent, and I am the opposite of Donald Trump in many ways. He says build a wall. I'm going to say to immigrants, come to America, because if you come here, your son or daughter can run for president. The water is great, and this is where you want to build a company, build a family, and build a life. This country has been a magnet for generations. If we lose that, we lose something integral to our continued success, and that is where I would lead as president.
It's a good bite for the internet.
Again, I don't think Yang is going to win, and I'm not going to vote for him, but I'm happy he's on the stage.
This is according to a new Univision poll.
That makes sense.
President Trump has called Mexican immigrants rapists.
Yeah, absolutely, same.
Tried to ban Muslims from entering the
I like
country.
UBI as a concept. His is just flawed.
His supporters have chanted,
because he's not a Dem establishment person. I kind of like it.
Do you think that people
I support it as a concept. I think it should be. I don't see a reason why not.
Anyone who supports this
if done correctly.
Okay, I'm changing Rule 7 to just Andrew Yang speaks because he's spoken 3 times.
The only people, though, who actually buy into this president's hateful rhetoric around immigrants are people who don't know any. We have an opportunity to build an American majority around immigration reform. In my community, a group of conservative Republicans rallied around an individual, a beloved local individual who was deported when he went into ICE to try to get his paperwork sorted out because they never thought it would happen to him.
Tail, but it would help.
In some of the most conservative rural areas of Iowa, I have seen communities that embraced immigration grow, and it's why part of my plan for revitalizing the economies of rural America includes community renewal visas that would allow cities and towns and counties that are hurting not only for jobs but for population to embrace immigration as we have in my city. You know, the only reason that South Bend is growing right now, after years of shrinking, is immigration. It's one of the reasons we acted, not waiting for Washington, to create city-issued municipal IDs so that people, regardless of immigration status, in our city had the opportunity to have the benefits of identification. We have an opportunity to actually get something done, but we cannot allow this to continue to be the same debate with the same arguments and the same clever lines, often among the same people, since the last real reform happened in the 1980s. We have to actually engage the American majority around the opportunities for not just growth in small communities, but our values, values of welcome, values of faith, that all argue for us to manage this humanely and in a way that marries our values with our laws.
Congresista Beto O'Rourke, una pregunta para usted. In an interview 8 months ago, you were asked what to do with the so-called overstayers, people who come with a visa and then stay. And
do not bring attention to the man who keeps getting banned.
Do you have an answer now?
I do, and if you read the rest of that article in the Washington Post, I talked about harmonizing our entry-exit system with Mexico in the same way that we do with Canada. I think that could help us to keep a handle on visa overstays. But I think the larger question that we're trying to get at is how do we rewrite this country's immigration laws in our own image, in the image of Houston, Texas, the most diverse city in the United States of America. In the image of El Paso, Texas, one of the safest cities in the United States of America. Safe, not despite the fact that we are a city of immigrants, safe because we are a city of immigrants. Conocemos que si queremos asegurar
breaking out the Spanish.
En nuestro país, necesitamos tratar cada persona
Is someone going to match it, Pepper?
Here he goes. Here goes Beto.
To make sure that we rewrite
gauntlet
immigration
been
laws
thrown?
in
You
that
did
way.
it.
Never cage
Cory Booker's
going to
speak Spanish next. How much you bet?
Accountability and
Chain
justice
reaction.
for the 7 lives
Can Biden try to speak Spanish?
custody, but also face the fact
Kyle Yodi, you could make Spanish being a drinking rule if you put 100 bits or $1 into this fucking stream. I didn't mean to say fucking, but Beto's on stage right now, and feel the need to say swear words.
Deporting people, hundreds of thousands, just in the Obama administration alone, who pose no threat to this country, breaking up their families. Democrats have to get off off the back foot. We have to lead on this issue because we know it is right. Legalize America. Legalize those 1 million dreamers, make them U.S. citizens right now.
Managed to drink posthumously because they gave me 500 damn bits.
Extend
Very
that
nice.
to their parents, their sisters, and their brothers, and ensure that we
Paid
have
over
a
pot?
legal,
I hope
safe,
so, with
orderly
if you're
system
saying
to
shit
come to
like
this
that.
country and add to our greatness here.
Thank you, George.
Jorge, thank you. We're going to take a quick break.
Legalize
When we come
America.
back, national security, foreign policy, the impact on American jobs and U.S. troops.
Oh my god, it's a commercial. What the fuck?
And now, right after the debate,
I don't even know how to react, Tupper.
Oh, let's hit the fucking mute button. Okay, so I'm gonna rewatch what happened with Castro and
Yeah.
Biden because apparently I totally missed that.
Ah, yeah, you did. I don't fucking know. I'm sure someone clipped it though.
Well, it's
Oh
YouTube.
man,
You can
how
just
long
go
do we
back.
have?
Okay,
I
here
know
we
we were
go.
gonna have.
Got another hour and a half.
Holy shit!
It's 3 hours long, man. That was the halfway mark, basically. Okay, let's watch
Whoa,
this.
no.
I'm watching this clip. What happened? Let's see.
Watch it.
Every
Watch
single
it.
person in this country covered. My plan would do that. Your plan would not.
They do not have to buy in. They do not have to buy in.
You just said that. You just said that 2 minutes ago.
You gotta
just said 2
buy
minutes
in
ago
to
that they would have to
Biden.
buy in. You said they would
You
have
gotta
to
buy in to Biden.
Are you forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
Whoa!
Already what you said just 2 minutes ago?
Whoa!
I mean, I can't believe that you said 2 minutes ago that
What the
they had
fuck
to
just
buy in,
happened?
and now you're saying they don't have to buy. You're forgetting that.
I said anyone like your grandmother who has no money.
We need
She
a
would-
healthcare system.
You're automatically
What do you think Bernie just told him?
enrolls people regardless of whether they choose to opt in or not. If you lose your job, for instance, his healthcare
They'd
plan
have to buy in. Okay, I understand. Because he said, all right. I kind of get what was happening. I lost the context. Oh, sorry. My fucking volume is way too loud.
Whatever.
Actually, you should just
We
stay
got half
off because nothing's happening. I like how they're keeping the live cam on in case, like, just in case some candidate runs out on the stage and it's like, hey!
Ollie's trying to get you a freebie. What do you want to be a drinking
Everybody.
rule that's not already?
What do I want to be a drinking rule that isn't yet? I'm trying to think right now. I don't know, guys. Like, what do you... I'm trying... Allie, I want... Like, you... I mean, what's a drinking rule we could do that hasn't already been done? I'm trying to think of what's already been said.
Man.
Biden forgets something. I mean, I want to make a drinking rule, like, it's too rare, though, like, where Biden just cuts himself off. But I don't know if that's going to happen anymore.
Kamala got crazy loose there for a while. She's like, "Hey, y'all," out. It was like really weird.
Frickin' A.
Were you there for that? That was a thing that happened.
Oh, the troll
Anyway.
person has been... Because I only gave them a 10-minute, like, cooldown, and then they made 6 fake accounts to get back into the fucking group instead of just waiting 10 minutes. But,
Jesus Christ.
and now they're back, and they're like, how is saying handguns kill more people than assault rifles? How is that considered trolling? No, it's when you said that we should ban all white women. That was
And
what
they
I
say
thought was a troll.
millennials are
Unless you would
lazy.
like to tell us why you would like to ban all white women. Like, you have a well-thought-out argument for why we should ban white women, or whatever the fuck that
white
means.
women.
Just ban white women.
Holy shit. Well, I'm sure you got a solid argument there.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot to say.
Oh man. Man, white women. Oh man. So what do we got left?
The
What haven't we
correct
covered?
response to me giving you a 10-minute timeout is definitely making 5 new accounts to come back into the chat. Okay. Allie,
What
I can
haven't we
abbreviate
covered?
yours, but I know what you mean. Where? Oh, it hasn't come in yet, has it? We're about to get hit by a money baby, I think.
Oh, sweet. What are your thoughts so far on the debates?
Yeah, guys, if I ever give you a 10-minute timeout in the chat, don't react by then creating 4 fake accounts to bypass it.
Pepper, what are your thoughts on the debates so far?
Biden cuts himself off, or sorry, we just got a new thing. Biden cuts himself off, or, and I missed the or. Allie, paste your thing into chat, what you said. But I'm
Oh,
putting-
okay, sorry.
I'm putting Biden cuts himself off. Oh, we're coming back. So far, I really want to see more of Biden talking to Warren and Sanders. That's really all I care about is Biden, Warren, and Sanders. The other 7 of them are kind of just, they're here. Oh, wait, this is a person talking.
Great, thank you so much. And schools.
And we missed it. Okay. I didn't hit the audio
Yeah,
fast
we
enough.
missed it. And it's gone.
Biden cuts himself, or CNN cuts off the candidate for saying non-CNN approved things. It's not CNN though; it's ABC.
Oh boy.
ABC cuts off leftist talk is what I put, I guess.
I want to Photoshop Yang onto the Joker, spreading all the money in the street.
Spreading all the money in the street.
I gotta sign up for that shit.
That's what socialism
Gotta
is. You
get
just
my
take
Yang
money
bucks.
and throw it into the road. That's what I mean when I say socialism.
I gotta get you my Yang bucks.
Get my Yang books. All right, I'm gonna take this short break to actually to use the bathroom again, just in case.
I'd like my not die from cancer bucks. That'd be pretty cool.
Whoa.
I'd like that not have heart fucking bills. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, dude, you got
holy shit. That'll be really nice. Hey, at least Obama got me out of the whole what do you call it? Fucking pre-existing condition bullshit. Because health companies were trying to take me off for that shit. For having AFib. So that's fun. And it's very, very expensive. It's like $300 a month if insurance for my medication. So that's fun shit. Are they back? All right, I gotta fucking put them on. Tariffs are dumb.
Oh fuck! Andrew Yang's talking. Drink.
Yeah.
And two, think about all the lost revenue to American companies. So the imbalances are real, but we have to let the Chinese know that we recognize that President Trump has pursued an arbitrary and haphazard trade policy that has had victims on both sides. So no to repealing the tariffs immediately, but yes to making sure we come to a deal that addresses the concerns of American companies.
No
and
to
American
repealing
producers.
the tariffs
Mayor Pete, let me
immediately.
take that question.
Bad Yang take.
Let me take that
Yeah,
question.
I
Because
agree.
We've seen President Trump's tweets. He says what's going to happen here is the Chinese are just going to wait
Why wouldn't you
him
repeal
out so
the
they can get a
tariffs?
Democrat who they can take advantage of. How do you think about China? We've seen President Trump
You missed,
call President Xi both an
Andrew.
enemy and a friend.
Well,
Sorry.
the president clearly has no strategy. You know, when I first got into this race, I remember President Trump scoffed and said he'd like to see me making a deal with Xi Jinping. I'd like to see him making a deal with Xi Jinping.
What the fuck?
Is it just me, or was that supposed to happen in like April? It's one more example of a commitment not made. When that
I'm
happens
older
on
than
the
Pete.
international
Fuck
stage,
everything.
people take note. Not just our competitors, our adversaries,
Good
but
fuck,
also
Pepper.
our allies. Take note
Oh my
of
god.
the inability of the United States to keep its word or follow through on its plans. And when that happens, there are serious consequences. We saw
like
it at
the
the
fucking
G7,
Iran
the leaders of some of the greatest
nuclear deal.
powers and economies of the world sitting to talk about one of the greatest challenges in the world, climate change, and there was literally an empty chair where American leadership could have been. The problem is, this is a moment when American leadership is needed more than ever, whether it's in Hong Kong, where those protesters
Alkali,
for
I feel
democracy
pretty
need
fucking
to know
old.
that they have a friend in the United States, or anywhere around the world where increasingly we see dictators throwing their weight around. The world needs America, but it can't be just any America.
Would you
It has to
repeal the tariffs?
I would have a strategy that would include the tariffs as leverage, but it's not about the tariffs. Look, what's going on
Everyone's
right
like,
now
yeah,
is a
keep the
president who
tariffs
has
because they're
reduced
already
the
there. So now we
entire
support them,
China
even though we
challenge.
didn't support them before they were
Question
enacted.
Of tariffs, when what we know is
Pre-tariff,
that the tariffs
boo.
are coming down on
Current
us
tariff,
more than anybody else, and there's a lack
maybe.
of a bigger strategy.
Senator Klobuchar, you've actually supported the tariffs on steel.
What we've got right
Yeah,
now, though,
so
George,
what?
it's not a focused tariff on steel. What he has done here, he has assessed these tariffs on our allies.
So we want
He has
the
put us
tariffs,
in
just
the
Trump
middle
didn't
of
do
this
them
trade
right?
war,
That's what you're
and
saying?
he is treating our farmers and our workers like poker chips in one of his bankrupt casinos. And if we are not careful, he is going to bankrupt this country. One forecast recently says that it has already cost us 300,000 jobs.
Ball grips for
all right?
Amy.
There is soybeans that are mounting up in bins all over the Midwest, in my state of Minnesota and in Iowa. So what I think we need to do is to go back to the negotiating table. That's what I would do. I wouldn't have put all these tariffs in place, and I wouldn't have had a trade policy where on August 1st he announces he's going to have tariffs on $300 billion of goods. On August 13th, he cuts it in half. A week later, he says he's going to reduce taxes. The day after that, he says
Andrew Yang's
going
gonna
to
last
do it.
longer than Amy.
The leaders of the world are watching this, and it undermines our strength
Amy needs
as
a
a
game
nation.
show or
and
something.
yes, we want fair trade, but we must work with the rest of the world. And he has made a mockery of focused trade policy.
I want to see Bernie Sanders on
enforcement
Monday
like
Night
we've
Raw.
done in northern
Urbis,
Minnesota,
bring beer.
passing bills, getting President Obama
Yeah, Urbis,
to
come
do
here and
more
bring
on
beer. You have
that
an hour and a half
so
to get
that
here before it's
our
over.
workers can benefit. So we are importing, exporting goods, and making sure that is a competitive policy where our goal is that we are making things, inventing things,
Yeah,
and
let's
exporting
make
to the
things,
world.
guys.
He is defeating that goal.
Why didn't I
Secretary
think
Castro,
of
you
that?
actually
In one of the previous debates, identified China as the most serious national security threat to our country. I want to
Tucker,
pick up on
we
what
should
Senator
make
Klobuchar was
things.
saying there. She said she'd go back to the negotiating table. The question is, what do you do for leverage? Where do you get it?
Well, look, I agree with those who have said that this erratic, haphazard trade war is hurting American families. As Senator Klobuchar said, 300,000 American jobs. It's estimated that it's cost $600 to the average American family. Just a couple of days ago, 60% of Americans said that they believe that we're in for a recession next year.
Oh, this recession is definitely coming.
When I become president, I would immediately begin
already
to
happening.
negotiate with China to ratchet down that trade war. We have leverage there. I also believe, though, that we need to return to a leader when it comes to things like human rights. We have millions of Uyghurs, for instance, in China that right now are being imprisoned and mistreated. And in North Korea, this president is elevating a dictator. We need to stop that. We need to return to ensuring that America leads again on human rights. When it comes to this trade war, I would immediately begin ratcheting that trade war down. We have leverage in that discussion.
Senator, let me bring you in on this conversation. President Obama signed the Trans-Pacific Partnership. In part, it was designed to rein in China, to bring China in to some kind of regulation. What do you think he got wrong?
So our trade policy in America has been broken for decades. And it has been broken because it works for giant multinational corporations and not for much of anyone else. These are giant corporations that, shoot, if they can save a nickel by moving a job to a foreign country, they'll do it in a heartbeat. And yet,
You take that line from
decades
Bernie.
now,
This
he's
is a
been
Bernie line.
whispering in the ears of our trade negotiators who has
Do you
shaped
want
our
their
trade
powers
policy.
combined? I want.
It's been the giant
Goddamn.
corporations. It's been their lobbyists and their executives. The way we change our
No matter
trade
who
policy
wins.
in America is first the procedures. Who sits at the table? I want to negotiate trade with unions at the table. I want to negotiate it with small farmers at the table. I want to negotiate it with environmentalists at the table. I want to negotiate with human rights
The
activists
table.
at the table. And you asked the question about
Warner
leverage,
says
but
I
let me
am the
just respond to
table.
that one. The leverage? Are you kidding? Everybody wants access to the American market. That means that we have the capacity to say right here in America, you want to come sell goods to American consumers, then you've got to raise your standards. You've got to raise your labor standards, and you've got to raise your environmental standards so our companies can compete on a level playing field. We can use trade not to undermine American workers and not to undermine American farms and not to undermine small businesses in this country. We can use trade to help build a stronger economy.
Senator Harris, how would your trade policy differ from President Obama's?
Well, first of all, I have no
Bernie
criticism
hasn't
of
talked
that
in a while,
more than
has
just
he?
looking at where we are now, which is that we've got a guy in the White House who's been erratic on trade policy. He conducts trade policy by tweet, frankly born out of his fragile ego. It has resulted in farmers in Iowa with soybeans rotting in bins, looking at bankruptcy. When we look at this issue, my trade policy under a Harris administration is always going to be about saying we need to export American products, not American jobs. And to do that, we have to have a meaningful trade policy. I am not a protectionist Democrat. Look, we need to sell our stuff. And that means we need to sell it to people
Kamala's
overseas.
on the
That means we
all
need
that
trade
business.
policies that allow that to happen. You asked earlier about China. It's a complicated relationship. We have to hold China accountable. They steal our products, including our intellectual property. They dump substandard products into our economy. They need to be held accountable. We also
Kamala's
need to
like,
partner
what
with
are you
China
buying?
on climate and the crisis that presents. We need to partner with China on the issue of North Korea. I am on, and I think the only person on this stage, the Senate Intelligence Committee
Kamala
and the
Harris
Senate
is a
Homeland
cop.
Security Committee. We need a partner on the issue of North Korea. But the bottom line is this: Donald Trump, in office on trade policy, you know, he reminds me of that guy in The Wizard of Oz. You know, when you pull back the curtain, it's a really small dude.
Small dude.
Okay.
What the fuck just...
I'm not even going to take the bait, Senator Harris. But I am gonna
Bernie's
take
like,
this to
wait, I'm a
Senator-
small dude.
I'm going to take this to Senator Sanders right now. Because
Haha, we have fun
There
here,
is a
Disney.
reason why in the last 45 years, the average American today, despite an explosion of technology and worker productivity, is not making a penny more than he or she made 45 years ago. And one of the reasons
Basilisk,
is
then nothing
that
would
for
change and the
decades we have
corporations
had
would own everything.
disastrous trade policies.
Congratulations.
And I got to say to my good friend Joe Biden, Joe and I strongly disagree on trade. I helped lead the opposition to NAFTA and PNTR, which cost this country over 4 million good-paying jobs. And what happened is people who had those jobs ended up getting other jobs, making 50% of what they made in manufacturing. So Trump obviously hasn't a clue. Trump thinks that trade policy is a tweet at 3 o'clock in the morning. What we have got to do is develop a trade policy.
Bernie's like, I got
that
policy too,
represents
motherfucker.
Workers, represents the farmers in the Midwest and elsewhere who are losing billions right now because of Trump's policy. A trade policy which understands that if a company shuts down in America and goes abroad and then thinks they're going to get online to get a lucrative federal
So many farmers
contract
are losing their shit
under Bernie
from the
Sanders,
fucking
they got
tariffs.
another guess coming.
Vice
And
President
they're
Biden,
still
vote your
being
name.
subsidized.
Well, look,
Lots of
we're either
taxpayer
gonna make the
dollars
policy, or China's going to
going
make the,
through
trade, the rules of the
stupid
road.
policy.
We make up 25% of the world economy. We need another 25% to join us. And I think Senator Warren is correct. At the table has to be labor, and at the table have to be environmentalists. The fact of the matter is, China, the problem isn't the trade deficit. The problem is they're stealing our intellectual property. The problem is they're violating the WTO. They're dumping steel on us. That's a different issue than whether or not they're dumping agricultural products on us. In addition to that, we're in a position where if we don't set the rules, we, in fact, are going to find ourselves with China setting the rules. And that's why you need to organize the world to take on China to stop the corrupt practices that are underway.
Senator Booker,
I mean,
close out.
China's raised
Sure,
more
there's
people
one
out
point
of
we're really
poverty in the
missing
last
on
10 years
the
than
stage
America's
right now,
even
which
thought about
is
raising out of
the
poverty.
fact that Donald Trump's America First policy is
Like, China has a
actually
lot of
an
really
America
shitty
isolated,
policies and is not a
America alone
democracy,
policy.
but
From
not
trade
everything they've done is
to
terrible.
battling China
Yeah.
to
They
the
aren't put-
global
well,
crisis
never mind.
of climate change, the
I would
challenges
say
in
they
the
aren't putting
Middle
people in
East. He is
cages.
pulling
Remember,
us
they're taking all
away
their
from our
Muslims and
allies,
locking
out
them
of
in
the Iran
fucking
deal,
work
out of the
camps.
Paris Climate
Okay,
Accords.
Yeah.
sure.
And on trade, he's
We are
decided
so
to take on
different, you and
China,
I,
while at
China.
the same time taking on tariff battles with all of our allies.
By you and
literally
I, I
have
mean the
him
United
using
States and
a
China, by the
national
way.
security waiver to put tariffs on Canada. Now, look, I'm the
Yeah,
only person on
fuck
the stage
Canada.
that
Wait.
finds Trudeau's hair very menacing.
Canada.
But
Wait, what
they
did we
are
say?
not a national security threat. We cannot go up against China alone.
China.
This is a president that has a better relationship with dictators.
Maybe we don't
like
have to go
Duterte
up
and
against
Putin
anyone.
than he does with Merkel and Macron. We are
We
the
could all work
strongest nation
together.
on the planet Earth. And our strength is multiplied and magnified when we stand with our allies in common cause and common purpose. That's how we beat China. That's how we beat climate change on the planet Earth. And that's how American values are the ones that lead on issues of trade and workers' rights.
David.
George, thank you. I want to turn now to our troops overseas and to America's longest war in Afghanistan. U.S. talks with the Taliban are dead, according to the president. Secret talks at Camp David have been canceled before they could happen.
The
Many of you have
Taliban may or may
weighed in on
not be
that
the
already,
legitimate
so I'm gonna
government of
pass
the
that tonight
that
to
fucking
what
country
all of
by
you
now.
have promised on the campaign trail. Many of you on this stage have said you'd bring the troops home in your first term. Others have said in your first year. Senator Warren, we all know the presidency is much different from the campaign trail. President Obama wanted to bring the troops home. President Trump promised to bring the troops home. And you have said of Afghanistan, let's help them reach a peace settlement. It is time to bring our troops home, in your words, starting right now. Would you keep that promise to bring the troops home starting right now with no deal with the Taliban?
Yes.
Just bring them
And
home.
I'll tell you why.
Fuck it.
What we're doing right
We
now
can't make it that much
in
worse.
Afghanistan is not helping the safety and security of the United States. It is not helping the safety and security of the world.
We're kind
It
of
is not
imperialists
helping
and
the safety and
shit.
security of Afghanistan. We need to bring
Yeah.
our troops home. And then we need to make a big shift.
Warren keeps
We
saying
cannot
good
ask our
things.
military
People
to
gonna
keep solving
notice.
problems that cannot be solved militarily. We're not
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
bomb our way to a solution in Afghanistan. We need to treat the problem of terrorism as a worldwide problem. And that means we need to be working with all
The
of
chat's
our
talking about
allies.
fucking
Our
Skynet right
European
now.
allies, our Canadian allies, our
Why?
Asian allies,
Give
our allies
automating
in
nukes.
Africa and in South America.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk
We
about war
need to
games. Everything
work
is the.
together to root out terrorism. It means using all of our tools.
As
It
long as you
means
don't get the AI of
economic
Gandhi.
investment. It means expanding our diplomatic efforts instead of hollowing out the State Department and deliberately making it so we
God
have
damn it,
no
you fizzy
eyes and
cherry
ears
fuck.
in
I'm
many
sitting
of
over here
these
with only
countries.
Bud Light.
Yeah, I heard
We
that.
need a foreign
Yeah, well,
policy that is
cartoons
about our
have
security and about
benefits.
leading on
That's
our
not just me.
values.
Senator
Them,
Warren, a
actually.
quick follow on that, because top U.S. leaders, military leaders on the ground in Afghanistan told me you can't do it without a deal
Oops,
with
the neutral
Taliban.
net
You
thought
just said
that
you
cloud
would.
was a bomber.
Bring
Time
them
for
home.
World
What
War
if they told
III.
you that? Would you listen to their advice?
I was in Afghanistan with John McCain.
Basically,
2 years
yes.
ago this past summer.
That's what probably would
It
happen.
may have been Senator McCain's last trip before he was sick. And
Oh, sorry,
I
we're talking about
talked to people. We did.
John McCain,
we
drink.
talked to military leaders, American and local leaders. We talked to people on the ground and asked the question, the same one I asked on the Senate Armed Services Committee. Every time one of the generals comes
The ocean
through,
is basically
show me what
libertarian.
winning looks like.
Yeah,
There-
the ocean is the
there's, like,
ultimate
no-
libertarian. International waters
there's
is
no-
the libertarian
There's a
wet
lot
dream.
of-
Wet dream.
It
Get
is.
it? It's the
No one
ocean.
can describe it.
There's no
And the
fucking worker
reason no
rights.
one
It's
can
so
describe
bad.
There's no rights at
is
all.
because the problems in Afghanistan
Yeah.
Nuke the whales,
are not
yeah. Good job,
problems
Nova.
that can be solved by a military. I have 3 older brothers who all served in the military. I understand firsthand the kind of commitment they have made. They will do anything we ask them to do. But we cannot ask them to solve problems that they alone cannot solve. We need to work with the rest of the world. We need to use our economic tools. We need to use our diplomatic tools. We need to build
Table.
with our allies.
Warren.
And we need to make the whole world safer, not keep troops bombing in Afghanistan.
Senator Warren, thank you. I do want to stay on this, and I want to turn to Mayor Buttigieg, because you're the only veteran on this stage who served in Afghanistan. We heard in recent days from General Joseph Dunford, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who said in recent days, I'm not going to use the word withdrawal right now. It's our judgment the Afghans need support to deal with the level of violence. If he's not even using the word withdrawal, would you put your promise to bring troops home in the first year on hold to follow the advice?
You know, I served under General Dunford, way under General Dunford in Afghanistan.
That
And
sounded so
today,
canned.
September 12th, 2019, means that today you could be 18 years old enough to serve, and have not been alive on 9/11. We have got to put an end to endless war.
Oh, I'm all
And
for
the way
that.
we do it is see to it that that country will never again be used for an attack against our homeland, and that does not require.
Yeah, but who
an
attacked us in
open-ended
9/11,
commitment
everybody?
of ground
Say it
troops.
in the
Let me
chat.
say
What
something
country
else, because
did
if there's
every
one thing
fucking
we've learned
hijacker except for
about
one come
Afghanistan
from? Put it in the chat.
from
Do you even
Afghanistan,
know?
it's that
Because
the
I can't
best way
forget.
not to
They
be
sponsored
caught up
WWE.
in
Saudis,
endless
exactly. It
wars
was
to
Saudi
avoid
Arabia.
starting a war.
Every single one of them
And
but
so,
one.
When I am president, an authorization for the use
Why
of
aren't we at war
military
with Saudi
force will
Arabia?
have a
Money,
built-in 3-year
oil,
sunset. Congress will
you
be
know,
required to vote, and a
shit
president
like
will
that.
be required to go to Congress.
Because where will we hold
to
our
seek an
pay-per-views for
authorization.
wrestling?
Because if our troops can summon the courage
Who will
to go
fund our
overseas,
rando
the least our
wrestling
members of
pay-per-views
Congress should be
except
able
for
to do
Saudi
is
royalty?
courage to take a vote on
The
whether
best
they ought to be.
WrestleMania
And this is
ever.
not saying fuck Saudi. I don't think we should
president
attack
right
Saudi
now
Arabia, by the way. I'm just trying to point
seems
out
to treat
inconsistencies in the
troops
thought
as props.
process.
Yeah,
If the idea is
rules
attack
for
the
his
country
own
that attacked us, we aren't
saw
doing
what's going on
that.
with
We
flights
haven't been for
apparently
18
being
years.
routed
It's been
through Scotland just so people can stay at his hotels. I'll tell you, as a
Saudi
military
Arabia does
officer,
that thing.
the very first thing that goes through your mind, the first time you ever make eye
WWE's
contact
never done North
with somebody
Korea.
that you
There
are
you go.
responsible
WCW
for in
has.
uniform, is do not let
I'm trying to remember where
these
the other
men and
hijacker
women
was
down.
from, but it wasn't
This
Saudi
president
Arabia.
is doing exactly that. I will not.
Pyongyang, WWE.
I want to turn to Vice
That'd be
President
I
fucking
want to say
great.
New
because
Japan
the
had a
concerns about,
Pyongyang
any
event.
possible
Or
vacuum
Yeah, it was WCW.
Really?
WCW and New Japan collabed and had an event in Pyongyang.
That's
has
kind of
been
nice for the
heightened by
people who
what we've
went.
seen in recent days on the
Aw,
ground
these
in
guys got
Iraq.
fucking something.
When
They
you
were
were Vice
forced
President,
to.
President Obama turned to you to
Oh,
bring
yeah,
the
forced
troops
to
onto
attend, I'm
Iraq.
sure.
You have said on the
That's holy
campaign
shit.
trail,
Actually.
I made sure the president turned to me and
They
said,
had no
Joe,
idea what they were
get our
watching.
combat troops out of Iraq.
You will
There
boo
was a
those
major
nature
drawdown
boy.
of U.S. troops, and then ISIS seized, by some estimates, 40% of the territory in Iraq. You then had to send thousands of troops back in. Was it wrong to pull out of Iraq that quickly, and did the move
The
actually
hijackers were
help
from
ISIS take hold?
United Arab Emirates,
No, it wasn't
Egypt,
wrong to
Saudi
pull up. I wanna
Arabia,
answer
and
the
Lebanon.
Afghanistan
How many of those
question.
countries are
I've
we
been
at
in
war
and
with
out
right
of
now?
Afghanistan, Not with a gun, and I admire my friend.
Boo the
for
nature
his
boy's
service.
decadent
But I've been in
lifestyle.
Afghanistan, I think more than
That's
anybody
place of
on
birth,
this-
by the
on
way,
this-
not
it's an
country of
open
origin.
secret. You reported a long time ago, George, that I was opposed to the surge in Afghanistan. The whole purpose of going to Afghanistan was
Change your
to not
screen
have
name,
a
Sheeb. I say the same thing.
counterinsurgency, meaning that we're going to put that country together. It cannot be put together. Let me say it again. It will not.
If he's
be put
replying in the
together.
chat, this is
It's
just-
three
that
different
means he's
countries.
not driving the
Pakistan owns
booze.
the three counties, the three provinces, and the east. They're not in part of the economies run it. I will go on and on, but here's the point. The
So
point
Biden's
is
saying we
that
have to draw
it's a
new international
counter-terrorism
lines and
strategy.
divide up a
We can
country
prevent
based
the
on
United
what we
States from being
want?
the victim of terror coming out of Afghanistan by providing for bases, insist that Pakistanis provide bases for us to airlift from and to move
God.
against what we know. We don't need those troops
Is Biden
there.
still
I would bring them
talking?
home. And Joe Dunford's a fine guy, but this has been an internal argument we've had.
Gotta
for 8 years.
balkanize
With
Afghanistan,
regard
yeah.
to,
That's a
with
good
regard
word,
to,
balkanize.
Iraq. The fact of the matter is that, I should have never voted to give Bush the authority to go in and do what he said he was going to do. The
Good.
AUMF was designed, he
Agree.
said, to go in and get the Security Council to vote 15-0 to allow inspectors to go in to determine whether or not anything was being done with chemical weapons or nuclear weapons. And when that
Fuck you,
happened,
Joe.
he
No, but
went
your
ahead
comment's
and
very
went
cute, and I
anyway
like it.
without any of that proof. I said something that was not meant the way I said it. I said from that point on, what I was argued against in the beginning, once he started to put the troops in, was that in fact we were doing it the wrong way. There was no plan. We should not
Republika
be engaged. We didn't
Srpska.
have the people with us. We didn't have our alliance. We didn't have allies with us, etc. And it was
Oh my God, I'm
later
falling
when we
asleep.
came into office. that
It's
Barack
justifiable.
the president turned to me and said, Joe, when
Joe.
they said we got a plan to get out, he turned
The
to the whole
president. It's
security and
Obama
said,
reference.
Joe will organize this, get the troops home. My son spent a year in Iraq, and I understand. And we were right to get the combat troops out. The big mistake that was made, which we predicted, was that we
chat's-
would not have
Pa-
a circumstance
press F to pay
where
respects to
the
Bosnia.
Shia and the
Let's get an F in the
Kurds
chat
would
for
work
Bosnia, please.
together to keep ISIS from coming, from moving in.
Mr.
Yugoslavia,
Vice President, thank you.
F
I
in
want
the
to turn
chat
to
for
Senator Sanders
Yugoslavia.
on this because the concern over Afghanistan is
Yeah,
very
Bosnia.
similar to what
I saw
we
that
saw in
movie.
Iraq when the troops came out.
It's a good movie.
ISIS
Pretty
filled that
much, yeah.
vacuum. What do you make
Was
of
that Black Hawk
people out
Down?
there who are worried that if
Holy
we pull
shit,
out
saying
US
get
troops
an
too
F in the
quickly
chat
from
actually works.
Afghanistan,
Sorry,
we'll create
Bernie's
a
talking.
safe haven all over again,
See?
like the plotters of 9/11.
David, let me answer that, but let me just comment.
I
on
get to
something
talk.
that, the
Holy
Vice President
shit.
said. You talked about the big mistake in Iraq and the surge. The truth is, the big mistake, the huge mistake, and one of the big differences between you and me, I never believed what Cheney and Bush said about Iraq. I voted voted against the war in Iraq and helped lead the opposition. And it's sad to say, I mean, I kind of, had the feeling that there would be massive destabilization in that area.
Yeah, because you're aware of
if we
American
went
history,
into
Bernie.
that
It's
war.
okay. You don't have to apologize.
As the former chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs,
Hands,
I want to
drink.
pick up on what Pete said. We cannot express our gratitude to all of the men and women who have put their lives on the line to defend us, who have responded to the call of duty. But I think also I am the only person up here to have voted
He's the game
against
president now.
all 3 of Trump's military budgets. I don't
Bring
think
up the budget. We spend way too fucking much.
$750 a year on the military. When we
Every
don't even
time
know who
Bernie
our
points, take
enemy
2
is.
shots. I'm fucking die.
I think that what we have got to do is bring this world together.
Guys, we
Bring it
spend a
together
shit
on
ton on the
climate
military.
change. Bring it together
A lot of
in
it we don't
fighting
know where it
against
goes.
terrorism.
The Pentagon money
And
just
make it
dis-fucking
clear that we
appears,
as a
man.
planet, as a global community, will work
Look it
together
up.
to help countries around the world rebuild their struggling economies and do everything that we can to rid the world of terrorism. But dropping bombs on Afghanistan and Iraq was not the way to do it.
Senator Sanders, thank you.
Yeah, it's easy.
I want to take this
Easy
to
thing to
Mr.
say.
Yang.
I hope my hair
You
goes
share
white
the
like
stage, as
Bernie's
you
and
know,
not
when
gray.
we talk about troops in Iraq
Red hair
and
usually does
Afghanistan
that,
with the
but we'll
vice
see.
president who was in the situation
Ernie
room
Badger knows
with
what I'm
senators who
talking
are
about.
on the Senate Armed Services, the
shit.
Foreign Relations
Xander,
Committee,
you're just like
with an
mumbling off
Afghanistan
mic
veteran who is on the stage
Ah,
tonight.
shut
As
up,
you share the
Pepper.
stage with these
Hey, can you
candidates,
guys tell that
which
me
is
and
the most
Xander are talking into
qualified
the
on
same
stage
brand
to
of
be
microphone now?
Commander-in-Chief?
Holy fuck.
Oh, fuck,
Outside of
Yang's
the pledge
talking.
to end the
Shit,
forever
shut up again.
wars, we've been in a state
Drink.
of continuous armed conflict for 18 years, which is not what the American people want.
You just went through
We have
Tron,
to start
Pepper. I don't know
owning
what
we can and
happened.
can't do. We're not very good at rebuilding countries, and if you want proof, all you have to do is look within our own country at Puerto Rico. We've spent trillions of dollars
Hey,
to unclear benefits.
drink for
lost
Puerto
thousands of
Rico, 'cause
lives,
they
and
fucked
thank you,
that
Pete,
shit
for your
up.
service. And the goal has to be to
I wish
rebuild
more people cared
the
about that,
relationships that have
honestly.
made America strong for decades. I would lead our armed forces with restraint and judgment.
Trump
What the American
fucked
people
Puerto
want is
Rico,
simply
killed a
president
lot of people.
who has the right values
By
and
the
point
way.
of view, and they can trust to make the right decisions when it comes to putting our young men and women into harm's way. And that's what I would do as president.
Who said yins? Did Andrew Yang say yins?
Thank you very much. Vamos a hablar de
Yins.
América Latina. You haven't been asked
What's
about Latin
yins?
America in the previous debate, so
Spanish, drink.
Let's begin. Senator Sanders, one country where many immigrants are arriving from is Venezuela. A recent UN fact-finding mission found that thousands have been disappeared, tortured,
Beer is
and
hard.
killed by government forces in Venezuela. You admit that Venezuela does not have free elections, but still you refuse to call Nicolás Maduro un dictador, a dictator. Can you
Un
explain
dictador.
why? And what are the main differences between your kind of socialism and the one being imposed in Venezuela?
Are they
Cuba,
asking
and
Bernie,
Nicaragua?
how are you different from Venezuela?
First of all,
Awesome.
I'm very clear.
I'm very ready for
Anybody
this.
who does what Maduro does is a vicious tyrant.
Exactly.
What we need now is international and regional cooperation for
Yes.
free elections in Venezuela so that the people of that country can make and can create their own future. In terms of
Canada and
democratic
Europe has
socialism,
it too.
to equate what goes
and a lot of
on
other
in
places.
Venezuela with what I believe is extremely unfair. I'll tell you what I believe in terms of democratic socialism. I agree with what goes on in Canada and in Scandinavia, guaranteeing
See?
health care to all people as a human right. I believe that the United States should not be the only major country on earth not to provide paid family and medical leave. I believe that every worker in
Social
this
Democrat, yeah.
country deserves a living wage and that we expand the trade union movement.
By the way, everyone watching,
I
Social
happen to
Democrats are
believe
relatively center.
also
So if you're watching this saying, I'm a centrist, you're a fucking Bernie Sanders voter.
Is we deal with an issue we do
Basically.
not discuss enough, Jorge. Not in the media.
It's like
and not
2
in
degrees
Congress.
left.
You got 3 people in America owning more wealth
And
than
the left
bottom
is,
half of
well,
this country. You got a handful of billionaires
taking the media
controlling what
production.
goes on in Wall Street, the insurance companies, and in the media. Maybe, just maybe, what we should be doing is creating an
Thank you.
economy that works for all of us, not 1%. That's my understanding of democratic socialism.
Secretary Garcia, you wanted to say a quick response, 45 seconds.
Sure, thank you, Jorge. I'll call Maduro a dictator because he is a dictator. And what we need to do is to, along with our allies, make sure that the Venezuelan people get the assistance that they need, that we continue to pressure Venezuela so that they'll have free and fair elections, and also here in the United States, offer temporary protected status, TPS, to Venezuelans. That is something that the Trump administration
Here comes
has
the
failed
Spanish
to
from a
do
native
for all
speaker.
of his big talk
Oh,
about
baby.
supporting the Venezuelan American community. He has failed. I will not. I also believe that we need to do things like a 21st century Marshall Plan for Honduras, El Salvador,
count?
and Guatemala, so that people can find safety and opportunity at home.
Oh no, he just
instead of
overpronounces the shit
having
out of
the
him.
dangerous
I don't
journey to the
think it
United
counts when
States.
you're saying the
And,
fucking
Maduro.
name.
under my
Venezuela.
administration, we're going to put
Venezuela.
renewed focus on Latin America. It
I mean,
makes
that's how it's
sense.
actually
They're our
pronounced, but
neighbors, and we have
I
a lot
know,
of
but
things
it feels
in common.
pandery.
It also makes sense that
big time.
because we have a country like China that is
Say
going
it
around
sexy.
the world to places like
I want him to
Africa
fucking
and
be
Latin
like,
America, making
from
their own
Arizona to New
relationships, strengthening
Mexico.
those. The United States need to strengthen its partnerships in Latin America immediately.
Thank you, Senator.
From
And I will-
Colorado
Senator
to
Booker, let me ask you about
Massachusetts.
Brazil. After the recent
Maybe
fires
like-
in the
it's
Amazon,
like, welcome to
some
Canada.
experts suggested that
From
eating less
Rhode
meat
Island
is one way
to
to help the environment. You are a vegan since
California.
2014. That's obviously a personal choice.
Nevada.
But President Trump and Brazil's President Bolsonaro
Nevada.
are concerned that climate
Idaho.
change regulations could affect economic growth.
Just
So
overpronounce
should
all
more
these
Americans,
fuckers.
including those
Wyoming.
here in Texas and in Iowa, follow your diet?
Sorry, I'm not making
first
fun of people
all, I
having
wanna say
accents
no.
because
Actually,
Julian
I wanna
Castro does
translate
not
that
have an
into
accent.
Spanish. No.
I'm not gonna say Illinois in the pronunciation because I don't fucking know it.
Oh, Corey had a humanizing moment.
Look, let's just be clear. The factory farming.
I want to
going on
translate
that's
into
assaulting
Spanish.
This corporate
No.
consolidation in the
That
agriculture
was
industry.
cute.
One of the reasons why I have
That
a
was
bill
adorable.
to put a moratorium on this kind of corporate consolidation is because this factory farming is destroying and hurting our environment.
Yeah,
and we
China's
see
where
independent
apple's
family
made. It's
farmers
not
being
very
pushed out of business because of the kind of incentives we are giving that don't line up with our values. That's what I'm calling for. But I want to switch because we don't have crowded debate stage.
Yeah,
we were
China
talking
is
about Afghanistan and
state-controlled
Iraq.
capital.
It annoys me that we had a conversation about our troops overseas and we didn't say one word about veterans in our country. We have a shameful reality in America that we send people off to war and they often come home with invisible wounds, hurts, and harms. They're disproportionately homeless. You hear stories about women waiting for months for gynecological care through the VA.
Modern War
It
Productions.
is very
Canada
important
and
that as
Europe,
we,
motherfucker.
as a country, understand that we are not going to solve every problem with this outrageous
There you go.
increased militarism.
Canada
that we
and
also
Europe.
make
Somebody
sure
bring
that
up
we
that
stand
meme where
up
they're
for the
like,
people that stood for us.
socialism,
We end our national
like
anthem with
Scandinavia
Home of the
isn't
Brave.
socialist, and it's the
about
dude
time
from the
we make this a
motorcycle
better
thing
home
throwing a
for
chair,
our
and he's
bravest.
like, then let's adopt those
Congressman
policies.
O'Rourke,
Where's that fucking meme?
Hurricane
Oh, I
Harvey
haven't seen
hit this
that, no.
town 2 years ago, and not only is the Amazon burning, Greenland is melting at a record
You see that
pace.
most of
The
Canada
last
has
5 years
more,
have been
the average
hottest
Canadian
ever
has
recorded.
more wealth.
And we have a viewer's question.
And they have
about
free
this.
healthcare.
What meaningful action
Fuck
will you
us,
take to reverse
motherfuckers.
the effect of climate change? And can we count on you to follow through if your donors are against it?
Yes, we will follow through regardless of the political consequences or who it offends, because this is the very future of our planet and our ability for our children and grandchildren to be able to survive on it. We will make sure that we get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions no later than the year 2050, that we are halfway there by 2030, that we mobilize $5 trillion over the next 10 years to do that, that we invest here in Houston, Texas, with pre-disaster mitigation grants to protect those communities that are vulnerable to flooding, given the fact that this town has seen 3 500-year floods in just 5 years.
In 5 years,
You'd like
exactly.
to think you're good for 1,500 years, but you're not. They're coming faster and larger and more devastating than ever. We're also going to make sure that we free ourselves from a dependence on fossil fuels and embrace renewable wind and solar energy technology, as well as the high-paying, high-skill, high-wage jobs that come along with that. And then we're going to pay farmers for the environmental services that they want to provide, planting cover crops, keeping more land under conservation, using no-till farming. Regenerative agriculture can pull carbon out of the air and can drive it and sequester it into the soil. That's the way that we're going to meet this challenge, and we're going to bring everyone into the solution.
Many of you want to comment?
Dr. Q is also drunk.
Very fast, Senator
Thank you. This is the existential crisis of our time. It's, that movie, The Day After Tomorrow?
I saw that
It's
movie
today.
with Will Smith. Holla,
we
holla.
have seen a warming in our world like never before. We're seeing
was that
flooding
Will
in the
Smith?
Midwest,
Never
flooding
mind.
in Houston, fires in the West. And I think having someone leading the ticket from the Midwest will allow us to talk about this in a different way and get it done. On day one, I will get us back into the International Climate Change Agreement. On day two, I will bring back the clean power
I'll
rules
support
that President
socialism
Obama
if
had
I
worked
fit.
on. On day three, I will bring back the gas mileage standards. You can do all that without Congress, which is good. On day 4, 5,
do all
and
that
6,
without
I
Congress,
will,
which is
working
good.
with Congress and mayors and business people all over the country, introduce sweeping legislation to get at that 2050 goal. And on day 7, you're supposed to rest, but I won't.
Senator
This is
Warren.
what we need to do if we're going to get at climate change. We have to take this on as a crisis that's happening right now.
Senator Warren, should American foreign policy be based around the principle of climate change?
Yes. We need to work on every front on climate change. It is the threat to every living thing on this planet, and we are running out of time. Every time the scientists go back, they say we have less and less time than we thought we had. But that means we've got to use all
Dr.
the
Q.
tools. One of the tools we need to use
I just
are
burped up
our
my Craft
Klobuchar
American
is totally a
I have
Midwestern mom.
proposed, following Governor Inslee, that we by 2028
She's a liberal. She's a capital
cut
L
all
liberal.
carbon emissions from
Oh,
new
big time.
buildings, by 2030 carbon emissions from cars, and by 2035 all carbon emissions from the manufacture of electricity. That alone, those three, will cut our emissions here in the United States by
Bezos earned that money.
70%. We can do this. We also need to help around the world to clean, but understand this one more time. Why doesn't it happen? As long as Washington is paying more attention to money than it is to our future, we can't make the changes we need to make. We have to attack the corruption head on so that we can save our planet.
Senator Harris, 45 seconds.
When I think about this issue, it really is through the lens of my baby nieces who are 1.5 and 3 years old. When I look at what is going to be the world if we do nothing when they turn 20,
Keep looking
I'm
them
really
boots.
scared. And when I've been in the United States Senate for now the last 2.5 years, and I look at our counterparts, the Republicans in the United States Senate, they must be looking at their children, and then when they look at the mirror, I don't know what they see, but it's a lack of courage. And this is an issue that, yes, it represents an existential threat. It is also something we can do something about. This is a problem that was created by human behaviors. And we can change our behaviors in a way that saves our planet. I've seen it happen in California. I took on, as the Attorney General of California, I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States.
Are you gonna make the corporations stop
second
fucking
only to the
polluting?
United
Because
States
that would be
Department of
nice.
Justice. I took on the big oil companies.
'Cause that's
and
who's doing
we
it.
saw progress. If any of you have been to Los Angeles 20 years ago, you'll remember that sky was brown. You go there now, the sky is blue.
We can
and you
change
know why?
as a
Because
people,
leader just
and
decided
it still
to
wouldn't
lead,
fucking
and
matter.
we took on these big fossil fuel companies. We have some of the most important and strongest laws in the country, and we made a difference. And my point being, I've done it before, and I will lead as president on this issue because
And yes,
we
they
have
did
no
earn those
time. The
slaves.
clock is
They
ticking,
earned those
but we
slaves.
need
By earning
courage
money to
and
purchase human
courageous
beings.
leadership. We can
So
I earned those slaves, damn it.
I paid for that person.
So to follow
That's
up
my person.
on what Elizabeth
It'd
said,
be
why
unfair
are
to
we
just
losing
take
to
the
fossil
people that
fuel
those other
companies?
people bought.
Why are we losing to the gun lobby and the NRA? And the answer is this. We all know, everyone on the stage knows, that our government has been overrun by money and corporate interests. Now, everyone here has a plan to try and curb those corporate interests, but we have to face facts. Money finds a way. Money will find
nobody
its way
forces
back in.
people to work. That's
So
a
what is
great
the
one.
answer? The answer is to wash the money out with people-powered money. My proposal is that we give every American 100 democracy dollars that you can only give to candidates and causes that you like. This would wash out the lobbyist cash by a factor of 8 to 1. That is the only way we will win. And as someone running for president, I'll tell you, there's a people on
Yank's
one
talking.
side and
I'm out
the
of
money
drink, though.
on the other. The only way for us to win is if we bring them together.
Fingers
Thank you for the illustration, Chief.
together.
I'd like to have an Academic discussion now about education. Mr. Yang, will stay with you. Here in Houston,
We're staying
the
with
school
Yang?
district is facing yet another year of
Things I never thought I would hear.
Like schools across the country, the system faces many challenges. One of them, thousands of students are leaving traditional public schools and going to charter schools. You're the most vocal proponent on this stage for charter schools. You have said that Democrats who want to limit them are, quote, just jumping into bed with teachers unions and doing kids a disservice. Why isn't taxpayer money better spent on fixing traditional public schools?
Let me be clear. I am pro-good school. I've got a kid.
This is where we're going to differ.
One of my little boys just started public school last week.
Public
and I was
school?
not there
You are
because I was
lying.
running for president. So we need to pay teachers more because the data clearly shows that a good teacher is worth his or her weight in gold. We need to lighten up the emphasis on standardized tests, which do not measure anything fundamental about our
Fewer
character
standardized
or human
tests,
worth.
yes.
But here's the big one. The data clearly shows that 65 to 70% of our students' outcomes are determined outside of the school. We're talking about time spent at home with the parents, words read to them
Yang
when they're
he's here
young,
to say this
stress
shit.
levels in the house, income,
Hey, someone's talking
type
about
of
education a little bit.
neighborhood. We're putting money
Yeah.
into
This is
schools,
accurate.
and educators know this. We're saying you're 100% responsible for educating our kids, but you can only control 30%. They all know this.
Yeah,
the
and if
answer
people
is to put
have
money
food,
directly
water,
into the
shelter-
families and neighborhoods to give our kids a chance to learn and our teachers a chance to teach.
Mayor Buttigieg, 45
I mean, technically, if you gave every super broke person in the U.S. $1,000 a month, teaching their
Step
kids would
one
be
is
way easier.
Appoint a Secretary of Education who actually believes in public education.
What?
I believe in public education. And in order to strengthen it, some things are very complex for preparing for a future where knowledge is at your fingertips, but we got to teach more to do with critical thinking and social and emotional learning. Some of it is extremely simple. We've just got to pay teachers more. And we've got to lift up the teaching profession. I always think of a story from South Bend of friends who hosted exchange students from Japan. They had a student one year who wanted to be a teacher, and they kept in touch with her when she went back to Japan and to college. She took the exam to try to become a teacher in a society that really regards teachers and compensates teachers well. And she came up just short. So you know what she did? Since she was academically good but couldn't quite make the cut to be a teacher, she had a fallback plan. She became a doctor. That is how seriously some countries treat the teaching profession. If we want to get the results that we expect for our children, we have to support and compensate the teaching profession, respect teachers the way we do soldiers, and pay them more like the way we do doctors.
Senator Warren, to use Mr. Yang's term, are you just jumping into bed with teachers' unions?
You know,
Jumping in the
I think
bed.
I'm the only person on the stage who has been a public school teacher. I've wanted to be a public school teacher since I was in second grade. And let's be clear, in all the ways we talk about this, money for public schools should stay in public schools, not go anywhere else. I've already made my commitment. We will have a Secretary of Education who has been a public school teacher. I think this is ultimately about our values. I have proposed a 2-cent wealth tax on the top 1/10 of 1% in this country. That would give us enough money to start with our babies by providing universal child care for every baby aged 0 to 5, universal pre-K for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old in this country.
Save those babies.
A year of pre-K is good. It doesn't hurt anything.
Teacher in this country.
sure.
Cancel student loan debt for 95% of the folks who've got it.
Thank you, Senator.
And strengthen our unions.
Yeah,
this
strengthen
is
your
how
unions.
we build an America that reflects our values, not just where the money comes from with the billionaires
Unions
and
are
corporate
getting
executives.
fucked.
Senator Harris, 45 seconds to respond.
My first grade teacher, Mrs. Frances Wilson, God rest her soul, attended my law school graduation. I think most of us would say that we are not where we are without the teachers who believed in us. I have offered in this campaign a proposal to deal with this, which will be the first in the nation federal investment in closing the teacher pay gap, which is $13,500 a year. Because right now in our public schools, our teachers, 94% of them are coming out of their own pocket to help pay for school supplies. And that is wrong. I also want to talk about where we are here at TSU.
You get your teaching job, and then when they're like, oh, we don't have supplies, like, oh, it looks like you have to go buy them. You just say, no, and you don't make it work, and your class sucks, and everything's shitty. But if you keep making it work, nothing will get better. Sorry, I'm getting back to my old work rants I used to go on.
Yeah.
You gotta stop making it work on your own. Because when all your shit explodes, you're like, look, you wouldn't buy us fucking pencils.
Teachers and those who serve in these many
That's not your
professions.
problem.
Thank you, Senator. But this is a critical
You wouldn't
point.
buy us pencils.
If a black child has a black teacher before the end of 3rd grade, they are 13% more likely to go to college.
Yeah, there are very few black. Yeah, that's the real thing.
Had 2 black teachers before the end of 3rd grade, they are 32% more likely to go to college. So when we talk about investing in our public education
She is not
system,
saying lies right now.
It is at the source of so much. When we fix it, that will fix so many other things. We must invest in the potential of our children. And I strongly believe you can judge a society based on how it treats its children, and we are failing on this issue.
Second butt.
You're guessing. All right, here's the answer. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And yet we have the highest child poverty rate of almost any country on earth. We have teachers in this country who are leaving education because they can't work 2 or 3 jobs to support themselves. Which is why, under my legislation,
that's fucked up.
We will move to see that every teacher in America makes at least $60,000 a year.
Look at that.
What we will also do is not only have universal pre-K, we will make public colleges and universities and HBCUs debt-free.
Pay the teachers. What a weird concept.
What we will also do, because this is an incredible burden on millions and millions of young people.
Oh, Zaner, your face rig is full eyes closed, but I think you may also be full eyes closed at the moment.
I might be.
Student debt in this country.
It's all fucked.
Thank you, Senator.
And we are going to do that by imposing a tax on Wall Street speculation.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Vice President, I want to come to you and talk to you about inequality in schools and race. In a conversation about how to deal with segregation in schools back in 1975, you told a reporter, I don't feel responsible for the sins of my father and grandfather. I feel responsible for what the situation is today, for the sins of my own generation, and I'll be damned if I feel responsible to pay for what happened 300 years ago. You said that some 40 years ago. But as you stand here tonight, what responsibility do you think that Americans need to take to repair the legacy of slavery in our country?
Well, they have to deal with look, there is institutional segregation in this country. And from the time I got involved, I started dealing with that. Redlining, banks, making sure that we are in a position where, look, talk about education. I propose that what we take is those very poor schools, the Title I schools, triple the amount of money we spend from $15 to $45 billion a year. Give every single teacher a raise to the equal raise of getting out the $60,000 level. Number 2, make sure that we bring in to help the teachers deal with the problems that come from home. The problems that come from home, we have 1 school psychologist for every 1,500 kids in America today. It's crazy. The teachers are a kind of teacher.
Your eyes are open now, aren't they?
They have every problem coming to them.
Why? What?
We have to make sure that every single child does, in fact, have 3-, 4-, and 5-year-olds go to school, not daycare, school. We bring social workers into homes of parents to help them deal with how to raise their children. It's not that they don't want to help. They don't know quite what to do. Play the radio. Make sure the television,
How woke
make
can
sure
Xander
you have
get?
the record player on at night. The
What,
phone.
Bummer?
Make sure
What?
the kids hear words. A kid coming from
Make
a
sure
very
the
poor
kids hear
school,
words. Okay,
a very
Biden.
poor background will hear 4 million words fewer spoken by the time they get there. There's
Thank you,
so
Mr.
much
Vice President.
No, I'm going to go like the rest of them do, twice over, okay?
Uncle Joe's not done.
Because
Wow,
here's
Biden, what the
deal.
fuck?
The deal is that we've got this a little backwards. And by the way, in Venezuela, we should be
Dr.
allowing
Q,
people
I
to
just
come
have
here
very
from
good
Venezuela.
microphone.
I know Maduro. I've confronted Maduro. Number two,
You're smoking
you
too
talk
close
about
to the mic.
need
I
to
mean,
do
you're
something
fizzy
in Latin
characoling
America.
too close to the
I'm the guy
microphone.
that came up with $740
am I?
million
I guess I am.
to see to it those 3 countries, in fact, change their system so people don't have a chance to leave. You're all acting like we just discovered
What the
this
fuck,
yesterday.
you guys?
Vice President.
Golden Pants is
Secretary
back. Yes, it's a
Castro.
3-hour debate.
Thank you very much. Well, that's quite a lot.
That's quite a lot.
You know, I grew up in one of those neighborhoods that folks have talked about.
In
a
a
neighborhood that was
neighborhood.
grappling
In
with the
a
legacy of segregation.
neighborhood.
In fact, in two public school districts that were involved in a 1973 Supreme Court case challenging how Texas financed its schools. And I know that today our schools are segregated because our neighborhoods are segregated.
He looks like
Now,
Ernie's
I have an
running for
education
office.
plan, like a lot of folks up here, that would pay teachers more, that would recruit diverse ranks of teachers, that would invest in our public schools. But I also believe that we have to connect the dots to uplift the quality of life, to invest in housing opportunity, to invest in job opportunity, to invest in community schools that offer resources like parents able to go back and get their GED and healthcare opportunities, and those things that truly ensure that the entire family can prosper. Those are the types of things that we need to do, in addition to lifting up our public schools. You asked a second ago about charter schools. Look,
How are you going to lift them up?
it is a myth that
With
charter schools are better
words?
than public schools. They're not. And so,
Thank you, Secretary.
while I'm not categorically against charter schools, I would require more transparency and accountability from
Yeah, they need
them
to
than
follow
is
the same
required
standards
right
as
now.
public schools, or they can
Senator,
fuck
we're
off.
coming to you now. It was 65
Those are-
years
most
ago
charter
this
schools are
year that the
cash
Supreme
grab
Court
operations.
outlawed racial segregation in public schools.
Cory
Yet for
Booker
millions
looks
of
very,
students of color today, segregation
not
remains a
sure.
reality. Non-white districts typically receive
He always doesn't look sure.
$2,200 less per student than those in
Always
white
looks
districts.
very intense.
This means older books, less
I
access
like
to
Cory has a
computers,
good
and
look. He
often
looks like a
worse
TV president.
outcomes. What
Like
is
if he
your
played
plan
the
to address
president in a
segregation?
movie,
And
I'd be
I'm
like,
not
yeah,
just talking
I
about
believe
the
it.
achievement gap, but I'm talking about
I
the
don't hate Cory.
opportunity
He looks like a
gap in
president.
education.
So I'm hearing a lot
Yeah.
of conversations on the stage that, and the way we talk about communities of color. Look, I live in a black and brown community below the poverty line. I've lived in public housing projects almost for a decade and saw the anguish of parents who are just so deeply frustrated that they don't have a school that serves their genius. I think I'm the only person on the stage, even though I had no formal authority as mayor to run a school system, I stepped up and took responsibility for our schools. And we produced results. A lot of folks here talking about raising teacher salary. We actually did it in Newark, New Jersey. And we didn't stop there. We closed poor performing charter schools, but dagnabbit, we expanded high performing charter schools.
That's a swear right there.
We were a city that said we need
He
to find
looks
local
like the
solutions
Fifth
that
Element
work
president.
for our community. The results
Kinda
speak for
does, yeah.
themselves.
Maybe he just
We're now
could.
the #1
Maybe
city
he
in
just went on roids
America
and
for
becomes
beat
tiny
the
like-
odds schools, from high poverty to
Bye,
high
Allie. Thanks for being here.
performance. Strategies like
Bye,
investing in our
Allie.
children work. And I'll tell you this, I am tired of us thinking about these problems isolated, disconnected from other issues. That's why my friend Secretary Castro is 100% right.
Good point.
We are in the
He said
reality we are right
Castro
now
was
because,
right.
Vice President, of overtly racist policies, not 400 years ago, just in my lifetime, that we're redlining communities, disinvesting in communities. And more than just that, my kids are not only struggling with racial segregation in housing and the challenges of underfunded schools, but they're also struggling with environmental injustice. If you've talked to someone who's a parent of a child who's had permanent brain damage because of lead, you'll know this is a national problem because there's over 3,000 jurisdictions in America where children have more than twice the blood lead levels of Flint, Michigan.
Thank you.
And so if I'm president of the United States, it is a holistic solution to education, from raising teacher salary, fully funded special education, but combating the issues of poverty, combating the issues of racial segregation, combating the issues of a criminal justice system
Thank
that
you,
takes
Senator.
parents away from their kids, and dealing with environmental justice as a major pillar of any climate policy.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Whoa,
One
he
final
spun right
question
into
coming
climate
up.
policy
We'll be
almost
right
like
back.
that was. Woo. That was like a trick.
It
Oh,
was a
thank God I
trick.
can go pee. Okay, I'm hitting
It's
you in the audio and I'm
time.
going to the bathroom. Xander, talk if you want, or also go to the bathroom.
God damn it. Pepper, this is when they need you.
You can't stop me. I'm getting water.
It's like when we need you. It's like when this shit's happening. All right, let me mute. Jesus Christ. I hope you at least muted this for them. Ugh. Oh my God. So yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the debate. I am. Man, when's the next one of these? How long? How much longer until we got another one of these? And then how many? I wonder if Yang is gonna make it to the final like 6. It's like a fucking Survivor show. I tell you what. Boy, I tell you what. I gotta get to work this thing to frickin' work. I know I look high, but Jesus Christ. Oh. I'll somehow get the face rig to work. Or I won't. We'll see. I don't have time for that shit. Anyway. Whew. Will Yang get his flower? Will he? Will his flame be extinguished? Oh no. You heard the death of THC. Fuck. God damn it. Ah. Fucked up, you guys. God damn it. Anyway, that just happened. Made me say, fuck. I'll be okay. I'll get a new. Fuck. Oh, God damn it. This sucks. Anyway. Yeah, that's really blows. Sorry, guys. Anyway, the debates. What do you like so far? Oh, bullshit. Yang's flower. Sounds like ugh. Yeah, I think Warren actually came out pretty good on. Well, let's see what's going on. We had our pee break? No, not quite yet. God damn it. Fuck.
Okay, we're back.
Pepper.
Hi.
I broke my bong.
Xander, actually?
Fuck.
Is the audio on the freaking thing?
Fuck, yeah.
Oh no.
God damn it.
Did someone clip this?
I don't know. It's there.
I feel like we should have. Xander, no.
Shut
I'm
up.
sorry,
God
Xander.
damn it.
Xander, I never wanted this.
You know, there's casualties of war. Fuck.
The leftists online are losing it over what Bernie said about Maduro. Oh, fuck. What?
Maduro. What did he say?
What did he say about Maduro that people didn't like?
He likes the Maduro diet. That's what Bernie's.
What? The Maduro diet makes you hard. That's a real thing.
The Maduro diet makes me hard.
No, that's. I mean, it's not translated correctly, but that's like a direct translation of a thing Maduro has actually said.
What you just said is a fair, assessment.
As a Maduro
Where it's like it
diet
makes you
hard.
tougher, not fucking eating.
Oh, hell yeah.
Maduro.
Make you hard. Maduro will make you hard. God damn
Biden
it.
claimed.
I'm pissed.
Ramos. Bernie, would you date Maduro?
Why am I such a
Bernie
clumsy
calls it
fuck?
Maduro a tyrant and rejects Venezuelan policies. If only Bernie, blah, blah, others could see that Venezuela endures a murderous U.S. economic... Well, the U.S. doesn't really fuck with Venezuela that hard. Of all the South American countries, Venezuela is one of the least American fucked with of them. It's kind of... you can't actually blame us for Venezuela necessarily. As much as other... Like, Panama, easily. Blame us. Most of rest of South America, you can blame on the U.S. Venezuela is kind of Venezuela's fault. Sorry, I'm scrolling through Twitter right now.
By the way, if you would like to donate to the burial of Bong, go to patreon.com/Dragon Show.
Fucking type that shit into the chat so someone can actually see it.
What? The fucking Patreon? I guess. Whatever.
Bro.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe that happened. Son of a bitch. Oh well. Yeah, that sucks.
Oh, so the Maduro thing is how everyone's going to try to slander the same way they were like, would you put the Boston bomber in solitary confinement? Remember that fucking super fair question that totally made sense and had all the context required to answer it?
Yeah, super fucking dumb. It's like, no, I don't like solitary confinement in general because it's fucking torture. Seriously, I think the UN classifies it. God damn it.
I don't think Maduro's a good guy, though. That's super weird. Like, if you were like, Maduro's great, we should keep him. I'm like, where's that evidence? Where's the evidence of Maduro actually being secretly good?
No, they took all the fucking oil and put it in one. Did a bunch of stupid shit. And we made a bunch of. We did a bunch of shit too. Oh wait, we back?
Oh yeah, we're back. Here we go.
Oh, bad.
Oh, someone's yelling something finally.
Sweet. Oh boy, this is exciting.
We're going to clear the protesters now. Just 1 minute.
We're gonna clear the We're gonna kill the protesters now. Just a second.
Status quo, Joe.
I want to know what they're yelling.
Subscribe to PewDiePie. Oh no.
I just want to know what the protest chant is. I can't hear it.
By the way, fuck PewDiePie.
Okay, let me get on Twitter and try to figure it out.
Sorry. We're sorry. Go ahead.
Who the fuck knows?
There's setbacks and there's setbacks. And I think the most critical setback that can occur to anyone is
Why would you do that?
My first result's Charlie Kirk. Fuck him.
My dad had an expression. He said, Joey, it's not a question of succeeding when you get knocked down. It's how quickly you get up.
From 3 days ago.
And then you say, you never explain and never complain. And then go on to say that the only obligation that really matters, the most important thing, is family. And so I was raised to believe that that was the center.
Gather on, everyone. Joe's got.
Oh, they're coming at Biden.
And it
Okay.
could be judged on
Everyone's
based
like, what
on
were they
your
yelling?
family and how you went from there. And
Yelling at Biden?
It took, Kierkegaard said, faith sees best in the dark. Right after I got elected, my wife and daughter were killed in an automobile accident, and my two sons are badly injured. And I'd just been elected, not sworn in. And I lost my faith for a while. I came back. And then later, when my son Bo came home from Iraq and with a terminal disease.
Oh,
and,
I want to do a bomb
later,
rip that
year and a
doesn't
half
exist
later,
anymore.
Losing him was like losing part of my soul. But the fact is that I learned that the way you deal with it is you deal with finding purpose in what you do. And that's why I hope he's proud of me today, because he wanted to make sure I didn't run for president, but I stayed engaged. Because when you get hit badly, whether you're losing a job or you're raising a family like
You got to
my
get your
dad,
head in the
where
game, Biden.
You have to make that longest walk up the stairs to tell your kid you can't live here
Gotta get
anymore.
your head in the
Dad lost
game.
his job. We've all went through that in some form or another. And it just for me, the way I've dealt with it is finding purpose. And my purpose is do what I've always tried to do and stay engaged in public policy. But there's a lot of people that through a lot worse than I have, get up every single morning, put their feet one foot in front of another without the help I had. They're real heroes out there. Some
Thank
real
you, Mr.
heroes.
Vice President. Senator Warren.
I mentioned earlier, I've known what I wanted to be since second grade. I wanted to be a public school teacher. And I invested early. I used to line my dollies up and teach school. I had a reputation for being tough but fair. By the time I graduated from high school, my family didn't have money for a college application, much less to send me off to 4 years at a university. And my story, like a
Your
lot
parents
of
couldn't
stories,
afford college
has a lot
when
of
you
twists
were a
and
kid,
turns.
even?
Got a scholarship,
Fuck.
and then at 19, got married, dropped out of school, took a minimum wage job, thought my dream was over. I got a chance down the road at the University of Houston. And
Seriously?
I made it as a
I didn't know
special
she went to
needs
the school in
teacher.
Houston.
I still remember that first year as a special needs teacher. I could tell you what those babies looked like. I had 4 to 6-year-olds. But at the end of that first year, I was visibly pregnant. And back in the day, that meant that the principal said to me, wished me luck, and hired someone else for the job. So there I
Damn,
am.
dude,
I'm
that's
at home,
crazy.
I got a
I mean,
baby,
she
can't
really
have
did
a
get
job.
fired for being pregnant,
What am I going
but
to do? Here's resilience.
Man.
I said, I'll go to law school. And the consequence was I practiced law for about 45 minutes and then went back to my first love, which is teaching. But it let me get into fights. It gave me new tools. And the reason I'm standing here today is because I got back up, I fought back, I know what's broken, I want to be in the fight to fix it in America.
Thank you,
That's why
Senator.
I'm here.
Senator Sanders.
Resilience, to me,
turn his mic on, you
means
cowards.
growing up in a rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York, the son of an immigrant who came to this country without a nickel in his pocket. Professional
All right, time for the
resilience
poverty
means,
competition.
George,
Who used to be the
running
poorest?
for U.S. Senate in Vermont and getting 1% of the vote. Running for governor and getting 2% of the vote. Finally becoming mayor of Burlington, Vermont with 10-vote margin. What resilience means to me is that throughout my political career, I have taken on virtually every powerful special interest in this country. Whether it is Wall Street, whether it is the insurance industry, whether it is the pharmaceutical industry whose corruption and greed is killing people today, whether it is a military-industrial complex or a prison-industrial complex.
Fuck prison.
And I feel confident that given a lifelong record of taking on
Fuck private
powerful
prisons
special
anyway.
interests, of standing up for the working families of this country, that I will be able to take on the greed and corruption of the corporate elite and create a government and an economy that work for all of us, not just the 1%.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Senator Harris.
You know, every office I've run for, whether it be district attorney or attorney general, I was told each time,
Those are the only two.
it can't be done. They said, nobody like you has done it before. Nobody is ready for you. When I ran for DA, I won and became the first black woman elected.
I don't think you're
DA
ready for this
in a
job.
state of 40 million people in San Francisco. When I ran for Attorney General of California, I was elected because I didn't listen. And I was the only woman black elected Attorney General in the state, in the country.
Oh, we're on hour
And
3 of the
each time
debates.
People would say, it's
Alpha IA.
not your time, it's not your turn, it's going to be too difficult, they're not ready for you. And I didn't listen, and a part of it probably comes from the fact that I was raised by a mother who said
2.5
many
hours so
things
far?
that were life lessons for me, including don't you
26
ever
minutes
let
left.
anybody tell you who you are.
No,
You tell
Kamala
them
isn't
who
tired.
you
She
are.
just talks like this. She just has her
And
affect. When she gets
when I
in,
look around
she
the
kinda
town
talks
halls
like
that we
this,
do
and
in this
she-
race for president of the United States, and I look at the meetings that we do in the community meetings, and I see
very
these
good at
little
talking.
girls and
She's a great
boys,
speaker.
sometimes even brought
She
by
does
their
sound like a
fathers.
She has-
and they
she
bring
has-
them to me.
unironically,
and I talk
she
to them
has
during these
swagger.
events,
She
and
really
they
does.
smile and they're full of joy, and their fathers
They
told them
fucking
to
put her
see,
in a cowboy outfit and she marched
don't
with
you ever
spurs into this
listen
debate.
and
Like,
let
all right.
anybody ever tell you what you can or cannot be.
She was a
You
very
have
good
to believe
prosecutor,
in what can
but
be,
that are-
unburdened by what has been.
Senator Harris,
Being
thank
a
you
good
very much.
prosecutor is
Mayor
kind of
Buttigieg.
antithetical to my political wishes and beliefs, though.
You know, as
Are we doing closings?
military officers serving under Don't Ask,
Are
Don't
they?
Tell,
We're not done
and
yet.
as an elected official in the state of Indiana when Mike Pence was governor, at
Mentioned
a
in the
certain
gate
point,
thing.
when it came to professional setbacks, I had to wonder whether just acknowledging who I was going to be the ultimate career-ending professional setback.
Yeah, you're gay.
I came back from the
Okay.
deployment and realized that you only get to live one life.
I wanna be
and
president.
I was not interested.
He just said YOLO
in
on camera.
Not knowing what it was like to be in love
He
any longer.
did.
So I just came out. I had no idea what kind of professional setback it would be, especially because, inconveniently, it was an election year in my socially conservative community. What happened was that when I trusted
way, healthcare for
voters to
people,
judge me
raise the
based
minimum
on the
wage, all that
job
kind of shit.
that I did for them, they decided to trust me and reelected me with 80% of the vote.
YOLO
And
should be
what
2
learned
drinks. I
was
agree.
that
Let's drink again.
trust can be
YOLO.
reciprocated. And that part of how
YOLO
you can win
Pete.
and deserve to win is to know what's worth more to you than winning. And I think that's what we need in the presidency right now. We have to know what we are about. And this election is not about any of us up here. It is not about this president.
That was
even
either
though
a
it's
firework
hard
or a
to talk of
gunshot
anything
outside
else
my house.
some days.
Whatever.
It's about the people who trust us with
It's
their
Arizona.
lives.
It's probably both.
A kid wondering if we're actually going to make their schools safe
feel
when
the
they've
same way around
learned
here.
active shooter drills before they've learned to read. A generation wondering whether we will actually get the job done on
All
climate
the
change.
time.
And if we hold to that, then it doesn't matter what happens to each of us professionally. Together, we will win.
Yes, a gun that
a
fires
better era
fireworks,
for our
Pony.
country.
A flare gun.
Mayor Buttigieg, thank you. Mr. Yang.
The fun thing about a flare gun is
I
if you
was an
shoot someone with it,
unhappy
they'll
liar
still
for 5
probably
whole
die.
months, And I left to start a business. And I'm going to share with you one of the
talking.
secrets to entrepreneurship. If you want to start something, tell everyone you know you're going to do it. And then you don't have a choice. You put your heart and soul into it, and even though I did that, my company flopped.
Oh,
Had its
Yang's
mini
talking.
rise
Drink.
and maximum fall. Lost investors, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Still owed $100,000 in school debt. My parents still told people I was a lawyer. I guess it was a little easier. So I remember lying on my floor, looking up, wondering how it had come to this. Eventually,
Okay,
I
that's the
picked
third one in a
myself back
row.
up.
It's probably
I kept working
fireworks,
in
unless it's a
small
very
growth companies for another 10
lackadaisical
years, and eventually
shootout.
had some success. Then after I did have some success, I still
Hey, when you
remembered how
didn't get
hard
to
it
tell
was,
your
how
story, I
isolating
guess
it
it's
was, how
time
it
to
feels
do
like
it.
your friends no longer want to spend time with you. And so I spent 7 years starting and running a nonprofit that helped train young entrepreneurs around the country,
Was that the
including Sean
question?
Wen,
I mean,
who's
you're
here in the
talking about our
audience tonight,
fucking
who
childhood?
left his
We're talking about resilience.
gilded Wall Street job to become a food
Oh,
entrepreneur
so I
in
guess
San
so.
Antonio. Sean, I hope I made the process a little bit easier for you than it was for me. But the goal of my campaign is to make this an economy that allows us to live our human values and aspirations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Senator Booker.
So my biggest professional setback is embarrassing because a lot of folks know about it. I, with a bunch of tenant leaders in Newark, New Jersey in 2002, took on the political machine, and boy, did they fight back. I had tires on my car slashed, our campaign offices were broken into, my phones were tapped. It became a spectacle, and we lost that election. And here's a bit of advice to everybody. If you're going to have a spectacular failure, have a documentary team there to capture it, because it made for an Oscar-nominated documentary called Street Fight. But then, unfortunately, another setback, it lost in the Oscars to a movie called March of the Dagnab Penguins, for crying out loud. The people in my community
documentary. I'm
living
like,
in the
what?
projects
Oh,
told
best
me, don't give
documentary.
up on the people, and the people won't give up on you. Create bigger and bolder coalitions, and you're going to win. And you know what? We came back 4 years later and won the largest lopsided victory in our city's history. But more than that, the lesson was there. We didn't give up. We were taking on America's toughest problems, from crime to poverty, and we transformed our city, creating tens of thousands of new jobs,
This is the
the biggest
resume
economic
portion.
expansion in our city, and as I said before, turned around our school system. There's more work to do, but I haven't given up on the people. I still live in that community. But this is the big lesson. My staff and my friends and my community told me, if you want to go fast, you may have won the mayor's race, but that's not what life is about. There's an old African saying that says, if you want to go fast,
go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
Go together.
Got it.
The lesson I learned of resilience is to trust people, because the power of the people is always greater than the people in power. And the test of America right now, it's not a referendum on Donald Trump, it's a referendum on us and who we are and who we're going to be together. We need to use this moment in history to unite in common cause and common purpose, and then there's nothing we can't do together as a nation.
Senator Booker,
Yes.
thank you.
Under socialism.
Congressman O'Rourke.
Thank you, George. Everything that I've learned about resilience, I've learned from my hometown of El Paso, Texas. In the face of this act of terror that was directed at our community, in large part by the President of the United States, that killed 22 people and injured many more, we were not defeated by that, nor were we defined by that. The very thing that drew that killer to us is the very thing that helps us set the example for the rest of this country. We don't see our differences as disqualifying or dangerous. We see them as foundational to our success, to our strength, and to our security, and to our safety. Yesterday, I was visiting with one of those victims. He's the head coach of the Fusion. This is a girls' soccer team of 10 and 11-year-old girls. His name is Luis. He was shot in the legs multiple times. He was shot in the side multiple times. He's still healing from his wounds in the hospital, but from his hospital bed, he's still trying to coach the Fusion girls' soccer team. Memo, his co-coach, is still fighting for his life right now at Del Sol Hospital. Those two men, Jessica and Marcella, their wives, they exemplify resilience to me. And when we end this scourge of gun violence in this country, when we finally confront the racism that exists in America, when we're defined not by our fears, but instead by our aspirations and our ambitions, it will be in large part, I think, thanks to the example that El Paso has set.
Congressman,
Thank
you. Senator Klobuchar.
Yeah, scourge.
My
But he said
challenges
scourge.
and resilience have brought me up here. I grew up with a dad who struggled with alcoholism his whole life, and after his third DWI, he had a choice between jail and treatment. He chose treatment with his faith, with his friends, with our family, and in his words, he was pursued
Who the
by
fuck
grace.
would choose
And that
jail?
made me interested in public service because I feel like everyone should have that same right to be pursued by grace. I then
Some
got
weird audio
married.
stuff.
My husband's out there somewhere, hopefully
not-
smiling. And our daughter. And our
Oh, that's
daughter was
Xander.
born. I had this expectation we are going to have
Xander,
this
are you cleaning up
perfect,
glass right
perfect
now?
birth. And she was really sick, and she couldn't swallow. And she was in and out of hospitals for a year and a half. But when she was born, they had a rule in place that you got kicked out of the hospital in 24 hours. She was in intensive care, and I was kicked out. And I thought, this could never happen to any other mom again. So I went to the legislature, our state legislator, not an elected official, a mom, and I advocated for one of the first laws in the country guaranteeing new moms and their babies a 48-hour hospital stay. And when they tried to delay the implementation of that law, I brought 6 pregnant friends to the conference committee, so they outnumbered the lobbyists 2 to 1. And when they said, when should it take place, they all raised their hand and said, now. That is what motivated me to go into public service. And when I
That's
got
a good
to that
move,
gridlock
Amy.
of
Now, what instead of
Washington, DC,
48
I got
hours
to
of guaranteed
work
care, we would instead
and
have like
pass over
48
100
days of,
bills. And I know,
you know,
a lot of my friends here
maternity
from the
leave?
left, but remember, I am
Maybe-
from the middle
maybe
of the
3
country.
months
And I believe
of
if we're going to get
guaranteed
things
federally
done,
maternity
that we have
leave?
to have someone leading the ticket with grit. Someone's going to not just change the policies, but change the tone in the country, and someone who believes in America and believes it from their heart because of where they came from, that everyone should have that same opportunity.
Senator, thank you. Secretary Castro.
And
I don't
thank
have
you,
an
George,
animosity
to
for Amy
Jorge, to
for
Lindsay,
Amy
and to
Klobuchar.
David,
I think
and
she's
to all of
probably
y'all
she
for tuning in
probably
tonight.
truly believes all the
In
things
many
she
ways, I
says.
shouldn't be here on this stage.
I don't
you
think
know.
she's necessarily evil.
Castro
Do not want her to
is
be president.
My mother's name and was my grandmother's name before her. I grew up in a single-parent household on the west side of
Oh, yeah,
San
family
Antonio,
would be even better.
going to the public schools. Eventually, my brother Joaquin and I became the first in our family to become professionals. And when I got home,
Always remember,
I took a
never
job
forget.
at the biggest law firm in town.
My
I was
mom.
making $100,000
September
a year
12th.
in the year 2000. A few months later, I got elected to the San Antonio City
Oh,
Council.
no.
And the city council at the time was only paying $1,030 a year.
fuck.
So everybody had another job, and my job was at the law
Xander,
firm.
are you still with us?
Well, a few
Yeah, did
months
you hear
after I
that?
got elected, the
Your
law firm got a
avatar is
client.
being
And the client
appropriately.
wanted those of us on the city council to vote for a
Oh,
land deal.
fuck.
The land deal was that they wanted to build
Did
a
you hear
golf
that?
course over our water
I only
supply
heard
because we
like
relied on
one
an underground
sentence.
aquifer. I
September
didn't think the
12th,
environmental
what the
protection
fuck?
plan was strong enough, so I wanted to
Son
vote
of a
against it,
bitch.
and my constituents wanted me to vote against
I
it.
said, remember,
But
always
under the
never
ethics rules
forget
for lawyers in
September
Texas,
12th.
because believe it or not,
My
lawyers
poem.
have ethics rules. You can't just go against the
Oh,
interests of a
fuck.
client. So I
Right.
was stuck. On the one hand, I wanted to do the right thing. On the other hand, my livelihood, my student loans, my new house payment, my car payment depended on me shutting up, being conflicted out. So one day I walked into my law firm and I quit my job. And then I went and I voted against that land deal on the city council.
How'd that work out?
You know, it was the first test that I had, and I think back to that because
There have been a
oftentimes we think
couple
of
of,
politics and we think of
things.
politics as dirty.
Ophia
or corrupting.
12.
I wondered
People
before
went
I
at
went
Biden
in
a little
it
bit.
whether it would change who I was.
Not too many
And I was proud that when that
mind-blowing
first
moments,
test
but
came,
still.
that I
There's too many
stood
people
up
for there to be
for
that
the
much
people that I
conflict.
was there to represent, and not for big
Why
special
are my
interests.
eyes always so
There's
fucked?
nobody that gets tested more
Because
in a
Xander, your eyes
position
are
of
usually
public
pretty
trust
closed.
than the President of the United States. This president has
Just like
failed
mine.
that test. But I want you to know that if you elect me president, I won't serve anybody except you and your family. And together, we can create an America that's better than ever. Thank you very much.
Castro, thank you to all of
I got mole eyes.
It was a great debate.
Very sensitive to light.
Tonight. Thanks to you. Thanks to Texas Southern University.
I don't even have a reason. I'm just pretty fucking squinty. Oh, are we actually done?
Thanks to everyone at home.
Yay!
Holy shit, are we actually done?
Oh God, I even.
And George, thank you. A great debate tonight.
Oh my God!
Thank
Thank Christ, it's over.
As you said, but
holy fuck!
Okay, let's watch this.
What the balls?
Let's. Oh no! I am not playing Heavy Rain right now.
Get your fucking hands off me, Joe! Jesus Christ! Don't touch anyone.
Oh, is Joe? Oh no, is Joe touching people? I clicked away for a second. Is he touching every woman around him? Is he just grabbing everybody?
text you, what were Democrats
all
telling you?
these hardy fucking handshakes.
Castro, that was he couldn't make.
Okay, I've paused it. I've muted it. I'm ready to hear your bottle of cherry cola break.
Will Yang get his flower? Don't do that. Will
Fine,
he
do it.
Will his flame be extinguished? My poor bong.
Oh no! Oh, it's so sad.
Will his flame be extinguished? I turned and it went.
I'm sorry. I put it like 12 times.
No, it's fine. It's funny.
Look, everybody, if you want to hear, if you want to hear it break, there it is.
Hey, at least our microphones are really good. Pick
Oh
that
yeah.
up.
If everyone's still here, what do you guys think of the audio quality? Like, do me and Xander sound roughly like we have the same? It's hard to describe the same quality of microphone. Like, do we both sound equally clear to each other?
I hope so. Well,
that's the real thing. That's the real thing I want to ask.
Well,
do we sound?
We'll learn
clear?
from it. I mean, I don't know if I'm doing everything right.
I mean, you sound amazing to me.
Oh, good. Well, good.
Here, I'm going to turn off my thing and put on only my headset.
Woo!
Yeah, you sound great.
Oh, all right, good.
2 people say yes. That's good to hear.
Good. We're good.
Oh, it's so sad.
Fun. All right. I'll go down the street. We have a smoke shop down the street.
Well, that's kind of the good thing about being a cherry cola enthusiast is that in general the equipment is not expensive. Like,
yeah, I'm in the suburbs.
That's getting massively fancy.
That's sketchy enough to have a smoke shop down the street.
We need a new. Oh, what is this? I'm gonna click on this. Here we go. We need an Indiegogo. Indiegogo. Press F to pay respects to the death of Missy Cherry Cola. Okay.
What have you done?
Oh, it's Iggy.
Oh, he said you should.
He posted. He's like, we should do a GoFundMe for a new. That GoFundMe would be like, all right, we need to raise $28.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to raise $50.
Ah, you're adorable. To pay respects.
No.
Oh, it's funny as fuck.
I probably do sound a tiny bit clearer because remember, my audio is direct. It goes directly into a thing. Directly into OBS, which you guys get. Xander is going through Discord, then to my computer, then through OBS, then to you. So there's many more steps involved.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to make a less high avatar, although maybe it's appropriate. But
just have all your eyes be like stapled open, like creepily, just like
I don't know.
Whoa!
I think something with the settings or something. I don't know what's going on.
Well, look, your
I'll figure
camera, it's based on your camera, and if it can't see your pupils, it assumes your eyes are closed.
My camera's pretty good.
Yeah,
It might be.
but if it can't see your pupils,
You're saying I'm a squinty fuck. I get it.
I'm squinty, just as squinty as you, unless
I'm pretty squinty.
Unless I'm on stage, then I have to look like fucking this. Yeah, Clockwork Orange, avatar your eyes. You gotta staple them shits open.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right,
With the
what do you guys want to watch? We have 10 more minutes until the stream's supposed to be over. What do you guys want to see? You guys want to watch the last episode of Philip DeFranco? You guys want to watch what's on my? You guys want to watch Thought Slime?
My thought slime.
He's pretty funny.
Let me think. I have a good one.
Oh, fucking Thought Slime and Peter Coffin streamed this also. I wish I was watching their stream instead of doing my own stream.
Oh, that's cool. Well, hey, we have takes that matter too. Come on.
Oh, it's happening right now.
They couldn't. You have good thoughts too.
Yeah,
and
well,
you're not quite the same.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, yeah,
I don't think you are like exactly in line with everything.
We're not the same because I'm less smart and concise. I have a harder time articulating my thoughts.
Thought Slime and Peter Coffer are cool, but I always wonder.
Very good.
Much. Well, no, I think a lot of them do realize what's possible within, whatever time being. And
the way I
long
see it.
Term.
Okay, the biggest reason that I get annoyed at people talking about Medicare for y'all or Medicare for some or whatever the fuck.
Medicare for y'all.
Yeah, Medicare for y'all or whatever. Is that, look, remember when Obamacare was supposed to have a public option, was supposed to basically be Medicare for all. Like, we had that at one point. That was the bill. Yeah. And then, compromises started. People got a hold of that shit. And then suddenly it became, eventually it became the ACA that we're currently living under now. The Affordable Care Act that we all currently live under. It sucks. It's been pared down and it's a bunch of shit. So if you walk out saying, I would like to do Medicare for only a few people, by the time that shit becomes law, it's become nothing. It'll be gone. If you walk in and say, we want free everything for everyone, by the time you finally get it to law, it'll actually be most people. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, if you shoot for the very reachable goals and then actually try to get them through, you'll be so much lower than where you started. You gotta swing for the fences and hope at least half of what you want actually gets through. Because, yeah, it does take a lot of cooperation unless we instead have a fucking revolution and blow up the whole system, which I think is less realistic.
Yeah, I actually think Bernie's being realistic in his approach of what he's hammering forward.
He is a moderate, like in the true sense of what moderate actually means.
Yeah. All he's putting forward is healthcare and really maybe, what is it? More wages for what? The least,
Slightly higher wages, a slightly less of a fucked up income gap between most people and the people who actually have control over anything. Like, you shouldn't have only 0.1% of people able to influence politics through money. In fact, 0 people should be able to influence politics through money. But at the moment, it's so, like, the amount of privilege afforded to the top of our society is just insane. It's crazy. It is unbelievable how much power you can have over the American political system just by having a lot of money, which was given to you for no real good reason in the first place, usually.
Yeah.
Most of the time, you're fucking born into it. It was your parents. You just got it. You were just given that money. Like, literally, you were given the money. Right. We made our son go to college. Yeah, you have $1 billion in the bank. You think your son was ever scared of, oh no, if I fail out of college, I'll be fucked and have to live with my mom forever and be homeless? Because that was our fucking situation. That's what I went to school with. Failing college was never even an option. If I failed college, I basically should have died. Like, it would have been as fun of a life to just have died, like to throw myself into a meat grinder as soon as I failed out of college. But, like, it wasn't an option. Luckily, I didn't fail college, but some people do. Like, not everyone is cut out. Well, I shouldn't say cut out because it sounds like a personal failing. Not everyone is programmed or designed to, like, there shouldn't be one standard for deserving a good life.
Right.
And currently there kind of is. There's one very specific, narrow set of shit you have to do, and if you can't accomplish every single bit of it, you lose. And even if you do accomplish every single, there's still a pretty good chance you're going to lose anyway. Sorry,
no, there should be a least standard. I mean, everyone should, in a perfect world, everyone would have the freedom to try to do what they want to do.
Would you like me to
have all that shit automated?
Do you guys
in a perfect world?
Do you remember the basic tenets of communism? Can you repeat them? Well, there's only it's like one sentence.
Fuck, I can't.
It's from each according to their ability, to each according to their need, and that's it.
Right.
That's communism. So, like, yeah, I think the standards do need to be adjusted depending on who you are. Like, if you're a dude with one fucking arm and that's it, like no legs, you got one arm. Yeah, you can't. Your expectations, their ability is not the same as mine. Like, basic shit is harder for them. So, like, you can't have the same set of expectations. But that does not mean they cannot contribute to a society in some way. We just only value certain kinds of contributions at the moment.
All right, Pepper, I have a trailer for you. I play it on the stream.
I was going to play Pizza Hut PS1 demo discs.
That's pretty good, but this is like a couple minutes. It's not
Do this
much,
first.
but it's fucking adorable.
Do that, then I'll do
furry
mine.
as fuck.
Then we'll leave. I'm convinced. Let's do the revolution.
Yeah, just do it. It's only a couple minutes long. It's not long.
I'm ready. Fucking put it in there.
I sent it to you on the whatever.
Oh no, Discord? All right, here we go.
Well, Discord? Yeah, that.
Da 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 da.
Sorry,
Hit the copy button. Uh-oh. All right, everybody shut up.
What the fuck?
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for following. Here we go.
Thank you for the follow. Do it. Oh, sorry. It's
Oh,
so
this is already cute.
Super follow. It's super cute.
It rhymed.
I know.
Very adult bar. Oh, Toby Fox is involved. Yay.
Oh, yeah? I didn't see that part. Yeah, it's super cute. I can't wait to play this fucking game. I don't know if I can do a stream of it, but whatever.
Is this the same company that Toby Fox works for? The same co-op?
I don't know.
Wow, yeah, this is a lot.
It's so cute. I want it's so cute.
Some unsure furries on Twitter.
Oh, Gator Daddy. I love the loops. Very interestingly looped. Richard Monty.
This sounds great. Is this from the Scott Benson co-op, I wonder?
I don't know.
I hope it is.
Yeah.
Oh shit, there's a mandolin solo. And the mandolin's actually a mandolin!
Ah!
It has 8 tuners! I'm so happy! So, would everyone like... Here we go. Get closer. Boom!
Yeah.
How many tuners does this mandolin have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck, I love that shit. And it has the curly key, which a lot of mandolins actually have. Damn. Like, it's a hastily drawn, very undetailed cartoon mandolin. But the fact that it's even close. They just put... Look at this. They just put, like, 8 little shitty pinky fingers, and that makes me want to jizz. God. All mandolins are 8-stringed, goddammit. All mandolins are 8-stringed, because they're all double-stringed. Every string has 2. So a 4-string mandolin is still 8 physical strings, even though you pluck both at once. Fuck. Sorry, I
didn't know you were so passionate about mandolin.
I like mandolin. Mandolin's a very good instrument. I enjoy the mandolin. Okay, let's do this. Pizza Hut demo disc. Nakey Jakey.
What?
Where is he? Here he is. Oh, okay.
No.
Let me put this in the thing so you can watch it while we also do. Then we'll be going to bed. This is my final countdown of the day. Thank you for being here. Holy fucking shit. We had like a good 70 people in here at 80 people at one point. That is mind-blowing to me. My usual audience is 12. So thank you so much for being here, everybody. All right, here we go.
Thanks for caring about politics.
I'm going to hit mute on everybody, except for the Discord, so me and Xander can keep talking. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll play this thing out. Nakey Jakey is a fantastic YouTuber, by the way. Nakey, just like it sounds, Jakey. It fucking rhymes. Nakey Jakey. He's great. Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go, too. You gonna give me a countdown?
Oh, we already out, baby.
Plymouth Voyager, your pal Ricky. Oh baby, I want that Pizza Hut, Pizza Hut. Oh baby, just let me stuff that crust. The year is 1999. While TLC's No Scrubs blares from the radio of your mom's Plymouth Voyager, your pal Ricky leans over and says, hey, let's get a za and head back to my place to watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Everybody knows Pizza Hut is dropping all sorts of crazy new zas, like the Stuffed Crust Buster, or the Big New Yorker Big Apple, Big Guy, Bada Bone, Bada Bing. But then your other friend Tony screams over the sound of Everlast What It's Like. It says, hey, but what if we also want to play the Sony PlayStation home video gaming console? We can't afford pizza and video games. But that's where your dumbass friend Tony was wrong. See, Pizza Hut had it all figured out. They was putting out sweet, succulent PS1 demo discs loaded with all the hottest games anytime you purchase those stuffed crust hot zombies. And when I say hottest games, I mean hot. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater Crash Team Racing, Final Fantasy, Ape Escape, Cool Wars 4. And that was just on the first disc. With this promotion, they had 2 different discs going on, both with a chance to win 500,000 Big Wide and Big Boy Big Ones, both loaded up with different demos on each disc. Yeah. This was also during a time when Reggie was the senior marketing dude at Pizza Hut, so if that's just a coincidence, then God works in mysterious ways. This was all that and a bag of chips for a couple reasons. A, this was before the internet hit home consoles, so you couldn't just download any dang game.
But Napster was a thing, and you could download techno music with it.
B, I grew up in a small town with no GameStop, no Target, no Walmart, no JC Penis, and no money because I was like 5 years old, but we had a Pizza Hut. 3, you got pizza and video games in one simple transaction.
I had to change my shirt because the other one got too sweaty.
God works in mysterious ways. Demo discs were already a thing with PlayStation Underground jam packs and shit, but when the worlds of pizza and video games collided to the sound of Power Man 5000, that was definitely God's work, no question about that. But the thing is, I distinctively remembered there being a Metal Gear Solid demo on one of these Pizza Hut discs, but my memory was a little fuzzy. So I did some digging. After scouring many forums and Reddit threads, I eventually came to my conclusion. There were 3 Pizza Hut demo discs. A prequel, if you will, the third, or perhaps the first, Pizza Hut demo disc was actually... A prequel, if you will, the third, or perhaps the first Pizza Hut demo disc was actually released in 1998, part of the PlayStation Pizza Hut pizza-powered penis giveaway. To this day, the finest collection of demos a gamer girl could ask for. Gran Turismo. Flawless. Metal Gear Solid. Flawless. Crash Bandicoot Warped. Flawless. Medieval. That was neat. Probably could have done without Tomb Raider 3. But that Metal Gear Solid demo alone made this collection so valuable. You got to play the entire intro sequence all the way up until...
Spoilers, the Dapper Chief has a fucking heart attack.
This meant you could just keep playing the demo over and over and over and over and over and over. Over. Honestly, as far as the gameplay of Metal Gear Solid goes, this demo showcased all the best parts and is still probably the best part of the entire game.
In my personal opinion, the later half of the game focuses more on boss fights and backtracking than actual sneaking, but let the record show that I still love the game. Sustained, overruled.
This demo disc even had a secret tree. If you hit square circle, they gave you 99 lives for the hot new game Spyro the Dragon. Right on. But why am I making this video? So Pizza Hut made some demo discs. Who cares? Who cares? I care. Pizza Hut not only fed my family on multiple occasions, but introduced me to the explosive, addictive gameplay of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, the cinematic presentation of Metal Gear Solid, the sweet surprise of finding ooey gooey cheese inside the crust of your pizza. Pizza Hut paved the road of my destiny with greasy, cheesy goodness and video game magic. Pizza Hut helped shape the man I am today. Pizza Hut is me. I am Pizza Hut. Okay, thanks for watching my video. Please like and subscribe. I'm gonna do the Patreon shoutouts now. Shout out to my boy Johnny and my other boy Nelson Raleigh, aka XX Betty Crocker 69 XX Pizza Hut when you're coming home.